At school, he was seen as a total nobody. But in one day, his entire destiny was rewritten. He couldn't grasp the sheer power now flowing through him. His body felt so overwhelmingly strong. He half joked he might go bald from the pressure. He didn't just break the record in the running test, he shattered it. The same thing happened in the push-up exam. For weightlifting, they simply ran out of weights to challenge him. Every student watched, their faces pale with shock. This was the same kid they used to walk all over. He was never this powerful. If I only knew, I never would have messed with him. But the truth is, things weren't always this way. This young man was the only one to fail the awakening exam. While his class erupted in celebration, Kanagi Manado felt a profound, soul-crushing emptiness. It was his third failure. He was the one who always stayed behind, cleaning the classroom in silence. Alone in that moment, the sheer weight of his own uselessness nearly brought him to his knees. A classmate suddenly called out to him. Everyone was to gather at the school entrance to greet the A-Rank Hunter, Hizaki Kais. He was a former student, now a living legend. He'd returned to film a documentary, a story about how great he was before he became a star. But there was a darker truth the cameras would never see. Hizaki Kais was a monster. He used to beat Minato senseless every single day, for no reason at all. The memory alone made our hero tremble. But to the reporters, Hizaki painted a beautiful lie. He called Minato a dear friend who always supported him, even with money, despite his family's poverty. These were all calculated lies, crafted to make Hizaki shine even brighter for the cameras. And because Manado lacked the strength to fight back, he simply stood there and affirmed the lies. As the cameras flashed, those painful memories burned in his mind. He despised this man with every fiber of his being. After the filming was over, our protagonist was left with the bitter taste of weakness, the emptiness of being powerless. When he was just a boy, Minato devoured books about the legendary founders who saved the world. When the Tower of Malevolence erupted, unleashing hordes of monsters, these incredible figures rose up and saved humanity from the brink of extinction. Their feats were legendary. One of them defeated 10,000 soldiers armed with nothing more than a wooden stick. It might as well have been a pencil. Another was a mage so powerful she could bend reality without uttering a single word. That was over a century ago. And now they are myths. When their mark appears on your body, it means you have the potential to awaken, to become powerful and famous. But for Minato, who had failed the test 3 times, that dream was nothing but dust. However, before leaving, Hizaki approached him with a stunning offer. He claimed he had convinced the association to give Minato one more chance at the test. He just had to meet him at the Founder's Sanctuary later. The offer left our protagonist utterly bewildered. He knew this man was evil. But if this was just another publicity stunt, it didn't matter. As long as Minato had another chance, he would seize it with both hands. Later, at the Founder's mausoleum, the cameras rolled for the final scene. The shot framed Hizaki perfectly before the historic tomb, as he delivered a grand, eloquent speech. Once the interview ended, the reporters thanked him, thrilled with the story they had captured. Hizaki played the humble celebrity, saying he looked forward to their article. But the second they were gone, he ventured deeper into the mausoleum, where his men were already digging. "Have you found the entrance?" he demanded. They pointed eagerly toward a hidden passage, asking if this was the prize they had been searching for. But suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance. When Minato arrived, hoping for his final chance, he saw them desecrating the tomb. To him, this was sacred ground. This was the final resting place of the heroes he admired most. When he tried to stop the grave robbers, Hizaki struck him with the full, terrifying force of an A-rank awakened. The blow was absolutely brutal. Minato felt countless things shatter within his body. The looters shouted that they had secured all the valuables. Everything precious was inside. Minato felt his life slipping away. And even in that moment, his only thought was of the injustice. They could not be allowed to steal this legacy. Hizaki then grabbed Minato, sneering that he knew everything about the weakest student, the pathetic bookworm obsessed with the ancestors. His twisted plan was to throw our protagonist into the river and frame him for robbing the Founder's tomb himself. The blow Manado had taken was never meant to subdue him. It was meant to kill. As he was hurled into the dark water, he had no strength left to resist, sinking into the cold abyss. He remembered his relentless training and tireless studies, all for a dream that had turned to ash. Then, at the bottom of the lake, a brilliant light began to glow around him. Despite the freezing water, a comforting warmth spread through him, originating from the light. Manado heard ancient voices declare him the vessel for this generation. The heroic spirits themselves had been sealed in this very place. In Manado's hand, the crest of nothingness materialized. It was said to grant no power to its bearer. However, whoever possessed it held a secret the world had long forgotten. He could claim the soul of any founder. Manado now faced a pivotal choice. Which legendary hero would he form a pact with? Magic, endurance, mastery of the sword, the art of the spear. Each path lay before him. But Manado's voice rang with defiance. He chose all of them. He wanted every single power for himself. The heroes scoffed that it wasn't possible, but they were all violently pulled into the mark on his body. Every last soul was absorbed into the seal. Meanwhile, Hizaki and his cronies lingered by the lake when a massive explosion erupted from the water. As the spray rained down, they could only stare in shock. The three of them stared in disbelief. The figure levitating before them was none other than Manado, the very same loser they had just sent to his grave. As the main character landed, his entire aura had changed. Yet, his tormentors resorted to old taunts, sneering that even cockroaches weren't that resilient. A simple wooden stick caught the main character's eye. His two pursuers couldn't help but laugh. "You're going to fight us with a stick? Do you think you're some kind of action hero?" Manado simply ignored them, testing the feel of his new weapon. Hizaki's amusement vanished, his voice turning ice cold. "You two, make sure he never crawls out of that lake again." One of his lackeys drew a blade, lunging forward with a lightning-fast sword art designed to end things in a single second. But he never even saw the counterattack. He only felt his body being sliced apart as he collapsed. Hizaki and his remaining friend watched in pure horror. This couldn't possibly be the same weakling from before. The other thug panicked, unleashing his strongest magic spell. Since Manado was known for having 0 mana, this attack should have annihilated him. But our main character simply raised a finger, without a single word. A devastating bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. The massive spell was an easy target, but Hizaki was completely thunderstruck. That was chantless magic, a legendary feat. And that swordplay from moments ago? It was as if the legendary sword saint himself was standing before him. This magic was on par with the great sage of old. What Hizaki couldn't possibly comprehend was that all 106 founders now resided within Manado. The main character declared that a new name would be carved into the annals of history, and Hizaki would be remembered too, as the first villain to fall to the great Kanagi Manado. As Kanagi advanced, Hizaki was frozen in terror, finally accepting the impossible truth. The boy he'd discarded had absorbed the founders' souls using the crest of nothingness. Meanwhile, within Kanagi's consciousness, the legendary founders were in an uproar. Free after centuries of being sealed away, they reveled in their liberty, already bickering over who would control their new vessel first. Amidst the chaos, the legendary swordsman Hinoi Raichu addressed Kanagi, casually remarking that it was no surprise the boy knew his name. He asked Kanagi for his next move, dismissing Hizaki as utterly insignificant. He was a complete nobody. Hinoi urged him to focus on the far greater threat lurking right behind him. Kanagi refocused on Hizaki, who was stammering about his status as an A-Rank Hunter. Kanagi didn't even waste a word on him. A single, effortless punch sent Hizaki soaring through the air. Kanagi then turned to the mysterious bag, which pulsed with a sinister, dark aura. As he stared at it, a colossal wave of energy burst forth from within, catching even him by surprise. Hinoi, however, watched with calm amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. Back in the city, chaos reigned as a monstrous 3-headed wolf was on a rampage. A desperate voice cried out for someone named Kisaragi to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, the hero known as Kisaragi sprang into action. With breathtaking agility, he soared above the beast, bringing his blade down in a devastating waterfall impact and defeating the A-rank monster in a single blow. The crowd erupted in cheers for the S-rank hunter. Kisaragi offered a humble thanks before asking about Hizaki's whereabouts. One of his guildmates guessed Hizaki was busy with an interview, remarking how nice it must be to be called the Young Hope. Kisaragi simply shrugged, noting that Hizaki's rising fame was a boon for their guild's reputation. But just as they prepared to depart, a terrifying wave of pressure washed over the entire city. Panic erupted as civilians and even low-rank hunters collapsed. Kisaragi watched his own teammate buckle under the force. Realizing that even A and B rank hunters couldn't withstand it, he knew instantly a monster beyond S rank had appeared. The immense pressure was radiating from the founder's mausoleum. Back at the lake, a terrified Hizaki staggered to his feet, staring in horror as a colossal monster emerged from the cursed bag. He stammered, Is that a demon? What is that thing?" Kanagi coldly explained that by stealing the relics. Hizaki had broken the seal, the very seal that had imprisoned one of the tower's original boss monsters. Within Kanagi's mind, Hinoi analyzed the creature with an expert's gaze. He identified it instantly as the embodiment of emptiness, a being far beyond any S rank. He explained that its toxic aura alone could wipe out thousands. And in his era, beasts of this caliber were frighteningly common. This revelation was too much for Hizaki. His mind finally snapped, and he turned and fled in absolute terror. Every instinct screamed that to stay was to die. But Kanagi knew the heart of a predator. He warned that running was the fastest way to the grave, but it was already too late. The instant Hizaki moved, the monster lunged with impossible speed, A massive tentacle shot forward like a spear. He could barely raise his blade before it impaled him, piercing clean through his chest. The legendary sword that once slew a dragon was now utterly useless. The creature's tendrils coiled around Hizaki's body, siphoning his life force as his screams echoed through the dark woods. Kanagi simply watched, knowing this outcome was inevitable. As the former hero breathed his last, Hinoi's spirit placed a hand on his shoulder. "Care to witness my one-handed sword style?" he offered, making a bold play for total control of their new body. Before Kanagi could refuse, the other founders erupted, grabbing Hinoi and accusing him of trying to monopolize their powerful new vessel. But it was Kanagi who silenced their squabbling. He set down his own rules. No single founder would have dominion. His body was a vessel to be shared among them all. He declared that one day, his own power would eclipse every last one of them, and he would prove it through sheer strength. If they desired his body, they would have to teach him the meaning of true power. Stunned by his raw audacity, Hinoi could only grin and ready his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Hinoi merged with Kanagi's consciousness, urging the others to join the fray. As the spirit raised his blade, Kanagi's physical body mirrored the exact motion, targeting the beast's monstrous limbs. Guided by a founder's perfect technique, the sword severed a massive arm in one flawless arc. The creature roared in fury, retaliating with a devastating swing. But Kanagi's body, now empowered by another founder's grace, dodged with inhuman agility. Power began to stack upon power as the spirits took their turns. One granted him the might to catch the monster's own tentacles and slam it violently against the earth. The beast reeled back as Kanagi summoned a bow, riddling its hide with arrows. Then he unleashed a torrent of skills, raging whirlwinds, scorching fire, and piercing ice attacks. As the beast launched a sneak attack from below, Kanagi's eyes flared with a golden light. The great wizard within had taken the reins, blasting the creature with a bolt of pure lightning. Then, with one final, earth-shattering leap, Kanagi soared above the monster. Hinoi assumed control, grabbing Hizaki's shattered blade, and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Jirutachi wave-cutting blade. The sword sliced the demon clean in two, ending its terrifying rampage. As the two halves crashed to the ground, a triumphant smile finally graced Kanagi's face. But watching this entire spectacle from a nearby tree was a single raven. Far away, atop a skyscraper in the city, a man answered a call. He was shocked to learn the monster had been slain before he could even arrive. He questioned if any high-level hunters were on site, but the voice replied that their raven's feed showed an academy student had eliminated the threat. This man, Chihara Madori, the world's strongest awakened being, simply stated he wanted to meet this student. The next morning, Madori sat upon a mountain of monster corpses as he called the academy's director. He spoke of the S-rank monster, clarifying that he was not its vanquisher. According to the raven's footage, the kill belonged to Kanagi Manado. Madori found this almost impossible to believe. Kanagi was infamous for failing the hunter exam 3 years running. He then made a special request to the director. Back on campus, the academy was buzzing with rumors. The terrifying aura from yesterday had left most students frozen in fear. Now, they could only speculate on who could have possibly defeated such a being. Meanwhile, Kanagi staggered through the campus grounds, leaning on a branch, his entire body racked with tremors. He overheard their whispers, amazed the incident was already the school's biggest story. Suddenly, another student slammed into him, knocking him to the ground and scoffing that a weakling like him could be the one who defeated an S-rank beast. Kanagi knew the truth. He had beaten the demon, but only by surrendering his body to the founders. And now, he was paying the price. The recoil from their immense power was excruciating. As he fought to stand, a voice mocked him from within his own mind. It was Hinoi, reminding him of his arrogant vow to surpass them all. With a taunting yet motivating tone, Hinoi dared him to get his act together. Kanagi recalled his promise and, ignoring the searing pain, forced himself back to his feet, silently recommitting to his goal. Hinoi chuckled inside his mind, telling him to show some real resolve. The ancient spirit then scanned the nearby students with a deep sigh of disappointment. The awakened of this generation were hardly stronger than ordinary humans, a pathetic shadow of the warriors from his era. He mused that if the tower were to appear now, this world would surely fall. His thoughts were cut short as he sensed an overwhelming aura close by. Kanagi felt Hinoi's sudden alert, but the spirit simply dismissed it. At that moment, a professor called out, demanding Kanagi come to him. He braced himself for the worst. His expulsion letter, after 3 failures, this was his final chance. But instead of dismissal, the professor gave him an impossible order: head to the field for a re-examination. Kanagi was frozen in disbelief. The students swarmed the windows, their whispers filling the air. No one had ever been granted a hunter re-examination. Out on the field, Kanagi settled into a sprinter's stance. His body hadn't fully healed, but his will was unbreakable. The first test, a 100-meter sprint. The same student from before started running his mouth again, calling him a failure. But as the test began, a hush fell over the crowd. Kanagi blazed across the finish line in just 1.2 seconds. Smashing the old record of 2.7, next came the 30,000-meter run. He finished in 1 minute and 17 seconds, completely obliterating the previous record. Test after test, the result was the same. Push-ups, bench press, you name it. He didn't just break the records, he more than doubled them. His classmates could only stare, their minds utterly blown. Kanagi wondered if the founders were aiding him, but Hinoi assured him this power was his alone. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Madori was reviewing Kanagi's file. The headmaster admitted the new physical scores were monstrous, but the true problem had always been his magic. For 3 long years, every assessment had shown his mana levels to be 0, undetectable. It was why he'd been branded a hopeless case. Midori's secretary just smirked, hinting that the real show was about to begin. Back on the field, Kanagi stood before the final trial magic measurement. The professor explained he had to channel his mana into a large fan and make it spin for 30 seconds. The record stood at 4,022 rotations. As Kanagi prepared, bitter memories of failing this very test, year after year, came flooding back. No matter how hard he had ever tried, the fan had never so much as trembled. His inability to sense mana had always been his curse, but this time was different. For the first time, he could feel it coursing through him, beginning in his right foot, spiraling through his body, and flowing back again. He realized his own breathing could regulate it and accelerate the flow, expelling the energy from his right palm. As the professor signaled the start, Kanagi unleashed his mana. Instantly, the fan roared to life, spinning at an impossible speed. The counting machine couldn't register the rotations fast enough, and the sheer force of the wind made it hard for anyone to even see the numbers. The velocity climbed far beyond anyone's imagination. And before anyone could react, the machine exploded. The massive fan broke free, shooting across the field like a deadly blade. Students screamed in terror as it hurtled toward the main building, crashing directly into the headmaster's office with a deafening impact. Inside, the headmaster barely dodged the incoming debris, collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midori's secretary, stunned by the spectacle, could barely process what he had just seen. But Madori, completely unshaken by the chaos, simply chuckled. To him, the resemblance was undeniable. Kanagi's power was an echo of his own. After all, only one person before Kanagi had ever produced a score so high it was immeasurable. And that person was Madori himself. The professor, still trying to comprehend what he'd just witnessed, announced that Kanagi had passed the hunter examination. Cheers erupted from the students. Kanagi hadn't just shattered every record, he had surpassed all expectations. Staring at his own hands, Kanagi trembled with disbelief. For years he thought he was powerless. Yet this incredible strength had been sleeping inside him all along. From the sidelines, Hinoi watched with a satisfied smile, having expected this all along. Meanwhile, Kanagi knew that everything had just changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he had unlocked the true potential that lay dormant within. Hinoi couldn't help but laugh internally. The boy before him was far from ordinary, marked by the crest of nothingness. It was as if fate had been waiting for this moment for over a century. But before he could dwell on the thought, an overwhelming presence descended, sending a shockwave of pure power across the field. The sheer pressure was enough to steal the air from his lungs. His mind scrambled, but Hinoi recognized that tremendous aura instantly. It was the same one he'd sensed that very morning. Standing before him, as if materializing from the pressure itself, was the legend, Madori. Kanagi's jaw dropped. Before him stood the strongest hunter in existence. As Madori landed, his intense gaze locked directly onto Kanagi. Madori acknowledged his success in the hunter exam, but Kanagi was utterly speechless. Then, the legend proposed a new, unexpected trial, an additional test. The challenge was deceptively simple land, a single strike on him, the world's strongest hunter. Kanagi was frozen in place, completely stunned. Before him stood Madori, age 23, a man who became a full-fledged hunter at just 9 years old. His accomplishments were the stuff of legends, completely unrivaled throughout history. He had turned thousands of demons to ash in mere moments. His power was so absolute that even other top-tier hunters dared not challenge him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly annihilated the Pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years prior, he crushed the Kyushu incident alone. He was a living singularity. As Madori laid out the terms, Kanagi's mind reeled in disbelief. But inside him, Hinoi was ecstatic, demanding that Kanagi surrender his body immediately. Madori, however, explained the conditions simply. Kanagi had 1 minute to land a single blow. Whether he won or lost, there would be no consequences. Madori himself would only strike once every 10 seconds, a gesture to keep the challenge fair. There was no room for hesitation. No time for doubt. Any skill, any weapon was at Kanagi's disposal. Madori, on the other hand, would use none of his own. As proof, a vast arsenal materialized from thin air, offering Kanagi his choice of armaments. The sight of countless legendary weapons appearing in a flash only amplified the surreal nature of the test. Kanagi's thoughts were a maelstrom of confusion.
A one-on-one duel with the famed Madori. Still hesitating, he finally asked if he was truly free to use any weapon.
In response, Madori casually lifted a katana, his grip relaxed yet full of confidence. With terrifying ease, he snapped the hardened steel blade clean in half, as if it were a brittle twig. He then stated as a simple fact that his body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Before Kanagi could process this, Hinoi's patience flared. Frustration dripped from his voice as he demanded to take over. Unable to stomach Midori's overwhelming confidence, his rage boiled over, declaring that such arrogant words from Madori were unforgivable. Kanagi could feel Hinoi's power surging within, his presence swelling as if ready to unleash its full strength. In that instant, it dawned on him Midori's power was on par with the founders themselves. Against a being of that caliber, he stood no real chance of victory. Yet, even with this realization, there was no time to hesitate. All around them, the students gathered to witness the spectacle. Without warning, Madori began the countdown. A faint smile played on his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kanagi gripped his sword and charged head-on. Hinoi questioned his intent to fight alone, insisting it was madness. But Kanagi ignored him, pressing his assault forward. He knew this was a futile effort, but it had to be done. He believed that to become a legend, he must rely on his own strength, not the borrowed power of others. He swung his sword at Madori, but the man dodged effortlessly with the barest of movements. As Kanagi attacked relentlessly, Madori simply glanced at his phone, casually asking what social media he used, noting this would surely go viral. The students watching were in a state of shock. They were astounded that Madori could evade every strike without even taking the fight seriously. Though Kanagi continued his ferocious assault, one student noticed something peculiar about his movements.
Watching closely, they saw Kanagi feint a vertical slash before instantly switching to a horizontal sweep aimed at Midori's feet.
And throat? The execution was flawless. Kanagi himself was amazed at how naturally his body moved, feeling no fatigue. He wondered if this was the effect of channeling the founder's power. His thoughts were shattered when Madori placed a single finger on his head, preparing to flick him while casually mentioning that 10 seconds had passed.
Kanagi dodged by a hair's breadth, but the force Madori released completely obliterated the field.
Staring at the destruction, Kanagi knew that if the attack had connected, his head would have been vaporized. Madori glanced at his hand with a hint of confusion, sensing no malice from Kanagi and wondering if he'd misjudged his own power.
Panic seized Kanagi as he realized he would die at this rate. Desperately, he tried to recall the sensation of his true strength.
As he focused, a powerful aura erupted from within him, catching even Madori off guard. Kanagi launched another attack, his speed accelerating exponentially. The students screamed, shouting that the cameras couldn't even keep up. Madori noticed the distinct shift in Kanagi's presence and wondered if there was a specific condition to activate this power. Was this a lack of power, or was Kanagi hiding something? Another 10 seconds had vanished. Madori decided to press the attack. This time, he'd strike lightly. He bent down, his finger poised for another flick. But instead, he drove his fist into Kanagi's chest, sending him crashing into the wall. As Kanagi coughed up blood, a strange sense of awe washed over him. He was actually fighting the world's strongest awakened being. In that moment, he understood a critical truth. If his body was the same as it was yesterday, that single blow would have killed him instantly. A smile touched his lips. This was proof he was growing stronger. And yet, he knew his current skill was nowhere near enough to pass Midori's test.
Fueled by determination, he abandoned finesse for brute force and charged at Madori once more.
In a flash, Madori vanished and reappeared right beside him. Kanagi froze, his mind unable to process the impossible speed. "Sorry," Madori said calmly. "I've seen enough." He declared that the 30 seconds were up, and with a swift strike to the nape, sent Kanagi's world fading into darkness. As Kanagi collapsed, Madori made his final assessment. The boy was a genius, no doubt, but not on the same level as his legendary comrades. In the end, Kanagi failed to unleash the hidden power Madori had sensed. Turning to his secretary, he ordered them to head back, his voice tinged with disappointment. But just then, Kanagi's hand shot out and grabbed his sword. An intense, overwhelming aura erupted from behind him. Madori whirled around to see Kanagi's body radiating with a blinding power. A new voice spoke from Kanagi's lips. "That stubborn brat is finally asleep," it declared, "allowing me to finally take over."
Stepping forward, Hinoi suggested they extend their fight. Meanwhile, Kanagi's spirit, now separate from his body, could only watch in terror as this entity took control.
But Madori simply smiled. This was the presence he had been sensing all along. Was this a different person, or some kind of skill regardless. He understood one thing very clearly. Kanagi had just become a monster. With a roar, the possessed warrior launched an attack, shouting, "Don't you dare space out on me!" Madori immediately saw the change. The movements were different. His speed and power were now on another level entirely. A sword whistled past Midori's face, and he ducked on pure instinct. Another wild swing forced him to leap back, creating distance. A flicker of shock crossed Midori's face as he watched Kanagi settle into a flawless combat stance. He swung again, and Midori ducked just in time. The attack slammed into the building behind him, tearing a gash in the wall. As the students inside screamed in panic, Midori saw the pattern in the chaos. His slashes were unpredictable, yet there was a rhythm to his movements. It was like an ancient style of swordsmanship.
A relentless torrent of water that could not be stopped.
Raising a palm, Midori laughed. "This is the kind of power needed to defeat an S-rank like me." He lifted his hand again, intending to put Kanagi to sleep once more.
Only 40 seconds had passed, but before he could act, Kanagi closed the distance with incredible speed.
His sword swung in a deadly arc as he screamed, "You won't be able to hit me." Midori leaped back to evade the strike, laughing with genuine excitement. He had to admit, this was impressive. The students could hardly believe their eyes. The strongest awakened was on the defensive. "You're boring," Kanagi shouted. "Stop holding back." He warned Midori, "If you keep looking down on me, I'll beat you to a pulp." Without hesitation, he leaped forward to attack again. Midori just laughed and confirmed, "As you wish."
With a swift kick, Midori sent a stone flying toward a weapon rack. Instantly, the weapons lifted into the air. He launched himself upwards, catching the possessed Kanagi completely off guard as he plucked a sword from the air. A manic grin spread across Hinoi's face. "Finally," he roared. "You're getting serious."
What followed was an intense mid-air battle, the two clashing with ferocious power, stunning the students who watched from below. They seized every weapon they could reach, only to shatter them into pieces with their sheer, overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, inside Kanagi's mind, the ancient founders watched as Hinoi unleashed his full power. They were amazed that Midori could even keep up. An old spirit suggested joining the fight, but another founder scolded him for being tactless. But the great wizard, watching in silence, suddenly realized Kanagi was studying Hinoi's movements, trying to learn from them. He saw Hinoi shift his center of gravity as he lunged from below, but the sword in his hands shattered into pieces once again. Frustrated by the terrible quality of the weapons, a surge of pure anger coursed through Hinoi. Midori, on the other hand, was having the time of his life, but he soon realized there were no swords left. He wondered if Kanagi would resort to firearms.
With a taunting smirk, Midori shouted that only 10 seconds remained in the test.
"What will you do now?" he asked. Hinoi glanced toward the building behind him, before launching himself directly toward it.
He stormed toward the man who'd shoved Kanagi, seizing the blade right from his hands.
In that instant, Midori blurred into motion, launching a fist straight at Hinoi. The impact sent a shockwave against the building, a thunderous explosion of power. But Hinoi was faster. He vanished, reappearing before Midori in an instant. Their battle resumed in mid-air, a storm of relentless strikes. A wild grin spread across Midori's face. He declared the fight was exhilarating, urging them to continue this dance of destruction. Below, the students watched in horror as the building groaned, on the very verge of collapse. As the clash ascended to the rooftop, Midori's secretary merely observed, completely unfazed. Midori then laid his hand on a colossal fan. With a simple grab, terrifying cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. He tore the massive fan free from the building itself and took aim at Hinoi. With a terrifying show of strength, he hurled it forward. But a shocking sight awaited him. Hinoi, wielding his single sword, unleashed his dice-style sword art, slicing the fan as if it were mere paper. The fan disintegrated into a million pieces. Midori's eyes lit up with excitement, genuinely praising Hinoi's incredible technique. But Hinoi gave him no time to admire it. Launching his sword directly at Midori, to his utter astonishment, the sword shattered on impact. Midori simply raised his hand, took aim, and calmly stated that 60 seconds were up. He struck with an open palm, sending Hinoi plummeting toward the ground. Hinoi cursed his powerlessness, but before he could even think, Kanagi suddenly leaped onto his back, pushing him toward the other founders. As Midori's devastating attack closed in, Kanagi deflected it with an impossibly gentle touch, redirecting its destructive force. The brilliant maneuver left both Hinoi and Midori absolutely stunned. However, the sheer impact shattered one of Kanagi's hands. Ignoring the pain, he remained locked on his target, driving his one good fist straight into Midori's face. From inside the vortex of combat, the battle between these singularities felt like an eternity. A furious clash over a seemingly tiny moment. It was like a grandmaster's chess match, where every move was life or death. But Hinoi knew it had all happened in a flash. Watching with a surge of pride, he realized Kanagi had just carved open an entirely new path to victory. But Kanagi could only stare in disbelief as Midori's fist halted just inches from his face. Frustration boiled within him. He had failed to land a decisive blow. But then, a smile crept onto Midori's face as he deliberately pulled Kanagi's fist into his own cheek, acknowledging the boy's incredible effort. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed it.
You pass. And before anything more could be said, both fighters collapsed to the ground, spent.
The students watching from below could only murmur in utter confusion, trying to process the impossible scene they had just witnessed. Midori, gently holding the unconscious Kanagi, called out to his secretary, Ren, telling her it was time to go. Ren appeared by his side, asking about the result. Midori confirmed that Kanagi had passed, admitting the boy was truly interesting. He noted, however, that he'd accidentally broken Kanagi's arm in the process and asked Ren to heal him. She agreed without a second thought. The students who overheard the exchange could barely believe their ears. Kanagi had actually succeeded. As the reality sank in, a wave of cheers erupted across the grounds. Kanagi had managed to land a punch on the legendary Madori. The roar of the crowd stirred Kanagi back to consciousness. As Ren began her healing, she warned him to stay still. He obeyed, thanking her as she congratulated him for passing the test. Still dazed, Kanagi shot up abruptly, asking if he had truly managed to hit Madori. Before he could even finish the thought, Madori appeared right beside him. He seemed amused by the boy's reaction, simply stating that a pass is a pass. He admitted that somewhere in the middle of his relentless assault, he had started to fight for real. Madori then began to praise Kanagi's talent, impressed by his ability to dodge his most powerful attack and his flawless movements. He told Kanagi to be proud of what he had accomplished. Kanagi, finally collecting himself, accepted the monumental praise, wasting no time. His focus immediately shifted. He wanted to know what came next, what happened now that he had passed. His question left Ren momentarily baffled as she glanced at Madori, who seemed just as uncertain, searching for an answer. Later that night, Kanagi was at home helping his mom, who was busy cooking. She casually asked how many guests would be arriving. Kanagi had no idea, so he guessed just one. His mom reflected on the day's events, saying it was all such a big deal. Not only had Kanagi passed the hunter's exam, but he'd caught the eye of the one and only Madori. She told him she had complete faith in his abilities, believing he could do anything he put his mind to. Kanagi listened quietly, touched by her words. But then, his mom's expression shifted to one of worry. She fretted over such a famous person visiting their small home, joking that people might mistake it for a doghouse. Kanagi, exasperated, shot the idea down. He insisted Midori wasn't the type of person to care about such things. After finishing his chores, he finally collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. But the day's unsettling events replayed endlessly in his mind. His gaze fell upon the card from Madori, a wave of doubt washing over him. Why had Madori been so reckless? He pictured the battlefield. Ren pinning Madori to the ground, twisting his leg with brutal force. He could still hear it clearly. Midori's agonizing scream as Ren confronted him. In that moment, Madori had reminded Kanagi of a promise, that if they won, he would join them as a comrade. Kanagi, utterly bewildered, denied ever making such a deal. As Ren's irritation grew, so did her grip on Midori's leg. Midori had quickly pointed out the crowd of onlookers, suggesting they meet at his home that night to discuss things properly. He promised to lay out all their options and reveal the identity of their true enemies. But who could these enemies possibly be? The founders had already destroyed the tower, and hunters were now just cleaning up monsters from the dimensional cracks. Could there be another reason? His thoughts trailed off as sleep finally took him, only to be shattered by Hinoka's shouting. Hinoi and the founders were gathered in his room. Dazed, he asked what was happening, but Hinoi simply stated their discussion had just concluded. Still confused, Kanagi instinctively pulled the covers closer. He asked with a worried voice if they'd decided whose body they would take. But before Hinoi could reply, the doorbell rang.
Apologizing, Kanagi assumed it was Midori and told them they'd talk later. He walked towards the darkness of the entrance hall, a strange unease creeping over him.
And then he saw it, a sight that made his blood run cold. His mother, lying motionless on the floor. Panic seized him. He cried out her name, rushing forward, but froze when he saw a figure sitting calmly in the kitchen. The intruder was casually eating the food his mother had prepared, even praising its taste amidst the chaos. With a smirk, he told Kanagi he should discipline his mother better. He even had the audacity to say they'd need better quality food if they wanted to impress clients.
Who are you? Kanagi demanded. And what have you done to my mom? The man didn't even look up.
He just barked at Kanagi to watch his tone, then introduced himself as Hitani Goru, an S-Rank Hunter, and a comrade of Madori. Hitani then ordered Kanagi to pack his things, declaring they were moving to the base. A firestorm of rage ignited within Kanagi. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his fist a blur of fury. But Hitani dodged effortlessly, reappearing behind him. "Are you challenging me?" he whispered. Kanagi fell silent, his mother's words echoing in his memory. Her promise to raise him with pride after his father passed. He saw her worn-out shoes, the ones she refused to replace, always insisting he get new sneakers instead. He remembered her joyful congratulations from earlier, and her promise to cook his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. A new fire burned in his eyes. He glared at Hitani. "What did you do to my mother?" Observing from the sidelines, Hinoi recognized him. This was Hitani, an S-rank hunter from the old era. Hinoi scoffed. Just another cheap copy of Madori. It was time to intervene. The founders, having witnessed Kanagi's earlier fight, now saw how they truly needed to handle him. Hitani just chuckled, taunting that his angry face was pretty cute. He raised a hand to strike, but Kanagi didn't even flinch. As the blow descended, Kanagi's hand shot out, intercepting the attack. Then, with shocking ease, he swung the S-rank hunter around. The Grandpa Founder's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that technique. It was from their ancient battles against the monsters. Suddenly, Hitani was flying out the window, shattering the backyard wall. He twisted in midair, landing on his feet just before impact. Hitani pushed himself up, his mind reeling, trying to process what just occurred. Was that Aikido? He recalled Kanagi's fight with Madori from that afternoon. He had sensed the boy's immense aura and swordsmanship. But there was something else. A strange, peculiar power. "You're tougher than you look," Hitani admitted. But Kanagi's patience was gone. "Answer me." "What did you do to my mother?" he roared, seeing her still on the floor, convulsing as a dark poison coursed through her veins. Hitani just laughed. A cold, mocking sound. "You really don't get it, do you?" Then, with a twisted grin, he revealed the truth. "Your mother was in the way, so I put her to sleep with a little poison." He smirked, adding that if she's lucky, the side effects will be minor. Kanagi just stared back calmly. "I don't understand," he said, which only confused Hitani. He then asked, "Why would you harm the family of someone who might become your comrade?" At the word comrade, Hitani burst out laughing. In a flash, he appeared right behind Kanagi, his hand poised to strike. Kanagi narrowly dodged the first blow, but the relentless assault had just begun. "You," Hitani hissed, "will never be one of us. You're nothing but a puppet, dancing on their strings." Hitani sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Once they hold your loved ones captive, you'll have no choice but to break." "How naive." He spat. Before our hero could react, Hitani's foot stomped down hard, and a blade flashed through the air. "Was I right?" he mocked. He scrambled backward, a searing pain erupting on his cheek. Reaching up to the wound, he felt the terrifying truth the poison was already spreading. Hitani just grinned, lifting his fingers to reveal they were coated in sharp, poison-laced needles. "Too late," he teased. "It's already flowing through your veins." He then boasted about his unique ability, a power to produce dozens of poisons from his own body. He called it the Phantom Bug's deadly vision. Hitani then let out a sigh, complaining about how this whole mission was so inconvenient. "If I really wanted to," he bragged, "I could flood a 5-kilometer radius with deadly gas. But a city this size makes that messy." He then delivered his ultimatum. The poison would end his life in 1 minute, unless he swore loyalty to their organization. Join them, and Hitani would grant him the antidote, refuse, and face a lonely death. He could feel the toxin's terrifying potency, a death sentence that no ordinary person could ever escape. But as he gazed down at his own hand, he called out to a power within. "Valentine, god of medicine, are you there?" Inside his soul, the founders glanced at Valentine, whose expression was a mix of pure shock and confusion. "My apologies for the sudden call," he thought. "But could you teach me how to neutralize this poison later?" She could only stammer out a yes. Enraged, Hitani hurled another spray of poison needles. "What is this nonsense you're mumbling?" he roared. But our hero dodged with impossible speed. He then revealed the truth. The Aikido technique he'd just used belonged to Kuruhuma, the god of hands. The old man's spirit within him was completely stunned. He had perfectly copied the technique after seeing it just once. Then he called upon the other legends inside him. Hinoi, the 10,000 army slasher, Shime Mercalcus, the blue spear of destruction Shin, and Margaret, the heavenly bow. He had studied them all, memorizing their legacies from the ancient records. "The very founders you once worshipped," he declared to Hitani, "now reside within me." This revelation left the assassin bewildered. But that confusion quickly boiled over into pure, unadulterated fury. "I'll show you the meaning of true suffering," he screamed, charging forward with his poison needles gleaming. He leaped back just in time, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. Hitani's attack slammed into a tree, causing it to wither and crumble to dust in an instant. Hini didn't relent. He lunged again, shouting, "Get on your knees and beg I might give you an antidote to ease the agony. But be warned," he hissed. "Once the pain consumes you, your mind will shatter. You'll never be the same again." His sanity would be lost to an eternity of madness. But our hero remained silent, calmly waiting as the poisoned hand drew closer. And closer. At the last possible second, he slid to the side. He pressed his palm flat against Hini's chest and unleashed the fist of Saint Wantok. The assassin coughed up a spray of blood, a sight that shocked even the spirit of Wantok himself. The blow sent Hini flying backward, crashing violently into a streetlight. Wasting no time, he followed up with a devastating kick. Channeling Earson's feet of light, the impact launched Hini even further down the street. The spirit inside was stunned by the sheer power. Yet somehow, Hini managed to get back to his feet. In a flash, he closed the distance again, striking with both hands in a furious assault. He slipped effortlessly through the barrage of attacks, shattering some of the poison needles in the process. Then, he countered with the sharp-beak corral attack, driving his fist into Hini's stomach, followed instantly by the dragon's claw, a slash borrowed from the legendary Rowan. This flawless execution left Rowan's spirit completely speechless. Hini grabbed onto him, but he activated Lilac's flipper, sending the assassin spinning helplessly through the air. As he tumbled through the sky, Hini's mind raced with confusion. The poison should have clouded his judgment, ravaged his nervous system. But Kanagi was moving flawlessly, his strength completely untouched. Then, Kanagi unleashed the power of the Magus of Truth, Melta Silentius. A cataclysmic blast of energy erupted, sending a shockwave that left everyone stunned. Hinoi's spirit turned to the other founders. "Did you all see that?" he asked in disbelief. He explained that immediately after defeating Hini, Kanagi had started copying all of their techniques, both physical and magical, with perfect precision.
"I don't care if his power comes from the crest of nothingness," Hinoi declared. "This boy is fascinating." The other founders couldn't help but agree.
Hinoi then made a suggestion. They would train Kanagi themselves. He was convinced that with their guidance, he could become the most powerful awakener in existence. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, hooded figures leaped silently across the rooftops. "Hurry!" one of them yelled. He revealed their mission. "Nemo's guilds are hunting for Kanagi. We have to get to him before they do." Suddenly, a calm voice spoke from directly behind him. "Are there really that many of you?" It was Madori. The man stared in absolute shock. Madori continued calmly. "If there are 15 of you, then you must be the last one." Madori raised a finger to the man's forehead, then violently twisted his head and slammed him face first onto the cold rooftop. He activated his Raven's call to contact Ren. She answered immediately. "I've arrived," she reported, assuring him there were no other awakeners nearby. But her next words sent a chill down his spine. "It seems we weren't the first to arrive," Ren observed. Madori remained silent, letting her words hang in the air. Ren then revealed the intruder's identity. Hitani, an S-rank hunter feared for his mastery of poison. He had come for Kanagi, but was met with overwhelming defeat. Midori's gaze shifted to the rooftop, where Hitani lay sprawled out in silent testament. A flicker of curiosity crossed his face, just what had transpired here shortly after. They arrived at Kanagi's home. Midori clapped his hands together, a brilliant smile spreading across his face as he showered Kanagi with praise. His admiration was sincere. He never imagined Kanagi could single-handedly defeat Anne. Without missing a beat, he asked, "Were you exposed to the toxin?" Kanagi simply scratched his cheek, offering a slightly sheepish reply. "My mother and I are both fine." Hinoi, however, crossed his arms, unimpressed. He shot Kanagi a look, reminding him, "You wouldn't have seen the morning without Valentine's help." At the mention of her name, Valentine let out an exhausted groan, but Hinoi acknowledged her incredible skill, noting that neutralizing the threat in just 5 seconds was an extraordinary feat. Valentine merely shrugged, muttering that it was hardly a challenge.
With the poison's creator right there, all it took was a few quick blood samples to engineer the perfect antidote.
Kanagi's mind was still reeling, but he finally voiced the question that burned within him. Was Hitani lying when he called himself your comrade? Midori's confirmation was swift and sharp. "A complete lie! Many fools use my name for their own selfish gains." With that matter settled, he turned his gaze to Ren. "Are you finished?" The moment he spoke, she appeared at his side and nodded.
"All repairs are complete," she reported. Kanagi's eyes widened in utter disbelief.
He glanced at his house, and sure enough, the shattered window and crumbled backyard wall were restored to perfection. Then, with a radiant smile, Midori gestured inside. "Shall we discuss your future?" Kanagi stood frozen, a storm of excitement and dread washing over him. The next morning, a sleek car was waiting. Kanagi's mother stood with him at the gate to see him off. She fussed over him, asking if he'd forgotten anything, but Kanagi just smiled. I'm fine, Mom. You worry too much.
She could hardly believe the little boy she'd raised was now stepping into Midori's world.
Midori had promised to forge Kanagi into a legendary hunter. The thought sent a thrill through Kanagi, but a shadow of worry still lingered in his mother's heart. Hiding her concern, she pressed a lunch into his hands. You skipped breakfast, she said softly. Make sure you eat. Though he wasn't hungry, Kanagi accepted it without argument. Then, his mother looked Midori straight in the eye. Will my son be in danger? Midori's answer was immediate and unflinching. He will. His mother's heart was laid bare. Kanagi had faced nothing but struggles his whole life. To entrust her son to another was an immense leap of faith, a mother's greatest fear. Midori's voice rang with absolute conviction. I promise, I will train him until not a single weakness remains. Hearing that vow, she finally relented. As they settled into the car, Ren, in the driver's seat, glanced back at Midori. Was it wise to make such a promise? She asked quietly. We have no idea what fate has in store for him. For a moment, Midori felt the weight of his words. His eyes found the rearview mirror, where Kanagi's mom was still calling out last-minute advice. She was telling him how to wash his clothes properly, reminding him not to sleep uncovered or he'd catch a cold. Her unwavering love ignited a fire in Midori's eyes. He made a silent vow to himself that he would not fail. Kanagi, meanwhile, fought back the wave of emotion and offered his final goodbye. Just as he climbed in, his mom's voice called out, Come home for New Year's. As the car pulled away, Midori asked, Are you okay? I had to work hard to hold it together, Kanagi admitted. Midori leaned back. Relax, he said. Eat, sleep, do whatever you need to. Kanagi's gaze then fell upon the lunchbox his mother had packed, sitting neatly beside him. He opened it, her final, caring words still echoing in his mind. As he lifted the lid, he saw it a small good luck message, carefully placed on the pork cutlet. The simple gesture hit him with the force of a tidal wave. He paused, his thoughts filled with a lifetime of her care and sacrifice.
A quiet, profound gratitude settled in his chest as he began to eat, the flavor of the food mixing with the sting of unshed tears. Ren and Midori exchanged a knowing glance but said nothing, allowing him this private moment as their journey into the future continued. When they finally reached their destination, Kanagi was left breathless, staring up at the awe-inspiring anti-prophecy headquarters. Midori formally welcomed him. Only a chosen few awakeners are ever permitted within these walls. The immense weight of that truth settled over him. He felt overwhelmed, finally grasping the scale of the world he was stepping into. High above in one of the rooms, a lone figure watched their arrival with silent intensity. Without even a glance, his voice cut through the room, confirming the arrival of the new recruits. A girl with an unreadable expression questioned, Is all this fuss really for the newcomer? A young man replied that a new comrade was a rare event, but another? His arms crossed in defiance, remained deeply skeptical. He insisted they first determine if the newcomer was even worthy of joining the anti-prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, Kanagi stood frozen, the new reality struggling to sink in. Questions swirled through his mind. What exactly is the anti-prophecy unit? And could it be connected to the Ichihara Guild sensing his turmoil? Ren admitted things were confusing, apologizing for the lack of explanation. She revealed that the entire operation was classified, which is why she couldn't tell his mother the full story. A top-tier national secret. The weight of those words hit him like a physical blow. Approaching the building, Midori suggested dropping his luggage at the dorms. Ren offered her help, but Kanagi declined, insisting he could manage on his own. But just as he took a step, a sharp voice pierced the air, ordering them to wait. The sudden command startled him. Looking up, he saw the same young man from before, perched high above them. Without a moment's hesitation, the man declared, I'll be the one to explain everything. And in the next breath, he launched himself forward. A devastating kick aimed straight for Kanagi. He instinctively threw up a guard, but the sheer force of the impact shattered the ground beneath him. A shockwave shot through his entire body, but somehow, he held his ground, bracing against the brutal assault. The attacker seemed impressed. He acknowledged Kanagi's resilience, even offering a rare word of praise. Intrigued, Kanagi paused for a breath before demanding to know who he was. The man flipped back, landing flawlessly on his feet. He proudly introduced himself as Hanada Hikataru, a member of the anti-prophecy unit, and his new comrade. The declaration caught him completely off guard, but there was no time to process it. Hanada was tasked with explaining everything, and ready or not, the lesson was about to begin. Meanwhile, Madori seemed completely unfazed by the chaos. He simply asked Ren for some tea, and she poured a cup as the two continued their violent spar. Midori watched them with a steady gaze, asking Hanada why comrades would be fighting each other. Hanada, without missing a beat, explained it served two purposes to introduce Kanagi to the anti-prophecy unit, and to test his true capabilities. The explanation echoed in Kanagi's mind,
Just what kind of brutal test was this?
Without warning, Hanada moved with blinding speed, launching yet another precision kick.
Kanagi reacted in an instant, his arms forming a solid guard, his stance completely unshaken. Even amidst the clash, Hanada began to explain the anti-prophecy's origins. Kanagi listened, his skepticism growing. He doubted he could trust any explanation delivered in the middle of a battle like this. As their exchange continued, Hanada paused to ask for his name. Without hesitation, he answered, Kanagi Manado. Midori, still leisurely sipping his tea, mused on the endless trials Kanagi had already been forced to overcome. First the academy, then himself, and even an S-rank hunter. And now, another challenge stood before him.
He turned to Ren, wondering if Kanagi's life would be a series of endless tests. Ren, calm as ever, replied that it couldn't be helped. After all, Kanagi was scouted for a reason. Meanwhile, Hanada unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, each one met by Kanagi's ironclad defense. His endurance was unwavering. Then, Hanada suddenly shot him a question. What is the true role of a hunter? Kanagi answered without a flicker of hesitation. A hunter's duty is to eliminate monsters that emerge from dimensional cracks. Hanada shot him an approving thumbs up, confirming his answer was correct.
He then compared their role to simple pest control, a crude but effective analogy. Suddenly, Hanada dropped low, changing his angle and his line of questioning. He asked Kanagi what other dangers exist, beyond the threat of dimensional cracks. The question caught him completely off guard. He hesitated, asking Hanada to clarify what he meant by other dangers. Hanada's expression turned grim. He explained that the world faces threats far more devastating than mere dimensional cracks. He spoke of legendary disasters. The pandemonium of the 10,000 Demon Castle 10 years ago, and the Great Kyushu outbreak from 5 years past. Kanagi recognized them instantly. They were large-scale dimensional breaks of catastrophic proportions, disasters that had scarred the world itself. But before he could speak, Hanada lunged again. Instinct took over as Kanagi threw up a guard, barely blocking the strike. Even so, the raw power of the blow sent him skidding backward across the pavement. Hanada acknowledged his toughness once more, praising him for recalling the public records of those legendary catastrophes. Hanada promised him that the academy held all the answers he sought. Kanagi had barely found his footing, his breath still ragged. In a terrifying blur of motion, Hanada materialized directly above him. There was no time to think, no moment to react. Hanada's leg descended in a crushing axe kick. On pure instinct, Kanagi launched himself out of the way, dodging as Hinata's foot shattered the ground. A nearby tree took the full force of the blow, splitting cleanly in two. The sheer power of the attack left Kanagi stunned. Hanada straightened up, the aura of battle vanishing. His tone grew gravely serious as he continued his explanation. He revealed a world-shattering truth. Events like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago were never just disasters. They were full-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension. The weight of those words crushed Kanagi as he tried to grasp the terrifying reality. This wasn't some long-forgotten history. This was a war still being fought. Hanada stepped closer, his expression intense. He admitted he couldn't understand why the Awakeners of today seemed so much weaker than those from the Tower era. There were simply not enough people who could match the Founder's original strength, and that fact clearly haunted him. Trapped between curiosity and fear, Kanagi finally asked the question burning inside him. What should we do? Hanada's reply was swift and unyielding. That is precisely why the anti-prophecy unit exists. He explained that those who can foresee these apocalyptic threats and predict true catastrophes don't share this knowledge with the public. That information is given only to the elites, the few strong enough to face such dangers. And those elites, Hanada declared, are the members of the anti-prophecy unit. Hearing this, Madori and Ren couldn't help but smile with undeniable pride. It finally clicked for Kanagi. Their mission was to defy destiny itself. Hanada then told him that as of today, he was officially one of them. Hanada welcomed him into the fold, admitting he was the first person to ever block his kicks one after another. He held out his hand as a sign of acceptance, and Kanagi sealed his new fate with a firm handshake. As Madori and Ren applauded, Hanada called out to the other Awakeners, who materialized from the shadows above the house. Hanada questioned what they were doing, but they just stared back at him before vanishing, leaving Kanagi completely baffled. Midori joked that they disappeared like villains, but Hanada just shook his head. He figured they merely wanted to witness the outcome for themselves. Hanada then told Midori to leave the rest to him, and she swiftly departed. After everything, Hanada helped Kanagi with his things and offered to show him to his dorm, for which Kanagi was deeply grateful. That night, as he tried to settle in, Kanagi's mind raced, trying to comprehend the meaning of this organization, a group designed to fight against prophecies in their world. He wondered if the Founders faced a similar crisis in the Tower era, and if he was now fighting a battle that had already been foretold. Anxious thoughts began to spiral in his mind. But then Mace voice cut through his worry, stating he had simply trained. Surprised, he turned to see Hinoi and the other founders standing right there. He quickly stammered an apology for not speaking with them sooner, but Hinoi told him not to worry about it. They had already reached a monumental decision. As the founders, they would personally train him to be the strongest awakener, just as they did with Madori. With their guidance, he had the chance to become the strongest awakener in history, one of their very own disciples. Kanagi was utterly shocked, asking if they truly wanted someone like him as their disciple. Hinoi nodded yes, but then teased that it would spark a kind of battle royale between them. Alarmed, Kanagi begged them not to fight over him. Hinoi explained that was their original plan, but after watching him more closely, the founders had changed their minds. Instead of just using his body as a vessel for their power, they found the prospect of training him far more interesting. Hinoi then revealed that when Kanagi fought the poison user, he had perfectly copied all of their techniques. He couldn't execute them perfectly, of course, but he absorbed the fundamentals with terrifying speed. Hinoi asked if Kanagi understood how monumental this was. While likely due to his crest of nothingness, what truly made him special was his unbelievable learning speed. Hinoi then declared that this very ability was a talent far greater than any of the founders themselves possessed. As Hinoi's words sank in, tears welled up in Kanagi's eyes. He remembered the disappointed faces of his past trainers, the ones who said he had no talent at all. Until this moment, not a single person had ever expected anything from him. It felt like an impossible dream, especially after being treated like trash and constantly bullied for failing the hunter's qualification test 3 times. He remembered the piercing laughter of his classmates, their mocking voices telling him to just give up. His name was constantly forgotten, lost in the crowd because no one ever cared enough to remember it. No one had faith in his future. He was used to being overlooked. But now, 2 of the most legendary figures in the world, Madori and Hinoi, were actually acknowledging him. He couldn't process it. Did he truly deserve this sudden warmth, this acceptance? For so long, he had worshipped them from the shadows, never dreaming they would place their faith in him. Hinoi, sensing his turmoil, closed the distance with a knowing smile, his hand landing firmly on the boy's shoulder. He advised him to master his heart. Before it mastered him, then came the true revelation their very spirits resided within him, their power his to command in the realm of dreams. This connection granted him access to a sacred space, a domain unbound by the laws of time or reality. With this knowledge, they unveiled his new hellish training regimen. By day, he would spar with the elite anti-prophecy unit. By night, in the depths of his own mind, the true lessons would begin. The luxury of peaceful sleep was now a distant memory, but he had already steeled his resolve for the trials to come. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted their guidance, vowing to follow their every word. Night bled into the dawn of a new day. In the washroom, Hanada was splashing water on his face when he saw him enter. They exchanged a brief greeting, but the exhaustion was etched deeply onto his face. He was clearly running on fumes, admitting that he hadn't yet acclimated to the soul-crushing schedule. Hanada knew that feeling all too well, recalling the brutal early days of his own training in the dorms. But then, something else caught Hanada's eye, a potent aura simmering just beneath his skin. Curiosity flared, and acting on pure instinct, Hanada launched a lightning-fast kick, and yet, with almost supernatural grace, he simply ducked his head, spat out a mouthful of water, and turned to leave. He didn't even spare him a second glance. He dismissed the pathetic attempt, stating he had no time for childish games this early and was heading to the cafeteria. Hanada was left frozen in complete disbelief. He knew his attack was faster than yesterday's, yet it had been dodged as if it were a gentle breeze. A few moments later, Hanada scanned the cafeteria and spotted a seat, approaching a woman who was quietly eating some fruit. He asked if they could join her, receiving a curt, almost silent, nod of approval. Hanada seized the opportunity, sliding into the seat opposite her and gesturing for him to sit beside him. He instantly recognized her one of Hanada's comrades from the day before, but her walls were built of solid ice. She addressed him with cold formality, making it obvious he was an unwelcome presence. Still, he offered a polite greeting, and his name. Her indifference was a physical force. She had no interest in learning his name, and even less in remembering it. She then raised her fork, aiming it at him like a blade, and declared that she would only acknowledge him when he had proven his worth. Until that day arrived, training was his only purpose. He was to accompany her on a mission to erase a prophecy from existence. This particular prophecy dated back to 1945, when the first book was unearthed from a 3,000-meter tomb of Antarctic ice. It was called the Book of Doom. Its script was crude, like the chaotic scrawls of a mad child. Yet it foretold a future of utter annihilation. It prophesied that 80 years from its discovery, the world would face an apocalyptic onslaught and a cascade of world-ending disasters. The sheer weight of its words crushed all skepticism. Later, As their vehicle sped on, she demanded to know why he thought the world believed the book's apocalyptic visions. He pondered her question, then looked at her, realizing he still didn't even know her name. But before he could ask, she cut him off, stating that introductions were meaningless and she only wanted his answer. He reasoned that the prophecies must have been proven accurate, but she instantly shot him down. She scoffed at his simple logic, her gaze questioning his very intelligence. She explained that if even a single prediction from the Book of Doom came to pass, the world itself would shatter into oblivion. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt.
As the conversation continued, he turned to Hinata, asking just how many prophecies were recorded. Hinata's guess of around 200 left him utterly speechless.
A chilling thought crept into his mind. Was this world already walking a path to certain ruin? But Midori's next words shattered his despair. She revealed they had already averted nearly 180 of those catastrophic futures, a feat that seemed impossible. Still trying to grasp the sheer scale of it all, he returned to his original question. Why did the world place so much faith in that book? The woman explained that the legendary explorer, Bernard Russell, was the one who found the Book of Doom, the moment Bernard opened it. The first page read, "Welcome, Bernard." It was accompanied by a precise timestamp, March 17th, 1945, 11:35 a.m. on a sunny day, the exact moment of its discovery. That chilling, impossible accuracy left no room for doubt. Hours later, they arrived at their target destination, Tokyo's Sumida Ward. A mid-tier dimensional fissure had torn open reality in the heart of the city. As they approached, armed guards formed a blockade, declaring the area forbidden. But they treated the warnings as whispers in the wind, zipping past them in a blur of impossible speed, leaving the guards baffled. He felt a flicker of doubt, questioning if it was truly all right to breach the perimeter. But Hinata's quick reassurance steadied his nerve. The woman then began to detail the calamity they faced. She explained that threats like the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, an invasive pandemic, and the floating trees were all classified as top-tier emergencies. But among them, the pandemonium outbreak, which Madori mentioned, was just the tip of a terrifying iceberg. The infamous Book of Doom is but a single chapter in a library of magical calamities scattered across the globe. The Anti-Prophecy Unit's sole mission is to gather intel, decipher predictions, and rewrite a disastrous future before it unfolds. She then laid out the chilling scale of their operations. A Rank 3 catastrophe, for instance, meant entire regions wiped from the map. A Rank 2 was a national emergency, while a Rank 1 threatened the planet's very ecosystem. And then there was the special rank, reserved for apocalypses that threatened the world itself. As he absorbed the sheer gravity of their work, a cold dread began to creep in. He had to know, were these world-ending missions now resting entirely on their shoulders? The woman's gaze never wavered. She confirmed his fears. This heavy burden was simply the price of joining the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Not long after, Kisaragi's team intercepted them as they breached the caution line. Seeing them as mere civilians, he warned them to fall back, stressing the extreme danger of the area. But she dismissed his warning with unnerving calm, stating that the day's prophecy was a Rank 3 event. The dimensional crack before them might appear to be an intermediate B-rank gate, but it was a far greater menace, a Rank 3 disaster codenamed Yellow Journal. She declared with absolute certainty that the crack would grow, and as if on cue, the rift began to tear open at a terrifying speed. Kisaragi's eyes widened in horror as the fissure violently ruptured. From its depths, a grotesque tide of monsters began to spill forth, each more nightmarish than the last. He roared for his squad to prepare for battle, but the enemy's response was as swift as it was brutal. In mere moments, the creatures tore through his forces, cutting them down with terrifying ease.
Panic flooded his senses. He cursed, watching in disbelief as even B and C rank hunters were utterly overwhelmed.
But then, his focus was violently drawn to an even deadlier presence. An immense pressure, the signature of a boss-level monster, washed over the battlefield. As the newcomers strode forward, Kisaragi desperately tried to warn them away, but his words died in his throat. The woman simply placed a hand on the ground and unleashed her spell Trismegist. In an instant, divine spears erupted from the earth, impaling the monstrous horde in a single, merciless strike. Their bodies collapsed into lifeless heaps as blood pooled around them. At the same time, Hanada launched his own assault. He exploded forward with blinding speed, weaving through the chaos like a phantom, felling every foe in his path with surgical precision. Kisaragi could only watch, rendered completely speechless. He, an S-rank hunter, had always considered himself among the elite. But these two, they were on a completely different plane of existence. He couldn't begin to fathom their identities, or where such overwhelming power could possibly come from. The woman then turned to Kisaragi, her voice cold and absolute, ordering him to fall back. In her eyes, he was no different from a helpless civilian. Kisaragi's gaze then fell to her hand, where a distinct emblem was branded onto her skin. A flash of recognition struck him. They weren't just powerful hunters. They were government operatives. Before he could even process this shocking revelation, a colossal hand burst from the dimensional crack, ripping it open even wider. As the rift expanded, a towering behemoth stepped through. It was Gilia Olir, a being that transcended the S rank, its oppressive aura crushing down on them all.
Without a shred of hesitation, the woman shot forward, preparing to engage the beast.
Kisaragi shouted, warning her against such recklessness, but his words fell on deaf ears. Together, they launched their assault, completely undaunted by the overwhelming threat before them.
Hinata unleashed a furious barrage of kicks against the beastman, only to realize with shock that his attacks were completely ineffective.
The creature's anti-physical armor rendered his strikes useless, forcing a hasty retreat as it lunged toward the woman. Instantly, she began to gather immense energy, preparing a powerful counterattack. But before she could unleash it, Kane appeared in a flash between them, stopping the beast's devastating blow with a single bare hand. The resulting impact caused the beastman to explode in a blinding flash of energy, stunning everyone present. Once the dust settled, Hinata recognized the technique. It was a penetration shock.
What truly staggered him was the fact that Kane had obliterated an S+ rank monster with one hit. His power had grown exponentially overnight.
The woman claimed such force was unnecessary, but Kane knew better. Against a foe with immense physical resistance, an internal strike is the only path to victory. He had learned this very principle from Wantak, the Fist, saint who had imparted the basics of penetration attacks to him just the night before. With the threat neutralized, Kane turned to the woman he'd just saved. He'd earned the right to know her name, at least. Thrilled, she introduced herself as Ani. There was no time to hesitate. Hinata pivoted, his aura flaring to life, ready to meet the tide of monsters spewing from the crack.
But his companion remained completely unfazed. She unleashed her own deadly art, drenching her foes in liquid mercury before igniting it with her Mercurius reject skill. Together, they carved a path forward. Kane's strategy had been flawless. Striking from within the enemy's ranks was proving devastatingly effective. Driven by fierce resolve, she signaled Hinata. Without a moment's pause, they charged directly into the dimensional tear. From behind, Kisaragi could only stare in utter disbelief. He knew the world beyond that rift was a completely different existence, an unknown realm, teeming with unimaginable dangers. To enter it willingly was pure madness. Before his mind could even catch up, they had already vanished, leaping through the rift without a shred of doubt. Kisaragi stood frozen, surrounded by the corpses of A-rank beasts. And then, a chilling realization struck him. These two weren't ordinary hunters. They had to be members of that rumored secret organization. The instant they crossed the threshold, an overwhelming swarm of creatures greeted them. Akani's eyes scanned the battlefield in a flash. She saw the monsters were identical to the ones outside, and then calmly raised her hand. With terrifying precision, she conjured a storm of mercury spears, instantly skewering the horde.
Kane, still advancing, witnessed her technique firsthand and finally grasped the true scale of her immense power. Now he understood why she was considered the strongest area of effect specialist in the entire anti-prophecy unit. After clearing the lesser foes, Akane stood before a colossal bear monster. But just as she prepared to strike, Hanada launched himself at the beast first. The bear swiped its massive claws, but Hanada dodged effortlessly, vaulting onto the cavern ceiling. He then rained down a whirlwind of kicks upon the creature. Kane watched, mesmerized as Hinata moved with such fluid, almost playful grace. But then, to his utter shock, Kane himself rushed at the bear, unleashing a barrage of kicks that perfectly mirrored Hanada's. He even asked Hanada if the technique looked familiar. Hanada was stunned, but a grin of pure amazement spread across his face. With the monster defeated, they ventured deeper. Akane soon noticed that the farther they went, the fewer enemies they found. At last, they reached a massive open chamber that looked exactly like an ancient arena. Suddenly, a suffocating aura pressed down on them from all sides. They knew something was coming. In a flash, a massive, enraged Minotaur warrior landed before them. This was no ordinary monster. It was a blind-type boss, radiating a triple S-rank power level. Hanata and Kane were staggered by its sheer scale, but Akane simply stood there, calmly wondering if this was really the final challenge. At that moment, a volley of spectral spears erupted from a hidden portal. Akane yelled for the others to unleash their strongest attacks, promising she would handle whatever came next. Hearing her command, Hanada began channeling his energy, while Kanagi watched them both, completely in awe. But deep down, he knew it wouldn't be enough to defeat this monster. When Han heard his doubt, he was shocked that Kane would question their ultimate techniques. Despite the barrage of magic slamming into it, the beast simply swung its colossal weapon. The impact carved a massive crater in the ground, sending a powerful shockwave across the entire arena. When the dust settled, their hearts sank. The beast was completely unharmed.
even after their strongest attacks. The group prepared to fight again. As Kanagi readied himself, a voice echoed in his mind, praising Akane's talent, a voice he knew all too well. It was Kellic, the spirit of his clan's founder. Kellic, a master alchemist, lamented that Akane, with all her purity, agility, and incredible power, was about to waste her talent by dying so young in this battle.
Kellic declared that Akane had fought well, but this Minotaur existed on an entirely different level of power. She had severely underestimated its physical resistance, which stood at a perfect 100%. As Kane grew more concerned, Kellic simply laughed. Meanwhile, Hinata and Akane were being completely overwhelmed. They desperately needed someone skilled in true magic. As Akane glanced at Kanagi, she was stunned by the strange, powerful energy now radiating from his body. Kanagi had given control of his body to the spirit, who immediately cast a powerful spell, Mercurius, right onto the beast's legs. The magic instantly froze its lower body solid, leaving Akane utterly speechless. She was shocked, not just because Kane used a skill like hers, but because he applied it in a way that completely neutralized the unstoppable monster. Kellic, still controlling Kanagi's body, looked at Akane with cold eyes and called her a fool. He then scolded her for being too rigid with her expertise, telling her she had yet to learn how to control substances in 3 different forms to become a true alchemist. As Kellic spoke, he simultaneously began infusing the Minotaur's entire body with liquid mercury. As molten metal began to ooze from the beast's maw, he unleashed a devastating boiling spell. The mercury deep inside its body instantly superheated, boiling it from the inside out. Toxic fumes flooded the arena, choking the air for everyone else. Axcon stared in awe, realizing Keel hadn't relied on brute strength at all. Instead, he'd conquered the creature with extreme temperatures. Meanwhile, the manure writhed in pure agony, its form cooking from within. Even as he cast the spell, Kellic nonchalantly mentioned to Kane that he wanted to make Akane his disciple. Kane, however, simply laughed it off, assuming it was a joke. Finally, the searing mercury overwhelmed the manure, leaving it a lifeless husk on the ground. And just like that, their level 3 prophecy mission ended in absolute victory. Akane could only watch, her mind reeling in disbelief. She couldn't process what she'd just witnessed. Kane had used a skill that should be exclusive to an awakener dwelling within a crest. Akane knew he had to be on the same level as Hiko, yet he wielded alchemy with a mastery that rivaled her own. Still in shock, she demanded to know who Kanai truly was, with a confident smirk. Kanai extended his hand and finally introduced himself. Annoyed yet undeniably intrigued, Akane reluctantly took his hand, telling him she would definitely remember his name. Hinata's face lit up with joy. Seeing Kane finally earn Akane's acknowledgement, outside, Kisaragi and his men were still waiting. To their horror, the dimensional crack began to collapse. As it sealed shut, the trio leaped through at the last possible second. Kane asked if the mission was truly over, and was told only the report to headquarters remained. As they discussed their next move, Kisaragi approached, expressing his profound gratitude for saving his team. He swore he wouldn't probe into their identities or what truly happened inside the breach. Akane thanked him for his discretion, suggesting he simply mention the emblem in his report. That alone would be enough to explain things to his superiors. As they turned to leave, Kisaragi offered his aid, should they ever need it. But Akane glanced back, stating they would likely never cross paths again, urging him to return to his ordinary life. Hearing her words, Kisaragi understood that in the end, they were merely civilians. They belonged to a world he could never truly enter. On May 11th, a crimson flash tore through the streets of Prefecture Village. A guard caught a glimpse of it but was left completely bewildered. Then, suddenly, a deafening, sky-shattering roar echoed through the entire village. Back at Anti-Prophecy HQ, the trio emerged from their car, and Akon reminded them about the mission report they still had to write. But just then, Hinata's phone buzzed with a new message. They were being summoned to the lab, a highly unusual order, especially right after a mission. Intrigued, they made their way to the HQ lab. Inside, 2 figures were waiting. One on a stage, the other observing from the stands. The man in the stands spoke, his voice dripping with authority, declaring that Akane took far too long to handle a mere rank 3 disaster. Kanagi recognized him instantly. It was the red-haired man from before, Akane. However, seethed at his condescending tone. She was furious that he was acting like their leader when he had no right to. Hinata quickly intervened to de-escalate, asking what Director Kurihara required. It turned out, the man on the stage was the director himself. Once a tense calm settled over the room, the director played a video provided by the analysis team. The footage showed a piece of charcoal glowing red-hot, which the director explained was a prophecy grimoire, discovered in a volcanic region and under constant analysis. Kanagi wondered aloud if it was even possible to decipher a grimoire in such a terrible state, but the director, adjusting his glasses, revealed they had used AI and X-ray technology to extract fragments of information, though its true meaning was still a mystery.
However, one prophecy they did manage to decipher explicitly mentioned Japan.
A wave of shock washed over the room. Akon was especially stunned, as this was a prophecy completely unknown to them. The director elaborated that their anti-prophecy research was incredibly advanced. Gathering data from across the globe, discovering an unknown prophecy was almost unheard of. But this situation was different. The red-haired man understood in an instant. The 4 of them were being ordered to investigate. The director praised his quick thinking, explaining this mission would normally fall to their primary team, but they were currently unavailable. Hearing this, Kanagi realized this must be why Madori was absent when they returned. The director then gave the order to depart immediately, promising that further details would follow by email. Kanagi was shocked to receive another mission so soon, but the red-haired man simply told him to get used to it. A deep sense of unease settled over Kanagi as he clenched his fists. A chilling premonition washed over him. This time, the fate of the entire world might be at stake. Suo slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet. In a voice dripping with authority, he declared the mission belonged to him and his 3 subordinates. A vein throbbed on Akane's temple. He was acting like the boss again. As they departed, the director offered one final grave warning. He urged them to be cautious, for they were stepping into a completely unknown situation. He also stressed that even if the prophecy began to awaken, they were to await the main force before making any rash moves. Inside the car, a knot of dread tightened in Kanagi's stomach over the mission's countless dangers. From the front, Suo calmly suggested they get some rest. He noted that Kanagi was fresh from his very first mission, but Akane, fueled by her immense pride, refused. She snapped back that he had no right to give her any orders. To her disbelief, however, both Haneda and Kanagi accepted instantly, dozing off within moments. Akane fought to stay awake, determined to resist. But as the night deepened, exhaustion finally claimed her. Sometime later, the car lurched to a halt. Akane's eyes fluttered open to a chilling realization the vehicle was empty. Panic surging, she scrambled outside to find the others on a cliff's edge, staring down at an ominous glow. What she saw stole the very breath from her lungs. A colossal magic circle pulsed across the valley, its scale far beyond their darkest imaginations. Haneda instantly understood the gravity of their predicament. The situation was catastrophic. The prophecy was on the verge of fulfillment. Skeletal figures were rising from the earth, entombed within massive, glowing crystals. Their eerie light cast a deathly pallor over the entire area. A cold dread washed over them as they realized they might have arrived only to witness the end. These skeletons were the 23 villagers from the report. For Suo, a dark memory from the past began to surface. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion had vanished into thin air, and a dimensional rift nearly tore the world apart. As he spoke, the massive pillar at the heart of the circle erupted with violent bursts of energy. Seeing this, Suo's voice was sharp. "We move now." Haneda drew his sword. "What's the plan?" Suo's reply was grim. "We stop it." Akane immediately shot back, reminding him of the director's orders. They were to wait for reinforcements. But before they could argue, a colossal aura exploded behind them. They spun around to see Kanagi, wreathed in immense power, ready for war. In that moment, the entire team knew Kanagi's power had ascended to an entirely new realm. Yet, Suo was completely unfazed. A cocky smirk spread across his face as he leaped forward, shouting for the others to follow. Everyone charged after him, even as Akane screamed at him for being so reckless. As they descended, Hinoi and the mage caught a strange scent in the air. It was a chillingly familiar stench, one they had encountered countless times before. Just then, the ground convulsed violently, and with a deafening roar, a gigantic hand burst from the earth below. Hinoi's eyes widened in pure terror. He knew exactly what that smell was. It was the stench of a forbidden technique. The prophecy from the Book of Scorching Heat made manifest. Hinoi explained that long ago, during the Epsi period. An awakener named Bandu Shajima, the leader of the Dark Magus, had committed genocide. The Onmyojis eventually defeated him, but an entire village was sacrificed in the cataclysmic battle. Shajima had collected the blood of the fallen, using it to draw a magic circle that would ensure his reincarnation 1,000 years later. His ambition to devour all of creation and rule as the Demon King. Before he died, he left behind a forbidden art, a scripture detailing how living souls would fuel his resurrection. And now, Shajima had been reincarnated as a boss of unknown rank. His mission was simple: fulfill the prophecy of Scorching Heat. He looked down at his own hands and scowled, realizing his rebirth had left him with far less power than he'd expected. He wondered if the number of sacrifices for the ritual had been insufficient. He glanced around, amused that this place hadn't changed in a millennium. But then, a maniacal grin spread across his face as he spotted the anti-prophecy unit closing in. He saw them as nothing more than additional sacrifices for his ascension. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashed the plate of yin, causing a titanic explosion right under the charging team. Kanagi watched in horror as the blast consumed Hinata and Akane, but they emerged from the smoke unscathed. Then his expression darkened as a black magic circle appeared beneath them. It was the dark art death realm. Hundreds of wretched spirits erupted from the circle, their spectral hands clawing at Hinata and Akane. They struggled, quickly realizing Shajima's power was on a completely different level. As the villain savored his attack, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him.
It was Kanagi, launching a surprise attack from his blind spot.
Shajima dodged with effortless grace, twisting and sidestepping the blow. He smirked, calling Kanagi an amateur, then cast Plate of Yin right beneath his feet. The explosion erupts, but to Shajima's astonishment, Kanagi stands completely unharmed. Kanagi retaliates with his Thunderbolt Hadad skill, but Shijima nullifies it with his own dark magic. Despite stopping the attack, Shijima is impressed by Kanagi's tactical choice. Emerging from the smoke, Suo closes in from behind and unleashes the Chrysanthemum spell, sending a storm of sharp blades flying toward him. Shajima is surprised, but he effortlessly evades the assault with a single leap into the air. While he's airborne, Suo casts another spell, having already predicted that such a simple attack would never work. Suo slams his weapon down, invoking the Autumn skill, which makes knives rain from the sky. But Shajima just smiles, calling it a mere shower of light. He then warps his arm into a monstrous shield to block the attack, but the recoil is staggering. After that exchange, Shajima realizes Suo is probably the most powerful warrior here. Watching from the side, Kanagi feels that Shijima's power is truly endless. This enemy was on a completely different level from anyone they had ever faced. Shajima's power felt like it surpassed even the founders. As Kanagi processes this, he hears his friends cry out from behind. He turns in shock to see Akane and Hanada being struck by dark arts. They manage to break free from the attack and both immediately charge at Shajima, who is still engaged with Suo. As he fights them off, Shajima summons 3 skeletal demons to intercept Akane and Hanada, who are still rushing him. Hanada sees a demon materialize right before him and launches a kick. But to his utter shock, the attack does absolutely nothing. These monsters' bodies were as tough as the Minotaurs they had fought before.
While Shajima and Suo traded blow after devastating blow, one of the skeletal demons stood before Kanagi, blocking his path.
Shajima even mocked Suo, telling him he would get no help from his friends. But just as he spoke, Suo slashed him directly across the shoulder. "I don't need any help," he declared, then pointed at Shajima. "Stay away. I rely only on my own abilities." Shajima just wiped the blood from his wound and began laughing like a madman, screaming that he didn't need anyone either and would simply devour them all. With that, he charged directly at Suo, who barely managed to block the attack just inches from his body. As Suo struggled to hold off Shajima's relentless assault, he heard someone call his name from behind him. It was Kanagi, charging straight for Shajima. Shajima was stunned to see him, especially since he had sent a demon to stop him. He quickly glanced back and saw the others still fighting his minions. But the one he had sent after Kanagi lay cleaved cleanly in 2. While Shajima was trying to process this impossible scene, Kanagi landed a powerful punch right to his face, sending him skidding across the ground. Even Suo was impressed by the attack. Kanagi then suggested they fight together to take Shajima down. For a moment, Suo was taken aback. Kanagi and Akane hadn't even defeated their opponents yet, but this man had, and was now offering to help him. But Suo's pride got the best of him. He flatly rejected Kanagi's offer, declaring, "I don't need anyone's help. I am more than enough to fight alone." Kanagi couldn't believe it. But before they could argue, Shajima suddenly closed the distance. He unleashed his Magatsu's breath technique, and a powerful beam blasted straight toward both of them. Suo managed to block it, but Kanagi was sent flying, his body taking the full force of the devastating attack. He crashed into a tree and his vision began to blur as he started to black out. As he drifted into unconsciousness, he saw the souls of Hinoi and the mage standing right in front of him. Hinoi told him he'd fainted, and that was why they had summoned him into his own consciousness. Even though his body was bruised, battered, and racked with pain, Kanagi tried to stand, desperately asking them to send him back. He had to fight, but before they could even answer, a deep, authoritative voice echoed through the space, commanding him to step back from this battle. Meanwhile, in the real world, Suo was barely holding his own against Shajima's relentless attacks. Shajima smirked, even praising Suo for thinking just like him, believing they didn't need anyone else to fight their battles. With a sinister grin and that insatiable urge to devour everything, Shajima poured all of his power into his next attack. He struck down with such force that Suo's sword shattered in 2. Though stunned, Suo quickly summoned another blade and swung it at Shajima. But Shajima dodged it effortlessly, bending backward with an almost unnatural flexibility. Shajima clearly seemed to be enjoying himself more and more as Suo continued to struggle. Meanwhile, back in the spiritual realm, Kanagi's spirit form could only watch the fight unfold. They knew Shajima was stronger than anyone else there. Hinoi told Kanagi this was far beyond what he could handle. The mage added that Shajima's precision was terrifyingly high. If more humans had been living in this place, Shajima might have already become a demon king. She warned Kanagi that if Shajima took his life as well, he would grow even stronger and wreak havoc on civilization. She even claimed their discovery of the grimoire was mere coincidence. Then, Hinoi stepped forward, asking Kanagi to borrow his body to handle the threat. But to their utter astonishment, Kanagi's answer was a firm refusal. He apologized, but his voice held unshakable resolve. This isn't a training drill. This is reality. He knew this was a wall he had to climb on his own, a trial for the battles yet to come. Brimming with a newfound confidence, he looked his mentors in the eye, seeking their understanding. The mage started to protest, but Hinoi cut him off with a sudden, hearty laugh. He told Kanagi, "You've already defeated us." Hinoi placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him of his bold vow to surpass the very founders of their art. He urged Kanagi to unleash everything he had learned, to fight this battle his own way. And with those words, Kanagi's spirit soared. With fire in his eyes, he turned to the battlefield, asking the legendary founders to bear witness. In a flash, he charged toward the chaos where Shajima and Suo were still locked in a desperate struggle. Suo was battered, on his last legs. The moment Suo's eyes fluttered open, Shajima struck again, blasting him through the air like a rag doll. As Suo spiraled helplessly, Shajima prepared a final, devastating blow. But just as he braced for the end, a hand snatched him from the jaws of death. It was Kanagi, who had caught both Suo and his falling sword. Still airborne, he quickly borrowed the blade. With a swift, powerful twist, he threw Suo down to the earth, out of the path of Shajima's incoming beam of dark magic. Suo hit the ground hard. Shajima immediately shifted his focus, his murderous gaze locking onto Kanagi, who was still descending from the sky. Shajima unleashed another Magatsu's breath, but a gasp of shock escaped his lips. Kanagi was calmly mirroring Hinoi's legendary one-handed sword style. With razor-sharp focus, Kanagi's blade sliced through the dark energy, cleaving the attack cleanly in half. Then, with terrifying precision, he struck Shajima's arm, severing it from his body. Shajima could only stare, stunned and horrified into silence. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Shaking with pure rage, he screamed out his own name, his own power. But Kanagi, his expression like ice, coldly declared that he was the one who would surpass the founders. The watching mage nervously asked Hinoi if victory was even possible. Hinoi admitted he didn't know for sure, but he knew one thing: Kanagi was no fool. He had a growing suspicion that Kanagi had unlocked something new. A hidden power awakened during his rest in the car. A wide, knowing smile spread across Hinoi's face. He wondered if Kanagi had grasped something that even he could not yet comprehend. Suo was just as shocked, watching Kanagi move with such deadly grace. Moments ago, he'd scorned this boy's help. Now, that same boy was his savior. Meanwhile, Kanagi's assault was relentless, his slashes forcing Shajima to teleport back again and again. Shajima countered with his dark art, Pomegranate, unleashing a swarm of homing energy blasts. Kanagi dodged and weaved, but quickly realized the attacks were tracking his every move, relentlessly hunting him down. But then, a flash of inspiration. He remembered one of the founder's signature skills, Aftershock. He stomped his foot into the ground, raising a massive stone wall to intercept the deadly barrage. Shajima was taken aback by the tactic, but immediately launched another wave of blasts. Kanagi simply used the shattered remains of the wall as a new shield. Seeing an opening, Kanagi combined two skills. Blinking behind Shajima in an instant, the Dark Magus barely managed to twist away in time. He countered instantly, unleashing his Plate of Yin Blast and striking Kanagi head-on. Though the hit landed, Kanagi absorbed most of the impact. Using a floating rock as a foothold, he launched himself at Shajima once more, the founder's lessons coursing through him. Shajima dodged again, but he was visibly stunned by the sheer variety and mastery of Kanagi's techniques. Even the founders themselves, watching from the beyond, were speechless at his explosive growth and unending assault. But Shajima was far from finished. With a venomous glare, he activated a forbidden art, fusing nearby skeletons into a towering, monstrous creature of bone. This skeletal giant loomed over the battlefield, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated evil. Shajima smirked. "This is the end," he declared, as the giant swung its colossal hand down towards Kanagi. The founders screamed for him to escape, but Kanagi remained perfectly still, his eyes locked on the apocalyptic attack descending upon him. He was deep in thought. He knew his current power wasn't enough. Even at his absolute best, he needed something more. Something beyond his own limits. He recalled every lesson from the mage, every piece of wisdom from Hinoi. He remembered how to wield the shining flame, and how to master Hinoi's one-handed sword style, the wave blade attack, and its countless variations. Drawing upon both teachings at once, Kanagi channeled the shining flame into his palm while simultaneously infusing his blade with Hinoi's technique, forging his weapon into a sword of living fire. The mage and Hinoi could only watch in absolute awe. Kanagi had just done the impossible. Holding his newly born weapon, he stood ready to defy fate, the name of this new technique, Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. Without an ounce of hesitation, he charged the skeletal beast, swinging his fiery sword as Shajima stared in utter disbelief. Hinoi's blade arts and mage's magic were powerful, but Kanagi knew he needed something more. Fueled by that resolve, a new power ignited within him, the Blazing Fire Cutting Blade, engulfing his sword in roaring flames. With one devastating swing, he cleaved through the skeleton, splitting it from skull to spine while tearing Shima in two.
Everyone stared in absolute shock. To combine two completely different skills in such a way was thought to be impossible.
The alchemist founder was especially stunned, calling Kanagi an irregular, a being who could fuse any skill he desired. He never imagined Kanagi could merge techniques so flawlessly, and he suspected this was just the beginning. This was only a fraction of the boy's true potential. And with that thought, the alchemist vanished, leaving Hinoi bewildered. Mage overheard his parting words and had to agree. It seemed they had all gravely underestimated Kanagi's abilities. A sliver of unease crept into her heart. Was it truly wise to be raising a monster like him? Hinoi, however, was ecstatic, thrilled to see how high his student could climb. But as Kanagi landed, exhausted, he witnessed a horrifying sight. Shajima, sliced in half, was regenerating from his own spilt blood. Consumed by fury, Shajima snarled that if the attack had struck his head, he might have actually died.
Channeling a wicked dark energy, he formed a death ball, vowing to end things with his own hands.
But just as he spoke, a shadow moved. Suo struck from behind, his blade slicing clean through Shajima's neck. The monster was decapitated, caught completely off guard. As the body collapsed, Suo caught the now unconscious Kanagi, and holding him, a distant memory began to surface. His older brother had carried him once, in this very same way. It was a freezing night, under a bridge covered in snow. His brother had promised they would find food in the morning. As Suo drifted off to sleep, the sounds of a grand parade echoed from above. Others celebrated while they shivered in the cold, their stomachs aching with hunger. This memory was a stark reminder of why Suo chose solitude. Shajima had tried to prey on that very loneliness. But looking down at Kanagi now, he realized something. He wasn't truly alone anymore. And even if he was, he could endure it. As this resolve settled in his heart, the barrier around them began to crack and splinter. Akane and Haneda rushed in, their faces etched with worry for Kanagi. After confirming he had only fainted, Haneda noticed the barrier was collapsing from the inside out. She screamed that they needed to act fast. Haneda asked what would happen if the immense energy within the barrier exploded. Suo's grip tightened on his sword. If that happened, he revealed, they would all be crushed to death. Their only option was to strike it with their strongest attacks and pray they could deflect the blast. Though Suo spoke with confidence, he knew the truth. In their current state, it was an impossible task. But they had no other choice. As they braced for the inevitable, the unconscious Kanagi suddenly lifted his sword, channeling an immense energy into the blade. Suo watched in disbelief. Inside Kanagi's mind, Hinoi had taken control, guiding his student's body. As the barrier exploded, everyone unleashed their full power, while Hinoi executed his legendary one-handed style, the splitting cloud attack. Outside the collapsing barrier, a red-haired man rushed toward the scene, flanked by two others. His subordinates warned him that the barrier was about to burst, and in that instant, it detonated. The men feared they were too late, but to their astonishment, a brilliant beam of pure blue light shot into the sky from Kanagi's sword. The red-haired man watched in awe. He recognized that light a flawless sword technique, free of any hesitation. His name was Suo Makoto, captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Observing the breathtaking spectacle before him, he could only wonder whose divine work this could be. A while later, on a plane flying over Peru, Madori was on a call with Makoto, amazed that the new member had just stopped an unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, in Japan, Makoto, still on the call, was now facing a rank 1 prophecy. This enemy, he noted, was on a completely different level than anything they had ever encountered before. Madori, rather than being inside the plane, sat on top of it with a smile, reflecting on how much the anti-prophecy unit had grown without him. However, his amusement was cut short when Makoto revealed exactly which member had stopped the prophecy. It was none other than Kanagi, the same Kanagi who had only joined the team 2 days ago. Stunned, Makoto desperately demanded to know who he really was, without hesitation.
Madori declared with absolute confidence that Kanagi is the one who will bring an end to all prophecies.
They had been waiting for his arrival for a very long time. There was a lingering sense of destiny surrounding him, as if he was the chosen one they had been searching for all along. Makoto, ever the skeptic, questioned if their faith in a single boy was truly justified. Instead of arguing, he was simply told to see the results for himself. Changing the topic, Makoto urged Midori to return. His presence was desperately needed. Facing an opponent of equal strength without him was proving to be a monumental challenge. Midori simply chuckled, offering a brief apology before shifting his focus. Meanwhile, Ren's voice cuts through, filled with urgency as he speaks of a grand prophecy now unfolding. The enemy is a cataclysmic force, a super-rank prophecy, the source of the suicidal contagion itself, Ishtam. As the monstrous entity charges, Midori tells Makoto to hang tight, promising to end this now. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a maelstrom of divine wind. In that very instant, on a hospital bed, Kanagi's eyes snap open. He jolts upright with a startled gasp. A nurse rushes to his side, gently reassuring him. She explains that he's finally awake. He's been resting in the anti-prophecy infirmary ever since his mission ended. Hearing this, Kanagi wonders if he was simply knocked unconscious. His slumber was so profound, he hadn't even entered the spatial realm to train with the founders. The nurse confirms he's perfectly fine, drawing back the curtain and telling him to call if he needs her. As the space is revealed, Kanagi sees Su sitting just a few feet away, arms crossed, his gaze fixed upon him. Seeing him there, Kanagi can't help but wonder if Suo had been watching him this entire time. Kanagi scans the room, noticing Hinata and Akane are gone. He asks where they are, and Suo reveals their training. They were crushed by their own powerlessness in the last battle. With a flat tone, Suo admits that Kanagi's power was on another level. To hear such a compliment from a man like Suo sends a shockwave through the overpowered boy. But before he can even react, Suo is on his feet, his voice laced with an aggressive fire as he demands to know who Kanagi really is. In less than 2 days, Kanagi has defeated a rank 3 and a potential rank 1 boss, all while using a fusion spell Suo had never even conceived of. Pressing closer, Suo repeats the question, demanding to know his secret and how he too can gain such strength. Just as Suo insists on an answer, a new voice cuts through the tension, asking if he's found the one he was looking for. Kanagi confirms it, but Suo is completely stunned by his older brother's sudden appearance. Makoto strides past Suo without a single glance, as Kanagi hesitantly asks if he is truly Suo's older brother. The moment the words leave his lips, Makoto's sword sings through the air, stopping just inches from their faces. The sudden attack catches both Suo and Kanagi completely off guard. Leaning away from the blade, Kanagi wonders if this is some kind of test, while Makoto marvels that a mere trainee managed to dodge his strike. Makoto confirms it was a test, one that Kanagi has passed. He then formally introduces himself as the captain of Suo's squad, Su Makoto. The realization crashes down on Kanagi. This man really is Suo's older brother.
After a tense silence, Makoto declares that due to Kanagi's exceptional results against the rank 1 disaster, he will be temporarily joining his squad.
The announcement leaves Kanagi speechless, but Suo is utterly shattered. A bitter jealousy begins to coil within him. Despite being Makoto's own flesh and blood, even he wasn't permitted to join that elite squad. Wasting no time, Makoto orders Kanagi to follow him for a mission briefing. In the background, Suo's fists tighten, drawing blood in his silent frustration. Elsewhere, in the training grounds, the anti-prophecy duo is pushing their limits. Akane unleashes a flurry of attacks with multiple weapons, while Haneda desperately focuses on his defense. But no matter how hard they train, they both know that reaching Kanagi's current level seems like an impossible dream. As they practice, Madori strolls in, announcing his return with chocolates from Peru. To his surprise, they ignore the treat entirely and rush toward him. They eagerly plead to know how long he'll be staying in Japan. When Madori says he'll be around for a week, the two of them immediately beg him to train them during his stay. They refuse to be left in the dust by Kanagi. Madori, taken aback by their fierce determination, had not expected this. He agrees to take them on, but then asks about Suo, wondering if he wants in on the training. As if summoned, Suo appears, his expression forged in pure resolve as he declares he's joining them as well. Meanwhile, Kanagi struggles to keep up with Makoto's commanding pace as he's led down a long hall. Back in the training room, the others are stunned by Suo's intensity. He then reveals that Kanagi was scouted by his brother to join his squad. The news hits them like a physical blow, making them realize just how massive the gap between them and Kanagi had truly become. Being personally recruited by the legendary Makoto was an unbelievable honor. But to Suo, it was a glaring sign of his own failure. He knew he had to become exponentially stronger. In the hallway, Kanagi's curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about the meeting. Makoto explains it's for their next mission, which begins tomorrow morning. As they continue walking, Makoto abruptly stops and turns, asking if Kanagi is close with his little brother. Kanagi's mind flashed back to their last battle, to the moment Suo entrusted him with his blade. A grin spread across his face as he confirmed it. Makoto maintained his icy exterior, but beneath that cold facade, a deep concern for his brother smoldered, a truth he would never let surface. This wall of silence had twisted Suo's heart, making him believe his brother despised him. But the truth was far more tragic. Makoto hadn't ignored him during his last visit. He simply couldn't bring himself to look upon his brother's wounds. But that painful misunderstanding festered, fueling a dangerous resolve in Suo to risk it all and become stronger, just to finally be seen. Ironically, Makoto wanted the exact opposite. He didn't care about strength. He just wanted his little brother to be safe. This deep, tragic rift now drives Suo's obsession to surpass even Kanagi, believing only overwhelming power will earn his brother's acknowledgement. One day, his ultimate goal is to stand victorious over Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi's curiosity got the better of him, and he pressed Makoto for the truth. Finally, the captain admitted it, he does care. The confession brought a heartwarming smile to Kanagi's face. Back at the training grounds, Suo recounted his story to the group, but Akane found the whole thing baffling. Even as he spoke of surpassing his brother and proving his own worth, an unshakable respect for him remained. Training alongside Hanada, Akane realized the simple truth in the end. Suo just desperately wants his brother's attention. While Hanada found the sentiment touching, Akane's words struck a nerve in Suo, igniting his fury. Elsewhere, Kanagi was learning the 3 core tenets of the squad. First, be swift. Second, maintain unrelenting offensive pressure. Third, overcome all weakness. Within the entire Counterforce division, Makoto's squad was legendary for its overwhelming combat prowess. The team operated with a minimum of 7 members, designed to be a small but truly elite force. Their primary targets were the most dangerous threats rank 1 and above. The scene shifts to a helicopter slicing through the sky. As they were escorted to the mission zone, a squad member named Jakaru casually remarked that 90% of the team's power came from their captain, and the rest were just extras. Since Kanagi was just a temporary addition, he wasn't expected to accomplish much. However, while Jakaru was explaining all this, Kanagi was completely distracted, his eyes glued to his phone. Jakaru called him out on it. Kanagi quickly apologized, explaining he needed to contact his friends. The strange choice of words left Jakaru confused. The truth was, Kanagi was reaching out to the anti-prophecy group, a task the founders had been nagging him about relentlessly. In the middle of their training, the message arrived, sending a shockwave through the group. Suo was especially stunned, wondering what in the world Kanagi was playing at. They rushed the message over to Madori, who quickly discovered its true meaning. It contained 3 separate pieces of advice, each perfectly tailored to a specific member. The detailed guidance on gaining strength left Madori deeply impressed. With a sly smile, he extended his hand, asking if they would accept this challenge or turn away from it. Seeing it as a gauntlet thrown down, they all accepted. Suo, especially, was enraged, feeling as if Kanagi had just poured salt in their wounds. Back on the helicopter, Jakaru announced that they had reached their destination. Wiping the condensation from the window, Kanagi's eyes widened at the sight of a vast, snowy mountain range, pierced by enormous crystal spikes. Their mission was to confront a Rank 1 prophecy, a cataclysm known as Frozen Earth. This disaster threatened to plunge the entire world into ice, with the affected areas expanding at a terrifying rate. If left unchecked, the whole planet would be consumed, ending all life. This apocalyptic event was unfolding simultaneously in 17 different locations across the globe. It spanned multiple countries, many in densely populated areas, which only deepened the crisis. Vice Captain Kashi briefed the team, stressing that reports showed the freeze was spreading faster than anyone had predicted. They could not afford a single delay. Taking command, Makoto ordered the squad to jump from the rear hatch, as the helicopter could proceed no further. Before they leaped, he gave one final, crucial order: no human lives were to be harmed. To steel their resolve, he commanded them to chant the 3 squad rules, their voices echoing as one. Standing at the back, Kanagi reflected on his last fight, where in the end, he was forced to rely on Hinoi once again. He was determined to use this temporary assignment to forge his own strength, seeing it as a golden opportunity to learn from the very best. As everyone else leaped from the helicopter, Kanagi made a silent vow to see this mission through with his own power. This was his first Rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m., they all landed safely on the frozen ground. The air was brutally cold. Despite being an awakener, Jakaru shivered uncontrollably, questioning how the temperature could possibly affect him like this. Kashi explained that the cold was far more severe than the reports had indicated, which was likely the cause. He informed them the area was vast, suggesting they set up a camp midway. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Makoto's mind, but he kept it to himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi turned to Jakeru with the question was a prophecy known as Frozen Earth, recorded in any of the prophecy books model. Jakaru shuts that down, revealing this wasn't luck. The anti-prophecy unit predicted it with their unique skills. While countless prophecies exist, this is the first time anyone identified a rank 1 threat. That's why Makoto's elite squad was sent for a mission this severe. Kanagi got his answer, but Kashi's sharp eyes caught the flicker of nervousness on his face. She reassures him that being nervous is better than being careless, but he can't let it become a burden that weighs him down. Jakaru claps a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, echoing Kashi's words and reminding him he's rolling with the best crew in the entire unit. Kashi immediately snaps at Jakaru for being too relaxed, prompting a swift apology from him. Suddenly, Jakaru's hand shoots up. His radar has hit enemies at the 2 o'clock position. Roughly 200 meters away, Kashi acknowledges the report and vanishes in the blink of an eye, only to reappear moments later. She confirms her scouting run 30 monsters, estimated rank SLE+. They're ice gargoyles from the Tai tribe. Hearing this, Makoto gives a single, chilling order. Annihilate them. The squad charges toward the enemy with flawless coordination. Their perfect teamwork and awareness leaves Kanagi in absolute awe. They operate on a completely different plane than mere trainees. He realizes these are elite warriors, far beyond any regular member. Burning to join the fight, Kanagi asks for permission to engage, and Makoto grants it. After all, these enemies were nothing but SLE plus rank fodder. With his orders confirmed, Kanagi rockets forward and slams a kick into a monster's head. But to his shock, the creature detonates, sending deadly shards flying everywhere. Kashi, skillfully dodging a monster's flashy attack, yells a warning that some extremely powerful monsters are mixed in with the horde. Meanwhile, Kanagi activates his fire-cutting blade with a blazing attack. He completely obliterates a monster, sending it hurtling through the air. Witnessing this, Jakaru is stunned. A kid like Kanagi is actually using a Fury Sword skill. Kashi is clearly impressed. At the same time, Makoto ends the fight with a few effortless swings, slicing through the remaining beasts. He takes a moment to note Kanagi's flaming sword, realizing the blue beam of light he saw earlier must have come from it. With the monsters cleared, the squad sets up their camp in the mountains and settles in for a meal. During their break, Kashi asks Jakaru for a radar update. He reports that there are no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer radius. Hearing this, Kashi breathes a sigh of relief. This confirms they can safely spend the night here. But her relief is short-lived, as she realizes Kanagi and the captain are nowhere to be seen. Elsewhere, Kanagi sits by a small campfire, trying to fuse his spells just as he did during the battle. However, as he focuses, the captain's voice cuts through the silence, calling him out for his intense desire to train. Caught completely off guard, Kanagi nearly jumps out of his skin. Makoto had approached without making a single sound. After he calms the boy down, Makoto sits beside him, asking if this is his first time camping and if he's finding it difficult. Kanagi enthusiastically claims he's fine. But to his surprise, Makoto casually admits he just wants to go home and have a smoke. Kanagi is taken aback. He never imagined the legendary captain would talk about something so ordinary. But Kanagi's real shock comes when Makoto says he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused and alarmed, his mind jumps to the worst conclusion. Is he talking about drugs? He immediately questions what the captain means. In response, Makoto leans in uncomfortably close, pulls out his phone, and shows him a picture. Kanagi asks for the cat's name, and Makoto tells him it's Aribi. As Kanagi looks at the photo, he notices the cat's ferocious gaze. But instead, he asks if Makoto really misses him. To his surprise, Makoto flatly denies it, explaining that Oribe is a complete menace who scratches everything, vomits everywhere, and is an absolute nightmare. And yet, despite all that, Makoto admits the cat is still unbelievably adorable, just like his younger brother, Suo. Kanagi finds this side of the captain strange, but he listens as Makoto, in a hopeful voice, wishes he could one day talk with Suo just like this. As an only child, Kanagi can't really relate, but he offers a suggestion anyway. Maybe Makoto should try treating Suo the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, a small smile touches Makoto's lips as he agrees. He then shows Kanagi some videos, shocking the boy with footage of the stoic captain doting on his cat like a newborn baby. Amused, Makoto asks if that behavior is really okay. Then, with a softer expression, he looks at Kanagi and asks if they can practice together. In his mind, Kanagi screams no, but before he can answer, Kashi appears, searching for them. She requests that they return to camp immediately, reminding them of their early departure the next morning. Makoto agrees without complaint. That night, however, he and his crew remained completely unaware of the mysterious presence lurking in the darkness. Model, a lone figure, treks through the endless snow, oddly dressed for the beach. He pushes deeper into the frozen wastes. His purpose, he claims, is to fulfill a great prophecy tied to this very land. Clutching a small book, he declares his quest to be of the highest importance. This solo awakener is heading for the same mountain as Makoto's squad. Meanwhile, in the world of dreams, Kanagi trains with the legendary founders. Tonight's lesson is the way of the bow, a discipline to forge his concentration. He struggles with a heavy bow under Margaret's expert tutelage. Noticing his strain, she asks if it's painful to maintain his focus. But their session is interrupted by Hinoi, loudly demanding to know why it isn't sword day. The mage immediately silences him, pointing out that his turn was yesterday. Despite the commotion, Margaret is impressed. Kanagi's focus is unshaken, a world of difference from their first meeting. Kanagi explains that being on a mission with such an incredible team pushes him to be better. His focus narrows to a single point. He draws, breathes, and releases. The arrow strikes the bullseye with perfect precision. Margaret is astonished by his flawless accuracy.
As Kanagi collapses in relief, she tells him to remember this feeling, concluding the day's training.
The moment the lesson ends, Hinoi ignites with excitement. He draws his blade, ordering Kanagi to rise for their sword duel. But just as steel is about to ring, Kanagi is violently pulled back to the waking world. His crew is shaking him. It's time to move out. Before they leave, Makoto gives his orders. Today, he declares, we will slay the boss of the prophecy. Venturing forward, they face a new threat, a vicious flock of monstrous bluebirds. As the squad charges into battle, the founders within Kanagi remark that this should be an easy fight for a team this strong. Yet, the mage senses something is wrong. One of the elder founders looks deeply troubled, as if sensing a darker truth to this fight. The monsters are cleared with ease, opening the path ahead. Makoto immediately orders Jakaru to scout the area. Jakaru's report is grim. A major boss lies 2,000 meters away, and it's charging straight for them. Then, he delivers the bone-chilling news impact in just 10 seconds. In an instant, a towering figure blots out the sky. The unknown god, Calamitus, rushes toward them, its face a mask of pure madness. The pressure erupting from it was on a completely different dimension from anything they had ever faced. Engage, Makoto roars. In perfect unison, the entire crew flashes toward the divine beast.
Jakaru binds the creature as Kashi unleashes a furious storm of slashes. But to their utter shock, their attacks inflict no damage at all.
Their perfectly executed combo left the boss completely unscathed. As it prepares a counterattack, it senses a new presence from above. It's Kanagi, descending from the sky like a meteor, his sword poised to strike. Recalling the lessons from Akane and Hinoi, he puts everything into his first move, the vertical slash. He pours every ounce of his power into his blazing fire cutting blade, sending a torrent of fire roaring toward the god. But the impossible happens. His ultimate attack has absolutely no effect. The god counters instantly, swatting him out of the air like an insect. The impact shakes the earth, and for a moment, Jakaru is sure Kanagi is dead. Miraculously, he survives, his fall cushioned by a massive ice crystal.
Kashi, still fighting desperately, now understands why this boss is ranked number 1. Her eyes turn to Makoto. He is their only remaining hope.
As Makoto draws his sword, Jakaru instantly restrains Kanagi, pulling him from the battlefield. If we interfere, he warns, we'll only be in the captain's way. As they retreat, the boss unleashes a world-ending swing directly at Makoto. The force of the attack creates a terrifying shockwave. Kanagi watches in horror, fearing the worst for his captain. But to his absolute astonishment, Makoto stops the colossal blade just inches from his face. The boss swings again, and again. Makoto blocks it without effort. He then counters with a single, devastating slash, severing one of the god's arms.
Within Kanagi, Hinoi roars with excitement. That's the kind of move I want to pull off.
But Kanagi, deeply concerned, shuts him down. You are not taking over my body to try that. Facing the wounded god. Makoto speaks, his voice calm and cold. I had hoped my crew would gain some experience from this. But now, I will end this myself. Hearing this, his team quickly throws up a protective barrier. The moment the shield is active, Makoto channels the red dragon into his sword, unleashing an inferno that consumes everything around him. He then combines it with crimson light, launching a massive wave of fire that completely obliterates nearly half the god's body. Kanagi could only watch, frozen in disbelief. Makoto had unleashed a flame technique, just like his own, but its power was on an entirely different dimension. Without that barrier, they would have been incinerated. He whispered a silent apology to the defeated boss, knowing it was his duty to protect the world. Then, completely out of the blue, he let out a meow, and the sheer cringe was so powerful it practically vibrated in the air. But as Kanagi replayed the fight in his mind, he realized Makoto's technique was nothing like Hinoi's. The man's skill was in a league of its own. A burning desire ignited within Kanagi to learn from this master. Meanwhile, Makoto executed the final blow, cleaving the boss clean in two. But in that same instant, a blinding flash of light tore across the battlefield. And just like that, Makoto's arm was gone. Stunned, he turned, only to see a gaping hole punched straight through Jakaru's chest. Kanagi's head snapped around, pure horror seizing him as the grim reality of the situation crashed down, one after another. His comrades were being ripped apart, their lifeblood staining the very earth they stood on. They were all dying, right before his eyes. Kanagi lunged for the falling Jakaru, but with his last ounce of strength, Jakaru shoved him away. Staggering back, Kanagi could only watch in utter disbelief as the family he'd just fought beside collapsed into nothing. Even as death's cold grip tightened, Jakaru was consumed by a single, crushing regret. His radar had failed them. This catastrophe, this devastating loss, was all his fault. With his last breath, he apologized to his captain and hit the ground, praying his team had at least seen the enemy's position.
Kashi was safe, but others weren't so lucky. As the same beam of light pierced straight through them,
Makoto, clutching his bleeding stump, roared an order to his team to use the terrain for cover, calling it a skill attack.
without a second thought, they scattered, running for their lives, fleeing. Kashi screamed for a fallen comrade to get up and follow.
But the man hesitated, his eyes locked on their gravely wounded captain. That attack was unstoppable. No barrier could defend against a power that simply erased everything in its path. Suddenly, another beam shot towards Makoto, but he launched himself into the air, dodging it by a hair's breadth. Kashi watched in terror as the monster unleashed a merciless barrage, simultaneously regenerating all damage. They needed to end this in one overwhelming strike. But when she turned to Kanagi, he was just kneeling there, paralyzed by shock. Kanagi's eyes were fixed on the bodies of his fallen friends, his voice a broken whisper. He pleaded with the founder, Valentine, asking if she could bring them back, but she could only look away in shame and apologize.
Her power could not reverse death itself. A heavy silence fell over Kanagi.
Then, he took a deep breath. He called out to all the founders, admitting that while he wanted to handle this alone, he now needed their strength once more. Instantly, Hinoi answered the call, stepping forward to possess Kanagi's body. At the same time, Makoto analyzed the attack, realizing it had completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Since Jakaru's detection range was 3 kilometers, the enemy was sniping them from even farther away.
A single strike had killed Jakaru and taken his own arm. This unseen foe was at least as powerful as him.
He would not let his comrades' sacrifices be for nothing. Makoto resolved to shatter his own limits. He drew upon a power he'd never touched before, his heightened senses stretching out past 3 kilometers. Though obstacles hid the enemy, he gripped his sword as the faces of the fallen flashed in his mind. Their sacrifice would be his strength. With unshakable resolve, Makoto's blade ignited with crimson light as he unleashed a cataclysmic wave of fire. The inferno tore through the earth, annihilating everything in its way, until finally, it exposed the one who cast the deadly spell. It was the boy who had arrived alone, dressed so casually. He seemed impressed that Makoto had found him, just as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. But Makoto was absolutely floored. His ultimate attack had been completely devoured. The boy casually remarked that if Makoto still had his left arm, that attack might have actually killed him. He was using a spell called Darkness, channeling sinister orbs of pure void around him. As he strode forward, he launched an orb with killing intent. In response, Makoto's blade swung, raising a wall of ice. Instantly, he countered, vanishing and reappearing right behind the boy, his blade aimed for the neck. But before his mind could catch up, that same devastating beam struck again, ripping a chunk from his torso. The boy was completely unharmed. "I saw that coming," he stated calmly. "But you're the one who's knocking on death's door." That single comment set his soul ablaze. With the last embers of his strength, he lunged forward, his blade screaming for vengeance. But his foe sidestepped with contemptuous ease, countering with a brutal kick that landed squarely on his gaping wound. However, Makoto had anticipated this. Using the opening, he slammed the flat of his blade into the boy, sending him crashing to the earth. As Makoto watched, a question pierced through his rage. Why had the devastating beam attack suddenly stopped? That overwhelming power? It must have a limit. He couldn't sustain it forever. The truth struck him like a thunderclap. The boy couldn't spam his ultimate spell. In a battle of endurance, they were equals. The boy landed gracefully, confirming Makoto's theory, but pointing out with a smirk that their conditions were far from equal. Makoto's state was catastrophic. One arm severed, a massive hole torn through his body. Yet, for Ard Makoto, the very concept of a disadvantage was meaningless. He recalled the 3 sacred rules of his squad, drawing power from their memory. Sheer determination flooded his veins as he prepared to fight until his very soul was extinguished. With unwavering resolve, he channeled fiery electrical energy, searing his own wounds shut to staunch the bleeding. As the flesh sizzled, he roared the squad's 3rd rule across the battlefield. "Overcome your weakness." With those words, he unleashed the scarlet blaze. The boy's eyes narrowed, realizing Makoto was now burning his own life force to amplify his power. In response, he mirrored the desperate act. fueling his spell of darkness with his very own essence. Makoto, feeling the spirits of his fallen comrades at his back, glared at his opponent with their combined will. His voice thundered a warning to never look down on his squad. Meanwhile, in the rear, as Kanagi cried out for aid, his hair bleached bone white as Hinoi seized control. The other squad members, still in retreat, were suddenly cut off by the monstrous boss, her severed arms already regenerated. Kashi witnessed this in horror, knowing she could never subjugate that monster alone. She screamed Kanagi's name, who was still kneeling, seemingly broken. To her, it seemed his fighting spirit had been shattered by the loss of his comrades. It was only natural. He was just an ordinary man thrown into a nightmare. But then, to her utter shock, Kanagi rose from the ground. In a blinding flash, he reappeared before the boss and landed a single, devastating kick that sent the beast flying. On the other side of the war zone, Makoto and his foe continued their deadly dance. Trading earth-shattering blows, Makoto, wielding his broken sword, unleashed the scarlet light. His enemy barely twisted aside in time to dodge. But even as he evaded, a cold dread crept in. The fight was getting harder. Makoto's flames, which should have been devoured by darkness, were reigniting and lashing out. Worse, his own manual control over the dark energy was rapidly approaching its limit. Realizing this, he launched a final desperate barrage of darkness orbs at Makoto. But Makoto weaved through the storm, seizing the opening to lunge forward and slice his opponent's arm clean off. The tables had turned. And yet, despite losing an arm, his foe leaped forward, driving a knee into Makoto's already ruined arm. Makoto collapsed, agony ripping through him, as his opponent slowly closed in. Looking down at him, the boy claimed that losing an arm was nothing. After all, Makoto still had a gaping hole in his stomach. Then, he revealed a chilling truth. He had predicted Makoto's entire strategy from the very first clash. He knew Makoto would be forced into close combat. He even praised Makoto's strength, admitting he always made the best decisions without wasting a moment. However, he also pointed out Makoto's fatal flaw. He was far too predictable. And that, he declared, is precisely why you will lose. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out a small book. Holding it up, he claimed Makoto's defeat had already been written within its pages. Makoto's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized it as the Book of Doom. The opponent opened the book, revealing a truth that would shatter Makoto's world. He explained that if an organization exists to stop prophecies, it is only logical that another must exist to ensure they are fulfilled. Makoto was stunned, having never known such a group existed. The opponent then made his final declaration. He was one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduced himself as the 12th apostle of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Still in disbelief, Makoto demanded to know the reason for this obsession with destruction. The apostle, casually flipping through the pages, just smirked and asked, "If I told you, would you forgive me?" The mockery ignited Makoto's remaining fury. With a final roar, he swung his sword with all his might, nearly severing his opponent's shoulder. Makoto was sure he could win. His opponent was clearly out of mana, and his body was at its absolute limit. With a final surge of power, Makoto began to channel the red dragon form, convinced this attack would secure his victory. But his enemy, shoulder torn to shreds, still refuses to fall. He roars that this is where Makoto's journey ends. With a wicked grin, he pulls out a vial, a single gulp, and a blinding light explodes from his body. The brilliance overwhelms Makoto's senses. From within the light, a fist smashes into his face, sending him crashing hard into the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto can't believe his eyes. Every wound he'd inflicted had vanished without a trace. His opponent was back to full strength. His enemy boasts that the potion was an artifact, a legendary item that granted him total regeneration. Using his one good arm, Makoto ignites his scarlet light blade. He launches a devastating wave of crimson energy, but his foe simply shatters it with orbs of darkness before launching a merciless barrage of his own. Makoto is frozen in shock. An artifact that powerful is a national treasure, strictly controlled by governments. No ordinary group should ever possess one. His foe drives a brutal kick into his gut wound. Makoto collapses, the last of his strength leaving him as his vision fades to black. Gazing at Makoto's defeated form, the man breathes a sigh of relief. He believed it was finally over. But even now, Makoto's spirit refuses to break. Memories of his childhood, of his friends, flash through his mind as he struggles, reaching for his sword. He even remembers Kanagi's strange words about treating his brother like a cat. A weak smile forms on his bloodied face. With a final surge of will, he grips his sword, but as he raises it for one last strike, a beam of darkness severs the hand holding his only hope. His enemy's voice drips with victory. "Goodbye." But at that very moment, as the final blow is about to fall, a figure appears, parting the crystals behind him. It's Kanagi, and with him, all the legendary founders, they've come to exact revenge on the man who made their precious disciple suffer. Makoto sees Kanagi, and his heart sinks with worry. But then he feels it. This power isn't just Kanagi's alone.
Something ancient and powerful is radiating from the boy. His enemy senses the shift as well. A terrifying aura now surrounding Kanagi. The child before him is gone. In his place stands something far more dangerous. An existence that will fight to the bitter end.
A hint of fear creeps into the man's voice. He warns Kanagi not to move an inch, or Makoto dies. But as the threat leaves his lips, his arm is sliced clean off. He stares in utter shock. He didn't even see the attack coming. Miles away, Kanagi had only swung his sword once. The force of that single strike was so immense. The blade itself had become dull. Even the founders are astonished. To dull a blade in a single attack, the power Kanagi was channeling was immense. The alchemist founder steps forward, transmuting an entire arsenal of weapons. With eyes burning with pure vengeance, Kanagi gives the command, "Founders, unleash everything you have." In that moment, the enemy's severed arm completely regenerates. Hananoi stares, absolutely stunned. The mage founder identifies the skill, Reversal. It's a power she never expected to see in a modern-day awakener. She speculates the artifact is constantly healing his wounds, returning him to a perfect state until its power finally runs out. As she finishes, Kanagi fires an arrow straight through the enemy's head. The man never saw it coming, but the wound instantly regenerates. Seeing this impossible feat, a founder asks the mage how he can be killed. Her answer is chilling. "We have to kill him repeatedly, until his life force is finally exhausted." The enemy conjures a massive darkness spell, just as Kanagi notches another arrow. As Kanagi releases the shot, the spell rushes to intercept it. But the arrow pierces the darkness and strikes the man through his chest and head. The archer founder's voice rings out, mocking him. "Did you truly believe a simple spell could stop my arrows?" Once more, his wounds instantly heal. He counters with a storm of darkness orbs. But Kanagi, using the founder's evasive arts, effortlessly dodges the attack. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a brutal kick, then grabs the man's hand and smashes a palm strike into his face. One of the founders points out a critical weakness. He can't use his annihilation beam while his own orbs block his sight. This is an advantage they can exploit. Because of this, evading his onslaught becomes almost trivial. Kanagi unleashes a powerful strike to the gut, sending his opponent crashing into the earth below. The founders watch, wondering how many deaths this will take. Meanwhile, Kanagi approaches Makoto. From the ground, Makoto weakly asks, "Is that really you, Kanagi?" Kanagi denies it. He explains that the founders are using his body, channeling their power as heroic spirits. Channeling Valentine's power of preservation, Kanagi begins to heal Makoto's grievous wounds. While the healing takes place, Kanagi says they must hurry. As he turns away, Makoto understands completely. It really is the founders in control of his friend's body. A short distance away, the enemy staggers back to his feet. He's stunned that his attacks are being so effortlessly avoided and countered. Before he can even process what's happening, Kanagi attacks with a spear, piercing him straight through the heart. The onslaught is merciless. He is killed again and again, with no time to recover between deaths. A founder asks the mage if leaving the spear in his heart would stop the regeneration. But the answer wasn't so simple. The spear pierces his flesh, but in moments, the wound seals itself shut. Before he can fully recover, Kanagi descends from above. A devastating kick smashes the villain back into the earth. Kanagi wonders, which part would regenerate first if he was utterly atomized? The healing begins from a single hand, but by the time his body is restored, he's left gasping. His energy reserves nearly depleted. He's being utterly annihilated. But he refuses to be stopped by a mere boy. His new plan, kill Makoto and escape. He lunges for the downed captain, only to find Kanagi waiting, guarding him with a predator's calm. With a wicked smile, Kanagi declares he's too late. In that instant, Hinoi takes complete control. The founder's legendary sword style erupts, dicing the enemy into 1,000 pieces. Even as his body is shredded to nothing, he feels no fear. He is, after all, fulfilling a sacred prophecy. But that resolve begins to crumble when faced with a true monster like Kanagi. As his form knits itself back together, he clings to his mission, refusing to let fear win. He reaches for another artifact in his bag. But before he can grasp it, Kanagi severs his entire arm. The artifact shatters upon the ground, unleashing a cage of golden light around Kanagi. The sand cage of time. With the trap sprung, the villain's regeneration finally halts. His severed arm does not return. Relief washes over the man, believing he has narrowly survived. But the watching founders grow concerned. With the enemy's healing nullified, what is their next move? Standing safely outside the cage, the villain boasts that not even his darkness can break this prison. So, Kanagi can't possibly kill him from within. With a nervous twitch, he announces his departure. But before he can finish his sentence, Hinoi's voice booms. Watch closely! Suddenly, an immense pressure erupts from behind him. He turns to see Makoto, standing on his own 2 feet, his body still visibly regenerating. How could Makoto possess such monstrous power? The answer lies deep in his past. When he trained with the legendary Madori, even Madori was defeated by Makoto in a duel, which led him to insist that Makoto find a greater master to continue his training. Following the advice of the world's strongest awakener, Makoto sought discipleship under masters at the absolute highest level. However, he surpassed every single master he challenged. Whether it was swordsmanship, magic, or agility, every one of them gave up on him in less than a month. One master finally recommended him to the greatest swordsman they knew, Hinoi Ichika, the younger sister of the founder himself. Ichika became Makoto's final master, and he trained under her for 3 long years. One day during a spar, Makoto asked her about a legendary sword technique he'd read about in a book called Indomitable. Even Ichika couldn't comprehend how the technique worked, claiming it was a divine skill only the founder Hinoi could possibly use. Makoto was fascinated, but Ichika soon realized a sobering truth: he had already mastered Hinoi's one-handed sword style. She had nothing left to teach him. Makoto desperately wanted to grow stronger, but his master couldn't see a path for him to progress. She compared him to a flower bud that refused to open, fearing that despite his immense talent, he might never truly bloom in this lifetime. She could only hope that one day, a swordsman far greater than herself would appear before him. And in the present, Makoto realizes that very moment is unfolding before his eyes. He's witnessing Hinoi use sword arts he never even dreamed existed. His master's words echoed in his soul. An opportunity like this comes only once. He could not miss it. With profound gratitude, Makoto silently thanks Ichika and brings his severed arms together. Watching from afar, the founders are completely bewildered by his actions. Even Kanagi is worried for his captain, trapped outside with the enemy. But then, an aura identical to Hinoi's begins to radiate from Makoto. Meanwhile, at the anti-prophecy training ground, Madori, who is sparring with Suo, suddenly freezes, sensing that overwhelmingly powerful aura. A massive explosion rips through the facility. When the dust settles, a gaping hole is torn in the wall, and Madori has vanished. Back on the battlefield, the villain is drowning in confusion and disbelief. Seeing Makoto perform such a miracle in his grave condition, a terrifying certainty washes over him. He is about to be executed. Witnessing this spectacle, Hinoi explains to Kanagi that warriors are like flowers, blooming to their true potential only when they reach their absolute peak, physically, spiritually, or by mastering an ultimate technique. For Makoto, that moment is now. Standing behind Kanagi, Hinoi advises him to engrave this sight into his very soul. Kanagi understands instantly what is about to happen. Like a flower bursting into full bloom, Makoto raises his arms as if holding an invisible sword. With unwavering determination, he unleashes the lost technique of Hinoi's one-handed sword style, Indomitable, the very technique from the ancient text. The villain's darkness barrier activates flawlessly, but it's utterly useless. His body is cleaved in half, without a physical sword ever having touched him. Is this it? Is this the place where my story ends? As his very being starts to crumble, Hinoi praises him. He acknowledges the miracle of materializing a sword born purely from the mind. Makoto stands in a daze, yet a deep sense of peace washes over him. He had finally become the swordsman he always dreamed of being. In his final moments, he sees them all: his family, his friends, his loyal comrades. Every second with them was a blessing. Every battle had forged him. Even at the end, his thoughts drift to his little brother and his cat, a silent apology echoing in his soul. As consciousness begins to fade, a figure emerges from the light. It's Kanagi, reaching out his hand with a warm smile. In that instant, Makoto understands. This death wasn't the end. His will, his legacy, could be passed on to the next generation through Kanagi. Clasping Kanagi's hand, he whispers his thanks and finally lets go, collapsing to the cold ground. With the enemy's defeat, the cage vanishes. Kanagi rushes to his captain, feeling an intense connection surge through him. A bond forged by the crest of nothingness. All around them, their comrades lie silent on the battlefield. But just as Makoto's body is about to join them, Madori streaks in from above, catching his falling friend in a desperate, last-second embrace. In Midori's arms, at the age of 23, Makoto draws his last breath. Another hero lost to the wielder of darkness. Clutching his friend's body, Madori is lost in despair, his mind flashing back to a question he once asked during training. Madori had always known the truth. Within the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto's power was second only to his own. And if he ever unleashed his full strength, No one could possibly stand in his way. He had asked Makoto back then, with all that power, was it not better to simply fight alone? The question had surprised Makoto. Did Madori think he wasn't suited for teamwork to Makoto? The team was his whole world. He struggled to find the words to explain, but a sudden call came in from their comrades. It was Jikaru, his voice electric with excitement. Their teammate, Kuzushiro, had just passed a grueling level 2 assignment. Kuzushiro was overjoyed, saying he wanted to report his success to his captain first. Thrilled by the news, Jikaru suggested they all go out for a celebratory lunch. Madori was stunned by their bond. It was then that Makoto explained everything. He cherished his comrades. Even if he fell in battle, he would be happy, so long as they were by his side. Yanked back to the heart-wrenching present, Madori holds his friend close. He whispers to him that his one true wish, to fight for his comrades, has been fulfilled. Though many have fallen, 2 still live. With tears streaming down his face, Madori closes his friend's eyes. As a leader, Makoto had honored his duty. It was a burden Madori knew he could never carry, but Makoto had shouldered it with absolute honor. Meanwhile, Kanagi kneels on the broken earth, with the legendary founders standing watch behind him. Darkness begins to poison his consciousness. The mage explains that Kanagi is taking all the blame for the station's destruction. The weight of his own perceived weakness crushes him. But every founder there had known this pain, the loss of friends and family. Their hearts had been shattered watching their own comrades depart from this world. And many, like Hinoi, never truly healed from those wounds. Hinoi steps forward, approaching Kanagi in his pit of despair. He calls out to him, but Kanagi's voice is hollow. He doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart feels torn to shreds. He believes that if he had just let the founders fight, no one would have perished. He now understands a terrible truth. In trying to become strong for others, he had become nothing more than a vessel for the founders' power. Hinoi tries to speak, to offer some comfort, but Kanagi is drowning in his own regret. The memory of Makoto's handshake burns in his soul like a searing fire. Kanagi knows what Makoto entrusted to him as sacred legacy. Tears well up in the founders' eyes. But what Kanagi says next shocks them to their core. He declares that he won't just surpass the founders. He will surpass them with every single moment he has left. As he makes this vow, a brilliant beam of light descends upon him, enveloping him in its pure radiance. From now on, he will not let anyone else die. His spirit has just leveled up by 1,000. 1 month later, at Mitaki Mountain, Suo spars with Kanagi. He unleashes a flurry of blows, but Kanagi dodges them all with fluid grace. Kanagi then counters with a penetrating strike. Suo blocks it, but the force of the attack creates a massive shockwave behind him. Kanagi is stunned. Suo had redirected the force of his spell so effortlessly. As he tries to process this, Suo launches a counterattack, but Kanagi is ready, using Aikido to swing Suo around. Suo attempts a mid-air kick, but Kanagi blocks it and counters with a powerful kick of his own. Just as the hit is about to land, a loud shout freezes them both in place. It's Ike. How did this all begin? The squad's annihilation carved a deep scar into the heart of the anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral for their fallen comrades, grief was a heavy shroud over everyone, but Suo stood like a hollow statue before his brother's portrait, lost to the world. Later, as Kanagi headed back, he saw a haunting sight. Suo emerging from Makoto's room, clutching a stack of books and a small cat. Kanagi's eyes widened. He recognized that cat Arebi. It was the very same one Makoto had spoken of so often. Suo was stunned. How could Kanagi know about a cat that he, Makoto's own brother, never even knew existed? Before stepping into that room, Suo was oblivious. He didn't know about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the true thoughts hidden in his brother's heart. He only unearthed these fragments of a life he never saw as he sorted through Makoto's final belongings. Kanagi's gaze fell upon a stack of diaries Suo was about to take with him. These were Makoto's final testament, left behind so his younger brother could understand everything if the worst came to pass. Inside were records of every grueling training session, every dangerous mission. But as Suo read them, he discovered something more. Every single sentence, every entry, ended with his brother worrying about him. He wrote about Suo's day, warned him about the cold weather, and cherished every one of Suo's achievements as if they were his own. Alone in his room, the dam of grief finally shattered. Suo collapsed, curling into a ball on the floor, his world crumbling with the realization that his brother's life was all about him. A heart-wrenching moment for any brother. As Suo confessed this devastating truth to Kanagi, Kanagi revealed that Makoto always spoke of 2 things: his beloved brother and his cat. Oribe, hearing this, fresh tears welled in Suo's eyes. A new fire ignited within him as he declared he would become so strong. His brother would never have to worry again, even from the heavens. With this shared purpose, they sought out the one person who could forge them into weapons Hinoi Ichika. She regarded them with cold suspicion, until the words fell from their lips Suo was Makoto's brother, and Makoto had fallen in battle. The news struck Icha like a physical blow, but her face remained an iron mask. In perfect unison, their voices rang out with a single desperate plea, "Train us, make us stronger."
Back in the present, Icha can't help but be impressed by their monstrous growth, especially Suo, whose progress has been nothing short of explosive.
When Kanagi asks about his own development, Icha just sighs in exasperation, claiming she has nothing left to teach a monster who already knows all her tricks. She even jokes that she should be begging him for lessons instead. Then, kicking a simple stick towards them, a manic grin spread across her face. "I am the sword," she challenged. "Come and break me if you can." In an instant, they exploded into action. Suo lunged from the front in a direct assault, while Kanagi descended from above like a hawk. As they clashed, Kanagi's resolve burned brighter than ever. He would not just get stronger, he would become the most powerful awakener in the entire world. Meanwhile, across the globe in London, England, a lone figure in a hat and coat walked the rain-slicked streets of night. As he rounded a dark corner, a voice cut through the silence, naming him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse Katra. Katra, in turn, recognized the approaching shadow. It was Madori, with ice in his veins. Madori delivered an ultimatum. "Tell me where your base and comrades are. Any other words, and you die." In response to the threat, Quattro didn't hesitate for a second. His weapon, a bizarre heart-shaped pike, materialized in his hand as he snarled for Madori to bring it on. A moment later, a violent spray of blood erupted from the alley. Madori emerged, completely untouched, as other anti-prophecy agents appeared from the shadows. He tossed them a book and turned to leave, his voice chillingly calm. 7 left. They now possess 5 books, proof that 5 of the 12 apostles have been eliminated, and Madori was already moving toward his next target. Deep within the clandestine heart of the anti-prophecy's top-secret facility, a book recovered by Madori is presented to a woman of immense authority. She is known only as I.O., the formidable superintendent of the entire anti-prophecy unit. The man delivering the book confirms its origin, revealing these are the prophecy books of the dreaded 12 apostles of the apocalypse. This man is Jen, the superintendent's assistant. Another aide, a lady named Shiki, is also there. She theorizes that these books might not be separate volumes, but scattered pieces of a single, far more powerful tome. Io opens the book, her expression grim. She notes that hunting the apostles and taking their books isn't their biggest challenge. The true problem is Madori himself, a powerful weapon now acting entirely on his own. It's clear Makoto's death has left a devastating scar on him as well. When Shiki asks what to do, Io smiles faintly. She orders them to leave Madori to her, promising to have tea ready for him upon his return. Seizing the opportunity, Jen and Shiki propose that with Makoto's squad gone, they are ready to fill the void by forming a new squad under their direct command. The proposal hangs in the air, sending Io into a state of deep contemplation. At that very moment, across Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy known as the Rebellion erupts into chaos. The monstrous leader of this prophecy is the God of Down. Anti-prophecy units on the ground are being overwhelmed, struggling to take down even a handful of its foot soldiers. Panic grips their voices as they cry out for their captain. A single name of hope, Hibiki. The captain of the Hibiki Satsuna squad steps onto the field. In her eyes, these troops are a tedious, pathetic obstacle. She glances back at Akane, the newest addition to their ranks, and asks with a smirk if she can handle this warm-up. Akane unleashes her Tismagista spell, conjuring a massive orb of shifting mercury. She warns everyone to stand clear as the liquid metal floods the ground, surging toward the enemy. Once every soldier's feet are submerged, Akane triggers her gasification spell, instantly vaporizing the mercury into a toxic mist. The enemy troops begin to choke, gasping for air as their lungs fill with poison. With a chilling calm, Akane reverses the process, turning the gas back into liquid mercury, now trapped inside their bodies. Using crimson heat, she makes the mercury within them seethe and boil, before finally solidifying the metal into countless deadly spikes, ending them all in an instant. The entire squad is speechless. Akane just annihilated an entire enemy force in a matter of seconds. With a snap of her fingers, Akane turns to face her comrades, calmly announcing that the job is done. Captain Hibiki approaches, clapping slowly. She praises Akane's mastery, weaving all 3 states of matter into 4 devastating attacks with a single skill. She lifts Akane's chin, remarking what a waste it is that such talent is only a temporary member of her squad. Hibiki extends an offer once Akane's training is complete. She should join their squad permanently. Thrilled, Akane promises she'll consider it. The other members are in awe, whispering about how this cute yet terrifyingly strong girl might actually join their team. But to their shock, Hibiki's reason is purely practical. She wants Akane on board to make their battles even more effortless. The moment she's alone, Akane calls Kanagi. She reports her completion of Lesson 7, controlling alchemy's 3 states, and requests the next lesson immediately. Kanagi, currently locked in a desperate struggle to protect his lunch from a relentless cat, agrees. Nearby, the founder alchemist marvels that Akane has already mastered level 7. Kanagi asks the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, a request he happily accepts.
When Kanagi tells Akane, she thanks him, adding with a competitive spark that Hinata has already reached Lesson 8.
Meanwhile, in Saitama Prefecture, a rank 2 prophecy beast, the Sphinx, has manifested. Hinata, dispatched to neutralize the threat, ends the fight before it can begin, shattering the bosses with a single, devastating lightning kick. And just like that, he clears his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The Todoroki squad's captain is floored by his power and immediately tries to recruit him. But Hinata, much like Akane, wants to weigh his options. He asks Akane for her thoughts, and she responds with a fiery grin, declaring that no matter which squad he chooses, she'll be the one to defeat them. Kanagi, listening in on their call, smiles. He's proud of their explosive growth and feels a fire ignite within him to start training just as hard. As Kanagi speaks, Suo grumbles in the background, annoyed that Oribe the cat is obsessed with Kanagi and ignores him completely. While he complains and tries to pry the cat away, Akane suddenly asks if they've heard the latest rumor about a new squad being formed. Kanagi is clueless, so she explains that a brand new unit is being created to fill the void left by Makoto's squad, and the captain for this new team will be chosen from the member with the greatest accomplishments. Kanagi seems unconcerned by the news, but Akane's tone suggests there's a deeper meaning. She then poses the real question. It's not about who will become the next captain, but whether Kanagi is ready to form a squad of his very own. Kanagi laughs it off at first, but then he goes still. The true weight of her words hits him, and he demands to know why she would say such a thing. She explains there's a growing desire within the organization for a power capable of eradicating all prophecies from the world. Kanagi is stunned by this bombshell revelation. Akane confesses she shares that desire. She says everyone is searching for a leader with unbreakable will, and that she believes Kanagi has what it takes to be that captain. Just then, Akane's own squad captain summons her. She quickly excuses herself from the call, bidding Kanagi a thoughtful goodbye. The conversation leaves Kanagi reeling, lost in the overwhelming possibility of becoming a captain. Elsewhere, Icha asks Suo what they were talking about, and he reveals the heavy topic. Icha agrees without hesitation, believing that if Kanagi wanted to, he could easily step into that role, and Suo can't help but agree. Deep in thought, Kanagi seeks guidance from the founders, but even they seem unsure of how to advise him. They had all dedicated their lives to serving a master, leaving them with no experience in leadership. The mage founder laments that they are useless teachers, unable to guide Kanagi through this critical crossroad. Hinoi then turns to the founder of military strategy, Ryon, and presses him for his insight. Ryon, however, refuses to get involved. He states that the time isn't right, as someone far more qualified to guide Kanagi already exists. But before Kanagi can even begin to decipher that cryptic message, his thoughts are shattered by a wooden spear slamming into the ground, mere inches from his face. His thoughts were cut short by Icha's voice, telling him to stop brooding and get back to his training. A wild grin spread across her face as she dared him to use his flash step. Against her, Kanagi accepted, leaping from the rock, combining flash step with ripple step for a flawless landing. Icha watched, stunned, wondering about the boy's true identity. To her, reaching this level of mastery in just 6 months was impossible for any normal awakener. A laugh escaped Kanagi's lips as he remembered Hinoi's brutal training, recalling the countless failures he endured just to learn flash step. But his nostalgia was instantly shattered as he sensed a powerful aura surging straight for him. It was Icha, charging with her staff glowing with energy. He dodged in the nick of time as the staff cleaved the rock behind him in two. Suo watched this, his jaw on the floor, but Icha was unfazed, warning Kanagi that she didn't care if he was focused or not. She would force him to be. Kanagi, though nervous, found his focus sharpened, holding his stance. Within his soul, Hinoi had a revelation. So this was the guide Ryan spoke of. Icha, the founder of mages, realized she was incredibly powerful for a modern awakener, a true descendant of his bloodline. But Hinoi was confused. He never had children. Perhaps she was descended from his brother instead. He had to admit her strength was immense. If she trained a monster like Makoto, she could be a living successor to their arts. But just as he thought this, he witnessed her unleash a technique he'd never seen before Skyfall. A bolt of pure energy shot towards Kanagi, who barely managed to twist out of its path. The sheer power in that attack was terrifying. Kanagi knew Icha was holding nothing back as she surged forward, unleashing her Purgatory Sword technique. Meanwhile, Hinoi watched with rising excitement. He understood what Icha had accomplished. She had refined their ancient knowledge and forged a new path outside. As Kanagi evaded the strike, even Icha was impressed. It was a move he had never seen in his life. yet he still managed to dodge it. She praised his one-handed sword style, noting it was eerily similar to the techniques of the founder himself. Kanagi froze at her words. Before he could respond, she added that he must be worried about whether he could ever surpass Makoto. He was speechless. That was the exact weight that had been crushing his soul. Even Suo was shocked to hear it. Kanagi's grip on his sword tightened, remembering Makoto's overwhelming power. The presence of a legendary squad captain. That was the shadow he lived in. The constant nagging question of whether he could ever reach that level. To his astonishment, Icha told him he doesn't have to be like Makoto. She roared for him to focus, channeling her energy and unleashing the Tengu dance, a devastating tornado of water. This, she explained, was a technique born from past masters who built upon the founder's original arts. They knew they could never match the founder's raw power, but they never stopped striving, getting closer with each passing generation. And in that moment, something clicked for Kanagi. He finally understood her meaning. Icha admitted she didn't know the full extent of Makoto's greatness, but from what she saw, he must have been an unparalleled leader. She added that it wouldn't be easy for Kanagi at first, but with his skills, the potential was definitely there. Pointing her wooden staff right at him, she gave him a warning. Don't try to become Makoto. Instead, focus on the path that has been entrusted to you. Her words echoed in his mind, bringing back the memory of Makoto shaking his hand. He realized he had to look forward, not dwell on the past. A rare smile graced Icha's lips as she declared that for the sake of that future, she would train him herself. And with that, their hellish training began, pushing one another beyond their absolute limits. 2 weeks passed. At the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, squad captains Hibiki and Todoroki reviewed a list of new candidates. The list, submitted by the superintendent himself, included 2 names, Kanagi and Icha. The selection raised more than a few eyebrows among the members. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, a shadowy figure spoke into a phone, confirming a successful infiltration. The new squad captain exam was in 3 days. Clutching the Book of Doom, the figure declared their ambition to become the next squad leader of the Anti-Prophecy. This mysterious infiltrator was none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse. Eva wields a terrifying skill called Heavenly Demon, an ability that lets her steal the very existence of anyone she kills. Her mission was simple: become the captain of the new squad and destroy the Anti-Prophecy from the inside out. As Madori's relentless hunt against the 12 Apostles continues, more than half of their number have already been struck down. Unable to face Midori's overwhelming power, they've devised a new strategy: cripple the Anti-Prophecy from the inside. Their conviction is absolute. They will do anything to ensure the prophecy comes to pass. 3 days later, at the Grand Training Field, the selection exam for the new squad captain is officially underway. As the candidates assemble, the instructor declares the trial ahead: 4 grueling tests, with only 4 warriors advancing to the final stage. The exam is a battle for points. First place in any test grants 3 points, second place earns 2, and third place, a single point. In the end, only the one with the highest total score will earn the right to lead the newly formed squad. The superintendent watches as the instructor ignites their fighting spirit. In a unified roar, they cry out, "Yes!" Among them, Kanagi feels the heavy weight of their collective gazes. 8 candidates stand ready. Koki of the Yagurama squad, Akihina of Yorizuya, Sonobi from Yashima, Hagi of the Kakab squad, Sakazaki from Tarzaki, Shikami of the Todoroki squad, and Jiru from the Hibiki squad. But the true danger is the one who doesn't belong. One of them is Eva, an apostle of the 12, an impostor hiding in plain sight. And then there's the special recommendation Kanagi. Unlike the others, Kanagi stands alone. His captain, Icha, is nowhere to be found, having overslept as usual. But her message to him was crystal clear: if he dares to lose, she will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Determined to survive until Icha arrives, Kanagi steels his resolve for the battle to come. Meanwhile, Icha blazes toward the training grounds, riding atop Su. She screams for more speed, knowing every second counts. She has absolute faith in Kanagi's victory and refuses to miss the moment he proves it to the world. Back at the field, the first trial begins a test of pure mana measurement. In a shocking display, Kanagi unleashes a torrent of energy so vast it shatters the device, instantly securing him first place. Akihina from the Uria squad, who placed 5th, can only stare, stunned by Kanagi's incomprehensible power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, and Sonobu secures 2nd. Both now realize Kanagi is no ordinary participant, he is an anomaly. Sakazaki notes that such irregularities appear from time to time, a prodigy blessed with either monstrous physical strength or godlike mana. He concludes that Kanagi must be a mana genius, just like the 7th-ranked participant. Shikami? On the scoreboard, Kanagi leads with 3 points. The instructor then announces the second test, hand-to-hand combat, and the true battle begins. Each participant must face an opponent. Victory will earn them 2 more points. As the instructor calls for the first match, Shikami raises his hand, demanding to face Kanagi. Shikami is known as the strongest in hand-to-hand combat,
another so-called irregular. At only 2 years old, he was caught in a dimensional monster breach.
But even as a baby in a stroller, he single-handedly slaughtered every monster, a sight that left his own mother speechless. He became a legend before he could even walk, the child who protected his protector. From the stands, Hibiki accuses Todoroki of cheating by putting his ace, Shikami, into the combat test.
Todoroki just scoffs. He argues it's only natural to use his strongest card, a warrior blessed with both magical talent and overwhelming physical might.
He boasts that he has personally trained Shikami since day one, and to this day, no one has ever managed to defeat him.
Hearing this, Hibiki begins to worry. Against a combat monster like Shikami, this match could be over in an instant.
As the fight is about to start, Shikami approaches Kanagi with a question. Is it true you've been giving lessons to Hanata? Remembering the founders, Kanagi simply replies that he is but a messenger. Shikami doesn't grasp his meaning. He insists that someone is secretly guiding the super genius. Hanata. He then declares that even without Kanagi's help, Hanata is destined to surpass his current level on his own. Instead of arguing, Kanagi just agrees, a response that only serves to fuel Shikami's irritation. Enraged, Shikami unleashes his true power. Activating Violent Bite, his body twists into a monstrous form. He lunges with blinding speed. Kanagi ducks just in time, but Shikami is already following up with a vicious claw strike.
Watching from the sidelines, Todoroki grins, thrilled to see his fighter finally unleashed.
As Shikami swings with devastating force, Kanagi deftly sidesteps. In that single moment of opportunity, he shifts into the kudu stance, seizes Shikami's wrist, and slams him into the earth with bone-shattering force. The impact creates a massive shockwave, blasting rubble across the field and stunning every single spectator. As the dust begins to settle, both Kanagi and Shikami are launched into the air by the sheer force of the blow. The other candidates are in awe. Kanagi had merely redirected his opponent's power, yet it was enough to completely devastate the battlefield. Even Kanagi couldn't help but acknowledge it. Shikami's power was the real deal.
But Shikami takes it as mockery. Despite the devastating impact, he lands perfectly, defying the ruined battlefield, leaving everyone stunned.
From the sidelines, Akihina analyzes the data, muttering that this result was only to be expected. Shikami's power-up is an anomaly. His body's resilience is on a completely different level, far beyond any ordinary awakener.
Shaking off the impact, Shikami steels himself and launches himself at Kanagi once more.
Kanagi knew then that simply deflecting these attacks wouldn't be enough for victory. It was time for a new approach.
Unleashing his founder's power, he meets Shikami's charge with a deceptively light kick.
Then, he activates his technique, Penetration. The Luminance kick multiplies, striking Shikami again and again in midair. Gasps filled the arena as Shikami plummeted to the earth, utterly defeated. The instructor moves in instantly, calling the match before it could go any further. He declares Kanagi the victor, awarding him 2 more points as the other squad members watched in awe. This man had just overpowered Shikami with pure strength, the very same fighter Akihina called an irregular. Akihina's fingers fly across his keyboard. He never predicted Kanagi's mastery in close-quarters combat. His initial calculations were wrong. He thought Kanagi would be weeded out naturally, but now it was clear. Kanagi had just become a major obstacle in his grand design. As Shikami's consciousness returns and his eyes flutter open, he sees Kanagi looming over him, casting some unknown spell. But Kanagi's voice is calm, reassuring him that he's merely healing his injuries. This only deepens Shikami's shock. An irregular with immense mana and physical power could also use healing arts. The idea was almost impossible to grasp. Still reeling, Shikami asks a single question. Is there anything you can't do? Those words send a jolt through Kanagi, flashing back to the day he failed. The day he couldn't save his fallen comrades from the Makoto squad.
After a moment, Kanagi steps back, telling him he should be able to stand. Just then, a thunderous crash echoes through the training ground. Kanagi glances toward the sound, revealing that the final match of the combat exam has just begun.
Shikami's eyes widen in alarm. Just how long was he out for? It must have been a while. Only 5 minutes, Kanagi calmly replies. He explains that after their duel ended, all the other matches began at once. 2 of those fights were over in a flash, but Akihina and Hagi were still locked in combat, even after 5 minutes. Neither showed any sign of backing down, trading a furious storm of blows, each strike filled with full force. As Hagi rushes in, she blasts Akihina back with a powerful blow, scoffing at his complete lack of special abilities. Without any unique skills or traits, she sneers. He's completely unworthy of being a captain. Akihina calmly adjusts his stance. He counters that he never sought to be special. For an ordinary person to lead would only lead to their own demise. He believes a true captain must possess one thing: the power to adapt. To adapt to any situation, to raise the squad's survival rate, even if only by a single %. Akihina declares this is his path, a path to ensure he never repeats the tragedy of the Makoto squad. Those words strike a nerve in Kanagi. Hearing Akihina speak so lightly of his fallen comrades, Shikami also bristles with anger, warning him to watch his mouth. Back in the fight, Hagi unleashes her disciplined chainsword art, summoning a vortex of energy as she charges.
Akihina manages to block the assault, but the raw power slams him into the ground.
Hagi presses her advantage, moving in for the final blow. But just as her strike is about to connect, Akihina suddenly surrenders.
The instructor calls the match instantly. Hagi is declared the winner, but she just stands there, completely stunned.
A teammate has to hold her back as rage erupts. She's furious that Akihina would just give up and deny her a true battle. Akihina, however, simply brushes it off, claiming the fight was dragging on for too long. So he made a tactical decision to conserve his strength for the tests to come. But as he walks away, a smirk plays on his lips. He knew he could have won, but he wouldn't reveal his true power, not with Kanagi watching his every move. And so the second stage of the exam, the brutal hand-to-hand combat test, comes to a close. Kanagi now stands at the top of the leaderboard with 5 points, followed by Tsunobu with 3.
The instructor announces a 30-minute break before the third examination, but adds a chilling warning: the 4 with the lowest scores will be eliminated.
As the break starts, Kanagi's thoughts drift elsewhere. He wonders about Ika and Sue, who should have been here by now. Meanwhile, just outside the anti-prophecy headquarters, Sue finally stumbles into view, carrying Icha on her back, completely drained. He can only watch in confusion as she heads for the courtyard, not the training grounds. When pressed for answers, Icha's senses pick up something chilling. The faint scent of a lingering aura, the smell of recent death. She identifies it as the remnants of an awakener, one who was annihilated by an overwhelmingly powerful foe. The revelation sends a shockwave through Sue, an awakener, murdered within these walls. It means their secret headquarters has been breached, a feat that should have been impossible. But Icha scoffs, claiming the 12 apostles are powerful enough to have found them, leaving Sue utterly speechless. He demands to know their motive, but she brushes him off, instead steering them towards the training grounds. Privately, though her mind is racing, the energy signature she felt, it belonged to someone on a squad captain's level. Yet, there are no official reports of such a death. The mystery deepens, becoming far more sinister. Now, Madori isn't alone. Icha, Sue, and Kanagi are all bound by a single, burning purpose avenging Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, the cadets tend to their wounds and relax, but Akihina remains isolated, his attention glued to his laptop. Nearby, Kanagi's face lights up as he spots his comrades, Icha and Sue making their way over. But their arrival changes everything. The air instantly grows thick with tension. Everyone recognizes Icha, one of the 5 elites from the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force, a peer of Madori herself. Sue scans the faces of the captains, a cold dread creeping in. Icha was certain a captain had been slain. Yet all 7 of them are standing right here. A wicked smirk plays on Icha's lips. She beckons Kanagi closer, a secret burning in her eyes. She lays out the terrifying truth. One of the captains is an impostor, a member of the 12 apostles in disguise. The evidence, she explains, is the aura she sensed in the courtyard. The probability is terrifyingly high. The victim was, without a doubt, a captain-level fighter. But with every captain present, a chilling possibility emerges. Logically, this scenario should be impossible, unless the killer is posing as their victim. An impostor walks among them. Kanagi's blood runs cold as Sue nods in grim agreement. The monster who took down a captain is breathing the same air as them right now. Sue knows they must act fast, or more will die. If this threat isn't contained, it could trigger a prophecy foretelling the extinction of all humanity. But Ika, with a predator's grin, proposes a brutal solution. Simply kill everyone there and erase the threat completely. Kanagi and Sue instantly reject her bloody proposal. Their mission is to find the one traitor, the single member of the 12 apostles hiding in plain sight. A thrill flashes in Icha's eyes. If this is the work of the 12 apostles, this is their chance to finally avenge Makoto. They were the ones who took him from them. She looks to Kanagi, a silent challenge in her gaze. The memory of Makoto's final moments fuels his resolve. He agrees. Sue clenches his fists. The loss of his own brother, a fresh wound. Seeking guidance, Kanagi turns to Azure, the legendary founder of the detectives. Azure advises examining the crime scene first, but with the promotion test underway, that's impossible. Kanagi considers rushing there, since there's still time before the break ends. But Azure warns against it. It would alert the killer. If this apostle is as powerful as the one from the snowy mountain, they could all be wiped out in an instant. They have to be ready for that worst-case scenario. With that chilling thought, Kanagi makes a decision. He'll investigate after the test is over. But he has one more question. Is it possible that even the founders might not detect any aura residue at the scene? Pinocchio speaks up, revealing he spent the last month training near a volcano, perfecting his one-handed sword style. He theorizes the volcano's immense energy could be disrupting the flow of chi, masking any lingering traces. Mage adds another terrifying detail. An aura that can only be sensed up close is the signature of a 12 Apostles class enemy. Azure grumbles, annoyed that they're stepping on his detective work. But Hinoi cuts him off. They need to focus on finding the culprit, so he can personally end them. Returning to the matter at hand, Azure gives Kanagi a new line of questioning for Ika. Kanagi poses the question, could the Apostle have infiltrated as a candidate, not a captain? The idea catches Isha by surprise. But after a moment, she concedes it's possible. If they mean the captain candidates, still, she warns not to rule out the squad captains. Kanagi understands. An idea begins to form in his mind. A plan for the next test, provided it's a combat trial. But only moments later, the instructor's announcement shatters his expectations. The third stage of the exam begins, a written test. To Kanagi, this was a complete nightmare. The candidates were ushered into private chambers, with all phones strictly forbidden. This left Kanagi completely blind, with no way to track the infiltrator. The test focused entirely on the rules of the anti-prophecy, a subject Kanagi understood absolutely nothing about. But even so, he refused to surrender. He would push through this, one way or another. When the results were announced, the outcome was brutal. Kanagi had failed to score a single point, while Akihina soared to second place with a perfect 3. And just like that, the final 4 candidates, including Shikami, were officially eliminated from the running. The shame of scoring the lowest burned within Kanagi. But as he stood there in frustration, Shikami approached, offering words of encouragement that he did well. It was a hollow comfort, since both Kanagi and Shikami had received a score of 0. But Shikami seemed especially bitter that Akihina had managed to earn full marks. Despite his own failure, he praised Kanagi for holding first place and promised to cheer him on through the final half of the exam. He mused on who would be chosen as the new captain, adding that once selected, the superintendent would judge whether the new squad could even function. Shikami then explained the crucial rule of squad formation. The minimum number of members is 7, which meant the captain would have to recruit 6 more people. He advised Kanagi to start thinking now about which candidates he would bring onto his team. Placing a firm hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami offered himself as the first recruit, highlighting his exceptional physical skills, with a confident grin. He walked away, wishing him the best. As Shikami departed, Azure appeared at Kanagi's side, telling him it was time to visit the crime scene. But something in Azure's calm, confident tone sent a chill down Kanagi's spine. He realized Azure had already identified the culprit. Azure confirmed it, but stated that he still needed undeniable evidence to make his official move. Then, he made a chilling declaration they would now go on the offensive against the 12 Apostles. The mage recounted the story, explaining how Detective Azure was guiding Kanagi with his brilliant deductions and methods. This roundabout way of speaking annoyed Hinoi, but the mage was doing it on purpose, trying to lighten the heavy mood with her narration. They arrived at the crime scene, where Azure took command. As he began his examination, everything aligned perfectly with his suspicions. With the victim's identity confirmed, the final piece fell into place. He now knew the killer's name. Hearing this, Hinoi realized the horrifying truth. Their opponent was one of the 12 Apostles, which meant he might possess the Book of Doom, just like the last one they faced. The mage then asked the question on everyone's mind. What would they do now? But just as Kanagi opened his mouth to answer, a powerful surge of energy washed over him, transporting him to a strange, cloudy realm. There, he met an old woman who simply claimed to be a random granny passing by. When she inquired about his investigation, Kanagi told her a murder had been committed. The culprit was a master of disguise, a shapeshifter of incredible skill. Upon hearing this, the old woman asked if they should hunt down the killer immediately. However, Kanagi explained that they already knew who it was, not by guesswork, but with solid proof. Even so, he admitted he couldn't expose the truth just yet. The granny seemed confused, believing that revealing the culprit and eliminating the threat was the most logical path. But Kanagi argued that it wasn't that simple. They weren't just dealing with one culprit, there were 2 of them. He insisted that it was far better to take them both down at once, when they were in the same place. He would handle it in the morning. His only request was that the old lady, who he knew was the superintendent, simply observe and not interfere. She smiled, wished him luck, and repeated her cover story. She was just a passing granny who wouldn't get in the way. As she turned to leave, Kanagi revealed his name to her, which brought another knowing smile to her face. A powerful surge of energy rushed through him once more, and he regained control of his body. In a top-secret location, an assistant questioned the superintendent, asking if it was truly wise to leave things as they were. The granny, however, simply replied that she didn't mind. She could tell Kanagi was close to the truth and clearly had a plan. She claimed she was merely a curious spectator, interested to see what he would do next. Nevertheless, she ordered her assistant to have the other officers on standby, ready to provide backup for Kanagi if anything went wrong. The assistant agreed, but admitted that even after investigating the scene herself, She hadn't found anything particularly interesting.
Still, the superintendent placed her absolute trust in Kanagi's words. The assistant was baffled as to why she had so much faith in him.
In response, the granny revealed it was because of the unwavering confidence and fierce determination she saw burning in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi made his way through the woods, Shikami joined him, ready to explain the next part of the test. This exam was designed to test their very essence, their potential to lead as a squad captain.
Shikami fully expected Akihina to play the strategy card, but threw his support behind Kanagi instead.
Kanagi offered his thanks. Then his question cut through the air like a blade. Why did Shikami deliberately throw the examination?
After a heavy, sinister silence, Shikami turned to him. His strategy, he claimed, had simply changed.
Why become a captain and be tied down when he could operate from the shadows under a truly strong leader? Kanagi's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He accused Shikami of a much darker plot to cull the herd of promising candidates. Hidden in the trees, Icha watched on. Hearing the accusation, Shikami openly admitted it. He had no problem eliminating someone, if a better replacement was needed. He explained that during the third test, his mind simply froze. It could only process what was already there, leaving him with nothing, a score of 0.
Calling himself a fool, he declared it would be far better to simply eliminate Akihina's body instead.
As they moved into a clearing, the world closed in. They were surrounded by every squad captain and member. There, in the center, Todoroki was chained to the ground, flanked by Hibiki and another captain.
With her trademark arrogant smirk, Hibiki addressed him, not as Shikami, but as Mr. Apostle. She then demanded he introduce himself.
The charade was over. Shikami's voice deepened into something monstrous, revealing his true name, Eva, the 9th Apostle. Eva then explained her terrifying ability, the power to rip information directly from a host's brain. She confessed to killing Shikami for a simple reason. His body was the strongest vessel among them all. Hibiki's smirk widened. So Eva's goal was to rot the anti-prophecy from the inside out. Eva confirmed it. But since her plan had failed, she had no choice but to slaughter them all. First, however, she needed to know who discovered her identity. Hibiki simply pointed toward Kanagi, who was standing dangerously close to Eva.
A wicked grin spread across Eva's face as her gaze locked onto him. She never expected he'd have the sheer audacity to stand so near.
Turning on him, her energy exploded outwards. She demanded to know, who in the hell was he? But how did everything come to this? The story begins just before Shikami's body was stolen. Todoroki had told him he was being recommended as a candidate for the new squad captain. The news sent a surge of pure joy through Shikami. But Todoroki urged caution. The information was top secret until the official announcement the next morning. Shikami laughed, his excitement overflowing. For a secret, he joked, they were practically shouting it to the world. Todoroki reassured him with a smile. Shikami possessed some of the greatest physical power in the entire unit. He would undoubtedly become a great captain, filled with a new resolve from his master's confidence. Shikami accepted, determined to give his all. But in that moment of triumph, as their fists met, something flashed and slashed him into pieces. In a heartbeat, Shikami was annihilated right before Todoroki's eyes, leaving him frozen in shock, his mind unable to process the horror. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, mocking Shikami's weakness. It questioned if this pathetic display was truly the standard for a captain in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure answered its own question with a sneer. Their strength was merely borrowed from artifacts, and the one who supplied them.
Stepping from the darkness, the figure revealed herself, Eva, one of the 12 apostles. And she was looking forward to what came next.
Approaching Shikami's lifeless form, Eva activated her heavenly demon skill, seizing complete control of his body. But as her power surged, Todoroki erupted in fury. His mighty Vajra punch smashed her body into a crimson mist. Tears of rage streamed down his face as he gasped for air, only to be met with slow, mocking applause from behind him. He turned to see the impossible. The very same Shikami he had just watched die was now clapping. He praised Todoroki's power to kill one of the 12 apostles with a single blow, just what he'd expect from his master. Todoroki was stunned into silence. But before he could even react, a blade flashed, and Eva, wearing Shikami's face, sliced him in half.
With a wicked grin, Eva activated a necromancy artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse slave, bound forever to her will.
Now a mere puppet, Todoroki bowed, agreeing to serve his new master, Eva. But before another word left his lips, she slapped him so hard his head nearly flew off. She corrected him with a vicious glare. From now on, he would call her Shikami, so that no one would ever suspect the truth.
Todoroki nodded in silent obedience, as a dark, twisted laugh echoed between the two. Meanwhile, back at the scene, Kanagi and Azure began their investigation, activating his unique skill, theatrical detective. Azure began to rewind time itself, to witness the absolute truth of what transpired.
His unique power lets him witness the past, giving him a first-hand view of what truly unfolded at a crime scene. But this power comes with a strict condition. Azure must hold the evidence in his own hands and arrive at the truth through his own deduction. Incredibly, this vision also extends to the future, allowing him to foresee crimes before they even occur. But such an immense power carries an equally immense risk. Should he ever reach the wrong conclusion on a case, the ability will shatter, lost to him for all time.
As Azure reveals this, the founders recoil in disgust at Eva's vile technique of stealing bodies.
But then, a crushing silence descends upon the room as all eyes turn to Kanagi. His mana was erupting like a volcano, his rage a palpable, burning force. With fiery resolve, he vows that the apostle will know no forgiveness. Back in the present, that same fire fuels his assault as he unleashes a devastating attack. A flash reflection punch, amplified by his penetration spell, hurtles straight toward Eva. He follows up with the Luminance Fist as it connects with her face. A blinding blast of energy erupts, sending her spiraling through the air. She tries to plant her feet, but the sheer force sends her skidding uncontrollably backward. But as the dust clears, a sound chills Kanagi to the bone her laughter. As she calls him cruel, unfazed by his powerful techniques, she mocks him, twisting the memory of his friend Shikami into a cruel taunt. He knew this was coming. He couldn't defeat her with his current power. Eva, still feeling the impact of the punch,
Scoffs that it was nothing, sneering that his desperate attacks are just child's play.
She screams that such feeble attempts could never touch her. To her surprise, Kanagi agrees, but then reveals a shocking truth: he was never meant to be the one to defeat her. His entire assault was just a ploy to buy precious time for the mage founder to descend into his body. The moment the founder takes control, everything changes. Kanagi's body explodes with an overwhelming aura. Seeing this,
Eva realizes with a jolt that he must be the anomaly the satellites had warned about, a being who had become something else entirely.
but fear is the last thing on her mind. She's thrilled. With a wicked grin, she summons an army from the heavens, hundreds of mummified corpses. Their ghastly screams echo across the battlefield. She declares that life is dull without the thrill of death, so they should all fight to their heart's content. As the grotesque army descends, Azure observes that they are nothing more than empty shells, puppets animated by Eva using the bodies she has stolen. Eva's laughter rings out as she boasts that every single puppet possesses the same terrifying strength as Shikami, and dares them to face her. Looking around, Hibiki's eyes widen in horror. He counts roughly 100 bodies, each one on par with Shikami, a realization that sends shockwaves through a nearby candidate. From within his own consciousness, Kanagi watches in disgust as Eva defiles the bodies of those she's already trampled. The mage, a presence beside him in his mind, simply notes that he has finally changed, and so have the founders. As the mummies plummet toward the earth, the mage, in full control of Kanagi's body, declares that Eva has made a fatal miscalculation. In an instant, she unleashes a storm of lightning, obliterating every mummy in midair and leaving Eva utterly stunned. The mage took Eva's tactic as a personal insult, summoning minions just to let them fall, forcing her hand before they could even land. As the charred remains rain from the sky, Eva is left completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Some warriors might achieve such godlike accuracy through a lifetime of training, but this new Kanagi had unleashed it without a second thought, striking every single target flawlessly. The mage instructs Kanagi to watch closely and learn. He's in awe, realizing that even in his weak body, her spellcasting is perfectly efficient. Calling him closer, the mage explains that while Kanagi
Had only ever sought power for himself, the founders craved a vessel like his to truly unleash their own strength. Her words leave Kanagi confused, the meaning just beyond his grasp.
The mage continues, saying that even when drunk on overwhelming power, his goal remained simple and pure: to become stronger. But now, the founders themselves were intoxicated by Kanagi's limitless potential. Yet, after the tragedy of losing a friend who placed all their faith in him, the mage saw that Kanagi's anger now came from the very depths of his soul. Pointing to the other excited founders, the mage claims they all prefer this new version of Kanagi. Eva, hearing this, is baffled. She charges, screaming the simple law of her world: the weak exist only to be crushed by the strong. But just as her attack is about to land, a brilliant spark of electricity erupts before her, halting her charge completely. Stunned, Eva looks up, only to see the heavens themselves raining down judgment in a terrifying storm of thunder. The mage scoffed at Eva's limited view. She recalled a being who could shatter the tower, only to be treated as a mere plaything and consumed by horrors from another world. Having watched her comrades perish, the mage now fights for the fallen, carrying the weight of their vengeance on her shoulders. She advanced on the downed Eva, her voice dripping with scorn. "You're all talk," she mocked, with no real power to back it up. Eva was powerless to rise, Gizik, trapped beneath a relentless barrage of thunder. The mage saw through Kanagi's facade. Behind the laughter was a soul burning for revenge. She knew every founder believed in him. That one day, Kanagi would stand among them as an equal. Reaching out a hand, the mage made a solemn promise. If you ever need our strength, we will lend you our power. If sorrow grips your heart, just point to its source, and we will erase it from this world.
Without a shred of hesitation, Kanagi pointed to the sky where Eva hovered. Instantly, divine lightning rained down, tearing her body to shreds.
An absolute, stunned silence fell over the battlefield. The instructor saw it then. The terrifying reflection of a young Madori in Kanagi's eyes. A monster was being born. As Eva's remains littered the ground, her mind couldn't process it. This boy hadn't just defeated her army. He had utterly annihilated her, Yuzik. Kanagi walked toward the wreckage. Do you understand our power now? He asked coldly. Because I have so many questions for you. He leaned in, his voice low and threatening. I know people skilled in breaking minds. You and I are going to have a long talk. But a deep, resonant voice echoed from the remains. In this form, I cannot fight you, Eva admitted. It seems the boss was right after all. Suddenly, the earth trembled as a dark coffin rose from the ground. Behold, Eva declared, my final trump card. Kanagi's eyes widened in shock. Eva spoke of a legend from centuries ago. A founder known as the 10,000-man army slasher, the one who broke the tower.
To Kanagi's absolute horror, Eva revealed the corpse within the coffin. The legendary swordsman, Hinoi Rishu.
The founder's spirits roared with fury. How could she possess his sacred remains without a word? Mage unleashed a bolt of pure rage, striking the coffin. The corpse of Hinoi was unmoved. The time for games is over, Mage declared. Eva had already seized control. Before their eyes, the corpse of Hinoi stood, his hand gripping the hilt of his ancient blade. Now, Eva cackled, drunk on this borrowed power. We can finally fight on equal ground. An overwhelming pressure crushed the air around them. Kanagi realized with dread. This aura was even more suffocating than Ika's. But the nightmare wasn't over. With a snap of her fingers, an army of minions clawed their way from the earth. The second wave has arrived. A flicker of doubt crossed Kanagi's face, but Mage's voice was firm. They are nothing. As more minions spawned, a massive explosion ripped through the air behind Eva. She spun around to see Kanagi's allies had arrived. Ichi, Music, Suo, and the others stood united, ready for war. He was not fighting alone. Eva's face twisted with annoyance, her plans completely derailed. As Eva spoke through her new vessel, Kanagi noticed something chilling. The voice, the cadence, it was identical to the legends of Hinoi. But even with reinforcements, the battle was a struggle. The minions were far more powerful than before. This new wave possessed an unbreakable hardening skill.
Even a full-powered assault from one of their strongest members left a minion completely unscathed. To their horror, they realized each monster had a unique, deadly skill.
Drowning in a sea of monsters, the anti-prophecy members found themselves completely overwhelmed. Hibiki, watching the flow of battle, finally acted. She activated her sound visualization, releasing her ultimate technique. A magnificent phoenix of pure sound erupted, vaporizing a horde of minions in a flash. However, Izik, despite the devastating attack, she knew it wasn't enough. Each minion was a unique and powerful threat.
As chaos reigned, Todoroki suddenly shattered his restraints, slamming one of the younger members into the ground with brutal force.
But in a flash, Hibiki intervened, saving them from a gruesome fate. Amidst the bedlam, Eva was laughing, savoring every moment of their despair. In a war like this, she declared smugly, only the squad captains have any hope of survival. Hearing this, Kanagi looked to the founders for guidance, but their spirits remained utterly silent. He then turned to the mage inside him. Let me take the wheel for a moment. Surprised, she relented. Kanagi took control, a confident smirk on his face. You made a fatal mistake, Eva, he taunted. You underestimated my friends. Elsewhere, Hanada found himself completely surrounded. But he remembered Kanagi's lesson number 7. Channeling his inner energy, his fist technique manifested a spectral dragon. Using it as a source of immense power, he unleashed hell, kicking every last minion into oblivion. Long ago, the founder Wantak had seen Hanada's potential. His flexible, powerful muscles, perfect for channeling focused strikes with blinding speed.
Even the founder Urson had once critiqued his form.
It had potential, he said, but lacked true mastery without their wisdom. But now, Hanada has evolved. He flows like a serpent through the battlefield, every strike a masterclass, dismantling minions with lethal grace. Meanwhile, Akane holds her position fearlessly. A tide of monsters surges towards her, but she does not waver. Kanagi's words echo in her mind. the transmutation technique, turning the flawed into the flawless. In the past, her creations were little more than crude trinkets, but now, her alchemy shatters all limits, summoning powerful stone golems from the very ground she stands on, a skill she perfected back in Lesson 8. It allows her to crumble the minions' reinforced bodies with absolute ease. Kanagi glances at Hinoi, a silent question about Suo in his eyes. Hinoi offers a confident nod. Suo is carving his own path. He may not possess his brother's genius, but his own unique strength is undeniable. At this very moment, Suo demonstrates that strength, weaving Hinoi's one-handed sword style with the Skyfall skill and unleashing a devastating arc that scythes through the enemy horde. He then elevates the technique, fusing it with Kendala to create a deadly blossom of energy, wiping out foes in a massive area of effect blast. Watching him, Icha feels a swelling sense of pride. Her student's fusion of skills is truly breathtaking. Still, she admits to herself that Kanagi's own complex combinations remain in a league of their own. Lost in thought as she slaughters her foes, a colossal vortex of fire suddenly tears through the sky before her. Her heart freezes. There's only one explanation for this. The legendary clash between Kanagi and the 12 apostles has begun. But as she stares into that raging inferno, her shock turns to disbelief. Kanagi's opponent is none other than the legendary founder, Hinoi himself. On the battlefield, Eva lunges at Kanagi. She channels Hinoi's legendary one-handed style and unleashes the formidable wave-cutting blade technique. But Kanagi moves like a phantom, evading with impossible grace. Though her blade finds only air, the sheer force of the swing annihilates the very ground they stand on. Kanagi instantly counters with Mage's Thunderbolt, but against a being of Eva's immense power, the attack barely leaves a scratch. She retaliates with her terrifying dice skill, and in a flash, the entire landscape is diced into countless cubes, showing no mercy even to her own allies. But Kanagi survives the cataclysm, landing deftly on a floating block of earth. A grim memory surfaces. He's faced this terrifying power before. Across the shattered world, the others desperately fight for balance, as the shifting, unstable ground threatens to swallow them whole. One warrior hangs on for dear life over the abyss, but just as their comrade reaches for them, the dice slash strikes again. It severs their arm, sending the other warrior plummeting into darkness. As she falls, still clinging to the dismembered limb, Kanagi spots them. He doesn't hesitate for a single moment, casting a protective bubble spell that raises them from the jaws of death. The mage spirit, her voice laced with panic, turns to Hinoi, desperately asking for guidance on their next move. But Hinoi remains detached, leaving the choice entirely to her. Do as you see fit, he declares. She steals her resolve. Just as Eva unleashes Splitting Cloud, a cataclysmic beam of energy that consumes the entire battlefield, even a squad captain like Hibiki can only stare in absolute horror at the sheer madness of it all. Eva, however, revels in this new power, ecstatic that Hinoi's body is a perfect vessel for combat. Yet, even this isn't enough for her. She decides to unleash a greater power, activating Hinoi's secret art. Indomitable, she prepares for the final blow. But what happens next defies all logic. Kanagi stops her blade cold, with nothing but his bare hand. Hinoi's spirit observes, completely unfazed, while the mage scoffs. Even in Hinoi's body, she sneers, you are still weak. The insult ignites Eva's rage. Weak, she screams in fury. How can the legendary body of a founder possibly be weak? Desperate, she dives deep into Hinoi's mind, frantically clawing through his memories for a power greater still. But as she trespasses further into his consciousness, a profound terror grips her. Tears stream from her eyes, born from witnessing something truly unspeakable. The source of her terror is a memory, an echo of Hinoi's past from the ancient era of the towers. Just a glimpse of this single memory is enough to shatter Ava's mind completely. In that vision, she sees Hinoi fell an entire tower with a single, effortless slash. Yet with every breathtaking feat, a piece of his humanity seemed to die, leaving him colder. Eva's mind reels. How could a mere mortal possibly attain such a godlike level of mastery? His memories were a bloody tapestry of destruction sundering armies, slaying beasts, cleaving the very ocean in two, and leaving scars upon the world itself. The crushing weight of these memories shattered Ava's spirit, leaving her broken under the immense pressure. Desperately, she questioned where to turn, how she could ever become stronger. But the burden was simply too much to bear. Her very soul began to splinter, feeling as if it would disintegrate into an endless abyss. Hinoi's spirit, ever so nonchalant, simply remarked that her soul should just break. But another founder cried out, warning that if it did, it would go berserk, unleashing a massacre upon the world. And to their absolute horror, that's exactly what happened. Eva's soul shattered. A piercing shriek tore from her, so powerful it was felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The force of that scream triggered an immediate citywide evacuation. As citizens discovered, the source was a terrifying aura from Nagano Prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away. And yet, even across that vast distance, the shockwaves of her despair reached them.
Panic erupted as people feared the end of days had finally come, or that some legendary beast had awakened.
Back on the battlefield, as Ava's scream echoed, the very ground buckled, sending rocks levitating into the air. Her overwhelming aura crashed down on everyone, a suffocating pressure weighing on their very souls. Weaker members began to choke, their bodies slammed to the ground by the sheer force of her presence. Kanagi, witnessing this catastrophe, screamed for Hinoi, but the ancient spirit remained utterly unfazed, relaxing as if watching a mildly interesting show.
He calmly stated that he'd left everything to the mage, who readily agreed. As Ava stalked toward Kanagi, the mage raised her sleeve, revealing the sacred seal of truth upon her arm. With absolute confidence, she declared that by borrowing Kanagi's body, she would end this tragedy in a single, decisive strike.
As she unleashed the seal of truth, Kanagi's body erupted with an immense, radiant energy.
Akane watched in utter disbelief. The alchemist spirit within Kanagi spoke, telling both him and Akane to observe this moment carefully.
He explained that whether it is magic or alchemy, they are both paths in the endless pursuit of truth. And in this very instant, Kanagi was about to grasp one of those truths. As the spirit spoke, seals identical to the mage's began to manifest upon Kanagi's arms. The alchemist wondered aloud. Could Kanagi's mortal vessel withstand these fragments of absolute truth? Or would it crumble into dust from such divine power? Meanwhile, Ava's soul was already in pieces. The only thing animating her body now was the lingering, hateful residue of her spirit. Yet her body moved on pure instinct, guided by the primal urge for destruction, like a cornered beast. This was the same state Hinoi had abandoned his own body to long ago, a phenomenon they called truth ignorance. As Ava's rage intensified, she unleashed a violent surge of dark energy, her aura twisting the very air around her into a vortex of despair. The mage foresaw a horrifying future, one where that energy exploded with such power it would annihilate everyone, including Kanagi. Its influence would even spread across the continent. In that moment, Ava was poised to become the end of the world. Kanagi saw the vision, the gravity of the situation crashing down on him as he understood the apocalyptic danger. The mage then invoked one of her ultimate skills, Magus of Truth, a divine technique designed to completely nullify the target's abilities. The technique was so potent, the world itself seemed to groan under its immense force. As Eva channeled dark energy into her arm and swung at Kanagi, he effortlessly... She caught the attack. To her utter shock, he held her hand in an unbreakable grip. In that instant, the mage channeled a purifying light through Kanagi, creating a brilliant explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield. When the light faded, all that remained of Ava was a charred skeleton. As Kanagi still held her hand, the mage spoke through him. Using his body, she bid a final, somber goodbye to Eva's soul as her ashes scattered to the wind. The other founders watched with grim determination. But Hinoi stood up, clearly annoyed that his soul and body were now two separate entities. The mage smiled, turning to Kanagi and asking if what he just witnessed would prove useful to his training. As Kanagi regained control of his senses, he was stunned to see the aftermath. The battlefield was a crater, and all of his comrades were cheering for him, celebrating his victory over the monstrous threat. Ika, however, looked worried. He hadn't used his sword once, making her wonder if her training had been for nothing.
Hanada sighed in relief, while Sue praised Kanagi for incinerating such a powerful foe in a single blow. But Akane saw something more. She understood. He hadn't just overpowered his opponent. He had completely analyzed and deconstructed her skills, rendering them useless.
Akane's hands trembled at the realization. Was it truly possible for a human to reach such a pinnacle of power? But instead of despair, a fire of determination ignited within her. She vowed to one day reach that same height. The instructor, however, was only worried about the massive crater in the training field. This was supposed to be a simple examination. But things had gone catastrophically wrong. Even Todoroki was dead. The instructor groaned, annoyed that he'd have to write up a report and organize another exam from scratch. As the members were catching their breath, a strange, bright circle materialized, striking terror into one of them. The instructor was also frozen in shock. But emerging from the light was a figure no one expected: the superintendent. Kanagi's eyes widened. He recognized her as the old lady from his consciousness. Even the woman's assistant seemed completely baffled by her presence there. Then, in a move that defied all logic, the superintendent knelt before Kanagi, proclaiming that she had been waiting for his return. She confessed that her vigil had lasted for hundreds of years, waiting for the founders who finally stood before her. Suo and the others frantically looked to Icha for an explanation, but she merely said they should have known. Even if this was their first time seeing her, Isha revealed the old woman was one of the anti-prophecies founders, holding the highest authority in the Japanese branch. Frustrated, Suo shouted that they already knew that part. The real mystery was why she was kneeling to Kanagi. But to that, even Icha had no answer. Kanagi himself was just as lost, his mind racing to understand why this powerful woman was bowing before him. The founders within him delved deep into their memories, searching for a clue to this puzzle. But they came up empty. Suddenly, a wave of shock hit Kanagi as he felt her overwhelming aura. The old lady rose, asking if he remembered her, noting how old she had become. To make her point, she turns around and begins to sway, calling for Hinoi to witness her hypnotic waist dance. The founders are all baffled, until a chilling realization dawns upon them. The old woman is Io. Hinoi instantly demanded to take over Kanagi's body, and as he did, he greeted her with a familiar warmth. The casual interaction horrified everyone. The assistants immediately drew their weapons, seeing this as the ultimate act of disrespect toward their leader. Enraged, they declared their intent to execute Kanagi on the spot and redo the entire examination. However, Io, still dancing with Hinoi, waved them off, telling them to stand down, playfully. Hinoi ruffled Io's hair, joking that she'd finally become a granny. Hearing his voice, a memory sparked within Io. He used to speak to her in that very same way, all those centuries ago.
After things settled down, the members began the work of repairing the ravaged training grounds.
Meanwhile, Kanagi was transported deep within the anti-prophecy to a secret place known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision, and was left breathless by its garden.
Io explained that since she rarely shows herself to the public, a powerful barrier surrounds the area, allowing her to live there completely undisturbed. When Kanagi asked if she knew all the founders, Io began to tell her tale. She was an orphan who had lost everything during the brutal era of the towers.
It was the founders who saved her, who took her in and raised her. Kanagi was stunned. She had been just a child during that tumultuous time. But when Io mentioned that was 300 years ago, his shock intensified. This meant she was over 300 years old. She then unveiled her secret, an artifact that freezes time itself, as long as she remains inside the headquarters. The mention of artifacts triggered a flicker of memory within Kanagi. At the same time, Hinoi's spirit explained to Valentine that the artifact's power was similar to her own preservation skill. Valentine agreed, admitting that in her prime, she could have done the same. But she wondered where Io could have possibly obtained such a powerful relic.
Io revealed that a secret division within the anti-prophecy is tasked with collecting artifacts, their very existence a closely guarded secret.
But she delivered a grave piece of news. The facility housing these priceless items was recently attacked, and countless artifacts were stolen. In response, a special task force, which included Madori, was formed to hunt them down. The detective founder within Kanagi immediately put the pieces together. He wondered if the attackers were the 10 apostles, which would explain their sudden massive surge in power in the modern era. Kanagi was in awe of how quickly the detective had reached that conclusion from such a short conversation. The detective then revealed that when Io mentioned her boss, he had glanced into her memory and confirmed his suspicion. Another founder theorized that it would be far easier for their enemies to use artifacts to empower average awakeners than to find 12 individuals stronger than Makoto. Hinoi agreed, pointing out that the 2 enemies they fought recently were nowhere near Makoto's level of strength. Io confirmed their fears, stating they hadn't even known the 12 apostles existed until the raid. She explained that the apostles now wielded power equal to the anti-prophecy's greatest foe, making them too dangerous to be left alone. She added that while they hunt for the leader, it seems Madori will be the first to find them. The name sent a jolt through Kanagi. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the city streets were deathly silent. In a district that looked like a war zone, a storm of turbulent magic erupted into a tornado, slamming into the ground with immense power. And at the very center of the devastation stood Madori, who had just made a shocking discovery of her own. The 12 apostles were thought to be just 12 individuals, but there was always a 13th shadow lurking among them. Miles away, a man lounging on his throne smirks, watching the events unfold through a scrying orb. So, the boy had arrived, far sooner than destiny had foretold. His voice dripped with condescending amusement as he casually asked, "Will it be coffee? Or black tea?" Midori's choice was simple. "I choose your death, number 0. With a roar, he unleashed a turbulence beam straight at his floating nemesis. The blast was so immense that even from a great distance, another task force member, Nisha, witnessed its shocking power. Mikado, standing with the group, points out that the city is deserted, so they should be safe. But a question lingers. Why would Madori unleash an attack with this much power? Before they can ponder it further, they feel a terrifying surge of energy hurtling straight for them. In a split second, they dove from the rooftop as the entire building was cleaved in 2. The massive structure then shattered into a million pieces. Landing safely, they made a decision they would leave number 0 to Madori. Their own target was Kamaragi, another one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori's frustration was boiling over. He couldn't even scratch the protective barrier surrounding Number Zero. Even his most powerful wind techniques were useless. Was this the power of a unique skill? Or perhaps a legendary artifact? Having finished his tea, Number Zero casually stepped out of his shield, mocking Midori with a simple question. Are you done now? Midori didn't waste a second, instantly casting Wall of Cutting Pearls. Massive boulders shot toward Number Zero, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. But to his utter shock, Number Zero emerged from the dust completely unscathed, comparing himself to a whale swimming among mere fish. A cold dread washed over Midori. He realized that the protective bubble wasn't even his main defense. Staring down at the boy before him, Number Zero began his psychological assault. He admitted that under normal circumstances, Midori's power was so terrifying, he wouldn't even dream of making him an enemy. But now, Number Zero sneered, "You're just a pathetic creature, broken by the death of your friend." He twisted the knife deeper, saying that from the moment of his birth, Midori was nothing more than a monster crafted for battle. And yet, despite being a weapon of war, he failed to protect the very friends he cherished. Those words ignited a firestorm within Midori's soul. Pure rage consumed him. He lunged at Number Zero with overwhelming force, his eyes blazing with killing intent as memories of the past flooded his mind. Memories of what took place 23 years ago. Back then, deep within the mountains, Shinonome, a member of a special task force, stood paralyzed in shock, staring at a brilliant pillar of energy erupting from a crater. He screamed in disbelief, realizing that this apocalyptic scene was all that remained of the Midori family's grand estate. Superintendent Io was also present, witnessing the utter devastation. At the very center of it all, a tremendous energy pulsed. As she moved closer, she saw its source. It was a mere baby, radiating an aura so overwhelming it defied all logic. The sheer intensity of the power left no room for doubt. This entire catastrophe was caused by this single child's birth. Without a moment of hesitation, Superintendent Io charged toward the infant, the immense pressure of its aura slicing into her flesh with every step. Despite the agony, she forced herself onward, finally reaching the child at the heart of the storm. She gently lifted the infant into her arms, whispering words of comfort, assuring him that everything was finally all right, feeling the warmth of her embrace. The baby's cries slowly subsided. The violent storm of wind dissipated, revealing Io, battered and bloody, but holding the child securely. In that moment, she made a solemn declaration this child would be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, that baby was given a name, Midori. 9 years passed, and a young Midori was now preparing to leave the facility that had been his cage. A teacher named Hainoi Hayaradu and a 12-year-old Icha attempted to stop him, warning him not to cause any trouble. The man gave a grim warning if Midori went through with this, the anti-prophecy would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Unfazed, Midori accepted the terms, but as the master turned away, he muttered that this was the very reason he had let Midori live in the first place. Icha, standing nearby, felt the suffocating tension in the air. And then, she suddenly burst out laughing. Annoyed, the master demanded to know why. Midori had always been a prodigy, shattering every record and looking down on everyone else as weak. But one day, he met Makoto, a boy who simply tossed him a wooden stick. He asked him a simple question. Did he want to be his partner for sword training? Midori was confused, but Makoto just smiled, holding his own wooden sword forward in invitation. At the time, Makoto was the exact same age as him. With that, they began to train together. But Midori could never once defeat Makoto in a duel of swords. It drove him mad with frustration, but he kept coming back, always begging Makoto for just one more match. Makoto, hoping his friend would finally learn his lesson, would accept. And the result was always the same, Midori's defeat. Finally, he broke down, screaming, "Why can't I win when I'm trying my hardest?" It was Nisha, watching from the side, who revealed the truth. The reason he couldn't win was because he was far too strong. Midori was baffled. How could that be true when he'd never once won against Makoto? Just then, a voice cut through the air, calling it a compliment. It was Makoto himself, back when he was only 14 years old. Midori's frustration grew with every wooden sword that splintered in his hands. Makoto explained that even in victory, his overwhelming power would shatter his weapon. To demonstrate, Nisha presented an egg, explaining the core of the problem. Unleashing one's full power was like trying to hold this fragile shell in the heat of battle without crushing it. Still lost. Midori watched as Makoto took the egg and hurled it to the ground with all his might. But incredibly, upon impact, the shell didn't even have a scratch. Retrieving the pristine egg, Makoto revealed the secret. Midori needed to balance his destructive aura with a protective one. It wasn't a technique to be learned, but a sense that could only be mastered through time. As he spoke, Nisha suddenly flung the entire carton at the wall, and yet not a single one broke. Midori stared in absolute awe. Not a single eggshell had shattered. Makoto placed an egg in Midori's hand. If he truly wanted to defeat him in swordsmanship, he first had to master his aura. Once he did, his immense power would no longer be a danger to those around him. But as Makoto turned to leave, an egg smacked him square on the head. It was Madori, challenging him to join the training. Amused, Makoto returned the favor, demanding an apology. He then kicked the crate, making every egg levitate with his perfect aura control. But when Madori attempted the same feat, his untamed power caused every egg to detonate around him. Yet, after countless attempts, a breakthrough, Madori launched an egg that punched a hole clean through the wall, leaving the shell perfectly intact. With his newfound control, their sword training reached a whole new level. Now, they could clash from dawn till dusk, a true battle between rivals. Witnessing his incredible progress, Nisha and Makoto grinned, fired up for their turn to face him.
4 years passed in a flash. Midori was recruited into the elite special task force, while Makoto departed to forge his own path.
Midori was now heading to support the European branch, where a special rank prophecy had emerged, one known only as Pandemonium. Midori asked if Makoto was still searching for a swordmaster. Makoto confirmed it, reminding Midori he would find his own master. He held out his fist, declaring his goal was to one day stand as his equal. A smile spread across Midori's face as he met his fist bump. It was a promise. He would be waiting. Everything Madori did, he did for his friends. Their very existence was his reason to fight.
All he ever wanted was that bond. A bond the 12 apostles mercilessly ripped away from him. Snapping back to reality, those memories fueled a pure, unadulterated killing intent. Madori lunged at number 0, who simply stood there, utterly unfazed.
But just as his attack was about to land, number 0 revealed a golden egg artifact and crushed it without hesitation.
A berserk life stampede spell erupted, unleashing a blinding wave of light between them.
The other task force members saw the cataclysmic blast, wondering if that power could have been Midori's. When the light faded, Madori emerged, cloaked in a bizarre and ominous new aura. Makoto called out, asking if the fight was already over, but Madori remained silent. When they called his name, his voice was chillingly empty as he declared he had no idea who they were. A cold dread washed over Nisha. She screamed for Makoto to get back, a desperate warning. But it was already too late. A cruel smile twisted Midori's face, his hand already on Makoto's forehead. He unleashed the turbulent spell, and a violent whirlwind erupted. With the 3 members of Japan's special force gone without a trace, the U.S. branch was called in to investigate, with agents Maris and Ashton leading the mission. Upon arrival, Ashton placed a hand on the ground. The residual energy was overwhelming. This was the epicenter of a cataclysm. Maris could only stare at the sheer scale of the crater Madori had created. Now he understood why they called him the world's strongest man. But that raised a chilling question. How could someone so powerful simply vanish with his entire team? Ashton had no answers. When word of Midori's disappearance hit the Japanese branch, panic and chaos erupted through the ranks. At the everlasting vision hut, the assistant superintendent paced frantically, refusing to believe the reports. Ayo's voice was tight with worry. Was there truly not a single clue about Midori's whereabouts? She turned to his assistant, Ren, but Ren could only confirm their worst fears. The artifact connecting them had been destroyed.
A wave of despair washed over Io. Just then, Kanagi entered, now officially bearing the cape of a squad captain.
He looked a bit awkward in his new role, but the assistant superintendent's attention was elsewhere. It was a promotion born from overwhelming consensus, from every squad captain and the superintendent himself. Kanagi had even clashed with the monstrous Eva, proving to everyone he was the only warrior worthy of filling Makoto's shoes. Kneeling, Kanagi remembered his solemn oath to surpass the founders and ensure not one more life would be lost. He accepted their faith, the weight of the founders' legacy settling upon his shoulders. With unwavering resolve, he declared he would shatter every expectation of the anti-prophecy. At his words, Ayo's eyes lit up, certain he was always the one destined to be captain. But her smile vanished in an instant, her expression turning grim as she cut to the heart of the matter. Not long ago, Kanagi hunted for recruits for his squad. Now, he found himself before the superintendent, his own judgment being sought. The situation had escalated at an impossible speed. As Ayo appeared, fierce as the tiger emblem she wore, Kanagi was caught completely off guard. The door slid open to reveal 2 members of the special task force, Nisha and Makoto, both broken and battered beyond recognition. Io explained they were part of Midori's task force, and the only 2 who knew the horrifying truth of what happened. Makoto began to speak, his words a death knell in Detroit. Midori's body had been seized by the leader of the 12 apostles. The revelation shattered Kanagi's entire world. Makoto continued, his voice heavy, saying the power felt sickeningly familiar, just like the one Ava once wielded. He suspected an artifact was the cause, but the specifics were meaningless in that moment. The only truth that mattered was that Madori, their friend and protector, had been twisted into a foe of all humanity. This brutal reality shook Kanagi to his very soul. Makoto added that Madori fought the control with every fiber of his being, buying them precious seconds to escape. And before the darkness consumed him completely, Madori whispered an apology and made one final request. He begged Kanagi to defeat number 0 in his stead. Kanagi stood frozen, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of Midori's last wish. The assistant superintendent placed a firm hand on his shoulder, a gesture of immense expectation. However, he reminded Kanagi of a critical hurdle. He still hadn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Right now, he had Honda, Akane, and Sue, but he desperately needed to find 3 more warriors. This, the assistant superintendent declared, was his first true test as captain. Fueled by this urgent new mission, Kanagi burst from the room to begin his hunt for allies. He spotted his first target, a young boy from the Hibiki squad, and immediately gave chase, begging him to join his cause. The terrified boy scrambled away in a panic, shouting he would never abandon the Hibiki squad, no matter what. Just as he thought he'd found an escape route, he ran straight into Akane, who stood waiting calmly, holding a permission letter signed by Hibiki himself. The boy stared in utter disbelief. His own captain, Hibiki, had allowed this, but as he read the letter, his disbelief turned to stunned acceptance. It was genuine. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly agreed. And just like that, Kanagi and Akane had secured their 4th member. Elsewhere, Hanoda's recruitment attempt was far less conventional. He performed a bizarre, exaggerated leg-stomping motion as an invitation, leaving Akihina utterly baffled. Hanoda insisted it was an order from the new captain, declaring Akihina's skills were needed on their team. Akihina, however, refused instantly, revealing his goal was the next captain's exam, a position now vacant after Todoroki's death. Unfazed by the rejection, Hanoda suddenly unleashed a powerful kick, a direct test of Akihina's reflexes. To Hanoda's astonishment, Akihina dodged the blow with impossible grace, showing off his legendary evasion skill. Impressed but relentless, Hanoda pressed forward. But now, Akihina was intrigued and proposed a challenge. He would join their squad, but on one condition Hanoda had to land a single touch on him within 60 seconds. If he could do it, Akihina's loyalty was theirs. Hanoda confirmed that any means necessary were on the table. Upon receiving Akihina's approval, a blazing dragon aura exploded to life around him. With victory on the line, Akihina started the timer on his laptop. Deep within a limestone cave, Akihina met with Captain Surukai, who was casually fishing in a 17th dimensional crack called the Underjaw. Surukai noted that sometimes he reeled in some truly massive catches from that void. Spotting Akihina, he asked if he was aiming for the Todoroki squad's empty seat. Akihina confirmed it, but added, he wanted to become a captain who refused to die. But Surukai simply states, a captain's title isn't needed to achieve his goals. Akihina is floored. Does the captain believe he's unworthy? While effortlessly reeling in a monstrous shark, Surukai declares that Akihina is missing something vital. Back in the present. Hanoda lunges at Akihina, who desperately tries to keep his distance. Hanoda closes the gap, mere inches away, but his hands grasp at empty air, never once making contact. A look of awe crosses Hanado's face. He realizes Akihina is using a unique evasive skill to phase right through his attacks. The technique is called Omni-Egos, a power Akihina has kept hidden from the world for a long time. His Omni-Egos grants him the ability to teleport to any marked location within a 100-meter radius. The only condition is that he must visit the spot first. But once a location is set, his teleportation is instantaneous and perfectly precise. Hanada unleashes a furious storm of attacks. Yet Akihina dances between them, vanishing and reappearing with impossible grace. This proves to be a challenge for Hanada, but he smirks, treating this as valuable training for the inevitable day he must face Madori. As he blinks across the battlefield, Akihina calls out, questioning what Hanada could possibly see in Kanagi. Without missing a beat in his assault, Anoda admits he doesn't have a specific reason. He launches a devastating kick toward Akihina and confesses he knows all about his ideal captain, one who could raise the squad's survival rate by a mere 1%. Hanada calls that admirable, but foolish. He would never trust his life to a leader who values survival percentages over all else. The words sting Akihina, but Hanada presses on, explaining that someone obsessed with their own survival can never achieve true greatness. Music. As he speaks, a dark memory surfaces a vision of his family lying lifeless, victims of a cruel prophecy. That horrifying day forged his resolve to eradicate every last prophecy from existence. And in Kanagi, he saw the one person who possessed the power to make that a reality, which is why he pledged his loyalty. The truth hits Akihina like a physical blow. He finally understands what he lacks as a leader, the strength to make others believe in him. As he refocuses on the battle, he knows he has the upper hand. and vows to use this conversation as a lesson for the future, with only 5 seconds left on the clock. Hanad coolly pulls out his phone. Perfect timing, he mutters. Akihina has no idea what's happening until the sky itself cracks open. Suo appears, unleashing a Chundala spell combined with Skyfall, utterly obliterating the courtyard below. The attack vaporizes every teleportation point Akihina had set. It's the opening Haneda was waiting for. He dives from the ruined building, delivering a lightning-fast kick that tears a single piece of fabric from Akihina's uniform.
The timer hits 0. That tiny piece of cloth counts as a touch, making Haneda the victor. He lands as Suo casually asks if leveling the entire area was truly necessary.
Hanada just smirks, thanking Suo for the backup. In the background, Akihina seethes with rage. But then, after a few quick taps on his laptop, his anger vanishes. He calmly agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Honoda and Suo celebrate with a high five. Just then, Kanagi and Akane arrive, dragging a new, heavily chained member named IU. Kanagi's jaw drops at the sight of the crater, but Suo just grins, saying he's sure Kanagi will write a great apology letter for it.
Anand tries to play peacemaker, suggesting Ren could fix it. But he points out a bigger problem: their team is still one person short.
Akane draws a blank and looks to Kanagi for any ideas. Kanagi simply points to the special task force members, Icha, Makoto, and Nisha, revealing he has already recruited them. From this day forward, they are temporarily under Kanagi's command and will fight as members of his squad. Meanwhile, at the ominous watchtower, the surviving members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse convene. Their numbers have dwindled to only 5, but their confidence soars. They possess the world's ultimate weapon, Midori's body. In their minds, they are just one step away from the complete annihilation of the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 reminds them of their sacred motto: everything we do is for the true emergence of prophecy in this world. Back inside the Anti-Prophecies Research Division, the assistant superintendent asks the director if he has acquired the requested item. The director confirms it. He reveals a shocking truth: the Book of Doom, held by the 12 Apostles, is actually a single tome torn into separate pieces. From the 8 volumes that Madori recovered, they
determined the latest incident is part of the prophecy, a passage that speaks of a special rank known as the Bhagavad Gita.
He explains that to bring about the world's end, the 12 Apostles need Midori's power, a power that, on its own, is more than enough. At that very moment, far over the open sea, Midori and Hajime of the 12 Apostles soar towards an unknown destination. Breaking the silence, Midori asks a strange question. Hajime, have you ever read the Gita? To which Hajime simply denies, music. Midori speaks of ancient Hindu scripture, a teaching that demands humans fulfill their duty with a selfless heart.
But in his voice, there's a chilling twist. He claims the author of this prophecy must have harbored a bottomless hatred for all mankind.
Soaring above New York's Times Square, a child's excited cry rings out. He recognizes Madori, the world's strongest awakener. Instantly, the entire square erupts. Cheers echo off the skyscrapers as cameras flash. They even hear Hajime's voice, reverently calling him a samurai. The crowd roars for their heroes, but with a cold glint in his eye, Midori gives Hajime the order to begin. Without a moment's hesitation, raw energy gathers in Midori's palm. Below, the people cheer on, oblivious to the nightmare about to descend. A father snaps a photo, capturing a memory, and in that same instant, Midori unleashes his power, a sphere of devastation that swallows the sky whole. The energy contorts into a colossal tornado. And from its heart, the real Midori's voice screams in horror, begging Number 0 to stop. But his plea is lost to the chaos. Number 0's spell, Turbulence, has already been cast. Meanwhile, at the anti-prophecy cafeteria, Kanagi's lecture is cut short. Sue rushes in, shoving a phone in his face, his expression pure panic. The screen displays breaking news. New York City is a blazing inferno, thanks to Midori's attack. The world is being told a simple, terrifying story: an awakener has attacked and annihilated the city. At the Everlasting Hut, chaos reigns. The American branch superintendent, Vice, is losing his mind, screaming at Io that Midori has wiped a metropolis off the map.
Io attempts to bring calm to the storm, but countless lives have been extinguished in the heart of the world's economy.
But then, she drops a bombshell. It wasn't Midori who caused this catastrophe, but the leader of the 12 Apostles, puppeteering his body. She continues, revealing they have a name for this Shadow Master, an Englishman known as Warren Hastings. Io's theory is even more chilling. He could be working with invaders from another dimension. The revelation stuns Vice. Io adds that the 12 Apostles are using artifacts completely beyond Anti-Prophecy's control. Her conclusion is grim. Someone, or something, is backing them from the shadows. But her logic means nothing to Vice. He throws the blame back at her. The monster who destroyed New York was one of their own. He delivers a terrifying warning. The White House is considering its ultimate option, deploying nuclear weapons against Midori. But even he knows it's a futile gesture. Nuclear fire won't even scratch Midori. He demands to know Io's plan. Back at the cafeteria, Kanagi calmly asks Sue about Lesson 15. When Sue confirms, Kanagi shocks him by appointing him vice captain of the Kanagi squad. His first order is simple: continue training until the call to battle is given. He notes the friction between Irian and Akihina. They must learn teamwork if they hope to achieve perfection. Sue asks what the captain himself will be doing. Kanagi's answer is cryptic: he's going to sleep. A deep, profound sleep. He gives a strict command: let no one wake him. It is an order from his captain, and Sue accepts it with absolute trust. Back at the Everlasting Hut, Io reveals her strategy. She will face Midori head-on with their most elite unit. Meanwhile, Kanagi enters his chambers, his consciousness instantly plunging into the dream realm. In this world of thought, his sword is already in hand. Before him stands Hinoi, as the other founders watch, ready to begin the lesson. But to Kanagi's shock, Hinoi's blade moves like lightning, shattering his form in a single flash. He reforms in an instant, only to be cleaved apart once more. Hinoi's voice is cold. You asked me not to hold back, so now, I will devour you whole. He unleashes his full, terrifying power upon Kanagi. One of the founders moves to intervene, but Wanak and Mage hold him back. The founders argue amongst themselves. This extreme training might be necessary, but Kanagi is dying too often. His very soul is at risk of being dispersed forever. But they all know the truth. Madori is the strongest awakener of this era, and as he is now, Kanagi stands no chance. It is a desperate, soul-crushing method, but it is their only hope for victory. The cautious founder warns of Kanagi's limits, but the alchemist simply smiles, offering reassurance. Kanagi is no delicate flower. As Mage watches Kanagi be torn asunder again and again, her faith in him remains unshaken. Kanagi apologizes to his master. Just standing before Hinoi is like facing a god of war. The pressure is immense, like being cast into a raging blizzard atop a frozen peak. Taking a breath, Kanagi charges again and is instantly cut in half. But this time, something is different. He managed to sever a single strand of Hinoi's hair. Before, he couldn't even touch him. But now, he has landed a mark. Though he has been slain countless times, Kanagi's spirit refuses to break. He will rise again, and again, until he grows stronger. Meanwhile, in Mumbai at the gateway of India, a figure appears. It is Aradib, from Anti-Prophecy's Indian branch, who grins upon seeing Midori. He taunts Midori, reminding him of their shared past. Without him, the special rank prophecy boss would have scorched Mumbai to ash.
A wry smile crosses his face. We protected this city together. Have you returned now only to destroy it?
But Midori's voice is cold, dismissing his words as futile nonsense. He explains that while the body is his, it's being piloted by Number Zero. Number Zero mocks Aradib, scoffing at the idea that Midori could ever regain control. To twist the knife, he projects Midori's trapped consciousness for all to hear.
A desperate, pleading voice echoes from within. I'm sorry, Aradib, get away from here, run.
But Aradib refuses to yield. This is his home. He is ready to fight and die for it. At the Everlasting Hut, Io explains the century-old war to her aides. A war between humankind and beings from a dimension beyond their own. In the Founders' era, the tower appeared first. Then came the crack. And with it, the prophecies. And throughout this long, bloody history, there have always been humans who sided with the enemy, seeking to destroy the world. As she speaks, news of India's fall flashes across a screen. One assistant gasps in horror. Realizing the enemy is now heading toward Europe, Io had already anticipated this move, but she remarks it would have been better if he'd come straight for Japan.
When asked why, she reveals the enemy's weakness. Number Zero's control is new. He can't possibly wield Midori's full power yet. Io then turns to Tanjin, her assistant. You are being deployed to the battlefield as well.
Tanjin cracks a joke, trying to lighten the crushing atmosphere. So you need me for more than just manual labor after all. But the real shock comes when Io makes a declaration. She herself will personally join the fight. At the same time, the legendary Kanagi squad is in its final stage of preparations. They are the only real hope of stopping Midori. Until they are ready, Io has ordered the other squads to buy them time. Hibiki and the captains, their faces tense, ask how long they must hold out. Io reveals Kanagi's grim estimate. He needs 2 days. Their destination is set, the Pacific Ocean. There, they will make their desperate stand to halt Midori's advance. The entire Japanese branch of Anti-Prophecy gathers, a wall of defiance against the coming storm. As Madori charges, he unleashes his devastating turbulence spell. But it slams into an invisible barrier, stopped dead in its tracks by Io's own magic. Midori's eyes widen in surprise. Io just smirks, mocking him. Don't you dare underestimate us. Just a short while ago, as the captains prepared to leave, Hagi and her squad ran to their leader. begging to join the battle against the apostle.
Their captain refused, but Hagi, with tears in her eyes, insisted.
Even if we can't do much, we can at least act as your shields. The captains turned to face their subordinates. Do you understand why we are choosing to fight this impossible battle? He explains that they know they won't return. The difference in power is simply too immense. But they fight for the hope that their juniors, their successors, will survive to carry on the fight. The captains are entrusting the future of the world to them, believing they are worthy of that sacred duty. With those parting words, they left. Some subordinates broke down in tears, while others steeled their resolve. Their new mission was clear: protect the Kanagi squad until their preparations were complete.
Though their eyes were filled with sorrow, they knew crying was a luxury they couldn't afford. The squad captains, the superintendent, and their aides teleported.
They arrived at the ocean to stand face to face with Madori. As Io effortlessly blocked Midori's attack, the other captains stared in awe at her immense power. Madori too was taken aback by this unknown ability. Or rather, number 0 was, he searched through Midori's memories, finally recognizing her. Io, the superintendent, a mother figure who had always kept her true strength a secret. Standing before him, Io's voice boomed with authority. This is the first time in 100 years I have used my power on the battlefield. None of the captains had ever seen her fight seriously before. But now, she unleashed her legendary 8-mirror spell, an incredible spell with 2 distinct stages. The first stage allows Io to completely nullify any ability she understands, granting her a perfect 100% defense rate. It is the ultimate countermeasure, combining perfectly with a mage's superior analytical mind. Wasting no time, Midori unleashed his blazing turbulence spell. A maelstrom of fiery tornadoes erupted, surging toward Io. The captains paled, recognizing the very same technique that had burned the entire nation of India to the ground. But Io was familiar with this ability and deflected it with ease. Then, the second stage of her skill activated, allowing her to copy any ability she has reflected. Io unleashes her own maelstrom, and her tornadoes collide with Midori's, utterly annihilating them. Midori, his focus now locked on the battle, grasps the mechanics of her skill. But a flash of annoyance crosses his face as he senses a coward's attack from the side. One of the captains roars, unleashing his infinite fist technique, bombarding Midori with a relentless storm of punches. With every impact, a strange numbness spreads through Midori's body. Yet, after delivering countless blows, the captain can only stare in shock as Midori remains completely unfazed. In a desperate gambit, the captain grabs Midori in midair and screams for the others to attack while he has him pinned. Hibiki immediately unleashes her sound visualization phoenix, as the other captains follow up with their own ultimate abilities, striking Midori in a single devastating wave. But Midori merely counters with his wall of cutting pearl spell, unleashing a massive vortex of tornadoes that slams into all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori stands without a single scratch, mocking Io for bringing such pathetic weaklings to face him. But just as the words leave his lips, he feels a suffocating pressure descending from above. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning an energy sphere the size of a small sun, preparing to obliterate him. Midori realizes instantly this power grows stronger the longer it's channeled. As he tries to summon his own energy to counter, the female assistant casts her Slavemaker spell, shackling his hands in ethereal chains. Midori is stunned. He never anticipated such perfect coordination. His magic has been completely sealed. With the channeling complete, the male assistant hurls the miniature sun toward the immobilized Midori. As the attack closes in, he knows he cannot possibly dodge it. However, a desperate plan forms in his mind. If he unleashes his ultimate wind attack at the last possible second, he might lessen the impact. But just as this plan solidifies, he spots another impossible sight. An identical fireball, created by Io's mirror spell, hurtling at him from the opposite side. Io raises her arms towards Leona's vault, declaring that for the sake of everyone's future, he must die. Trapped by the energy chains, he can only curse the old woman's name. From a safe distance, a lone observer watches through binoculars as the 2 flaming suns collide in a sinister, world-shaking explosion. Like a great atomic bomb, a mushroom cloud claws its way into the sky, the blast consuming the entire landscape in fire. The soldier's hands tremble as he lowers the binoculars, his face pale with dread. An aircraft carrier, flanked by a full military fleet, charges rapidly toward the target location. In utter disbelief, a soldier on the bridge shouts for his commander to look at the monitor. The heat signature from the light is thousands of degrees. He doubts anything could survive that, be it friend or foe. Pointing at the screen, he declares that this should be enough to handle the situation. But a stern man with crossed arms, whom they call Mr. Richard, just watches. With a grim expression, he says quietly, "This isn't over yet." The radiant energy at sea begins to pulse, a violet star glowing at its core. And within that light, the silhouette of a man can be seen. The command crew stares in absolute shock. It's impossible. No one could have survived a gigantic explosion of that magnitude. Leonis Vault raises a hand to his head and asks, "Did you truly sacrifice your own people just to try and kill me with that blast?" He admits he owes them praise for actually catching him by surprise, for crafting such an elaborate plan to land a blow against him. But he bets they never imagined what would come next. He grits his teeth, trying to contain the overwhelming power surging in his chest. Then he roars, demanding they look upon him, because he is completely unharmed. The boy throws his arms wide, shouting that he was just hit by a 1,000-degree fireball, and there isn't even a scratch on him. But as the blonde warrior boasts, a targeting reticle locks onto him. In that same instant, a squadron of jets unloads a hail of gunfire directly into his body. At the same time, missiles are launched from the aircraft carriers and planes, all converging on him. The shockwave shatters a pilot's cockpit. They're already noticing losses among their troops. The sea churns with the fury of explosive warfare, more violent than any storm. A colossal wave rocks the aircraft carrier, and planes begin to fall from the sky. Yet through it all, the boy stands in a state of euphoria, laughing amidst the explosions and death surrounding him. And out of the smoke, an even larger warship begins to approach the battlefield. "Act now, Mr. Richard bellows, unleashing the plan." A brilliant golden aura erupts from his very core. A shimmering barrier materializes around their ship. But against such overwhelming power, it barely holds spiderweb cracks race across its surface. Marcus is floored by the raw display of force. Even from this far away, he can barely withstand the pressure. He realizes with chilling certainty, a being with this much power could shatter their world on a whim. Richard's fist trembled as he clenched it, his voice strained but firm. "No, this isn't over yet. We can't give up now." A wave of nauseating dizziness washed over Leonis, forcing him to steady himself with a hand to his face. Inside his mind, spectral voices echoed, mocking him. They knew he would burn through his energy all at once. Suddenly, a white-haired woman stood before him, an empty vial in her hand. "Finally out of fuel. Are we?" "Number 0. Elsewhere, figures gathered around a small house with a simple thatched roof, the air thick with tension. "Is there no way to beat that guy?" Setsuna asked, her voice laced with doubt. But a blonde man in glasses shot back. "Don't destroy what little morale we have left," she retorted. "Must I always sweeten the truth for you?" The boy bristled with annoyance, but the woman warned him. "Even so, defeating him is likely beyond your power." The white-haired woman, Io, turned to her counterpart. "So, Commissioner, how exactly do you plan to stop him?" She replied calmly. "Winning the battle isn't our only path to victory. To achieve our true goal, we'll use the artifact in our possession." She raised a vial filled with a swirling liquid. "This artifact, the sand-glass cage, now holds Leonis's very soul." He stared at the shimmering bars of his new prison, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him. The commissioner taunted him. "I bet you recognize this cage. It's just like the one you gave your own henchman." In that instant, memories flooded Leonis's mind. He had seen this cage before. It was used by that fool who ended up losing his arm in their last encounter. He never imagined there was more than one such artifact. Still, he kept his composure, sneering. "So what? To escape that cage," she explained, "you'd need a massive amount of aura. But since you've spent nearly all of your power, that's simply impossible." A dark shadow fell over Leonis's face as he stared at the old woman, pure hatred blazing in his gaze. A small, cruel smile touched his lips. "Are you just trying to buy time?" But a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. "Trapping me for a moment will change nothing." The commissioner's confidence was unshakable. "You wouldn't say that. If you knew what I had in mind." He had no idea what was truly coming for him. As two swordsmen sparred intensely, the woman continued. "Just wait a few days. You are about to witness something very interesting." Leonis stroked his chin, his eyes glinting. "Do you really think I don't know what you're planning?" The blonde man gasped. "Is this about a boy named Minato Kanagi?" Io's expression shattered instantly. His question struck her like a physical blow. Tapping his own temple, Leonis smirked. "I had more than enough time to pluck a few memories from your mind. Do you know what Madori Ichihara thinks of that boy?" he asked, his voice dripping with malice. "She believes he is the one who will end all prophecies." Io's eyes widened in horror. "Midori said that about Minato," she thought, her mind reeling. A look of sheer ecstasy crossed Leonis's face. "The moment I took this body, Minato became my #1 target." He clenched his fist, repeating with venom. "The end of all prophecies." His face twisted with rage. "Should we truly allow such a being to exist?" he roared. "Minato must be stopped, at any cost." Io's face was a mask of fury as she cursed the blonde man in her thoughts. But Leonis cut her off. "I have more to say." To her shock,
A violent violet energy began to pool inside the cage.
You, Leonis hissed, are the one who doesn't know the half of it? Even now, as we speak, Midori Ichihara continues to grow stronger. The woman was thrown into a complete panic, her carefully laid plans crumbling before her eyes. The aura I've used so far, he laughed. It's nothing compared to the total power this body holds. All you've done is melt the very tip of the iceberg. The more I fight, the stronger Midori's body becomes, and the more aura I can command. A brilliant yellow energy erupted from the commissioner's body. The Yata mirror.
But it was too late. She felt the devastating impact of a blow she never saw coming. Leonis's hand pierced through her torso, leaving a gaping wound.
In the background, the cage exploded into 1,000 shards. Io never had a chance to defend herself. The strike had been a direct hit to a vital point. Now that he had dealt with his opponent, Leonis's gaze turned to the horizon. So, which way is Japan?
While that world-shaking battle raged, our main character was sound asleep. As the symbol on his hand began to glow with an intense light,
the Japanese CPU had thrown everything they had into trapping Madori. But their grand plan had failed spectacularly. Number 0 had not only escaped, he had learned how to unleash catastrophic amounts of aura using Midori's body. A colossal vortex of violet energy began to swirl, so massive it could be seen from Earth's orbit. Leonis's power had already ascended to a terrifying new level. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shinji and Icho were training. He suddenly stopped, his eyes wide. I can feel it. A gigantic wave of dark aura is approaching. The long-haired girl scratched her head. Looks like the plan failed. She sighed. As Madori trained nearby, they decided it was time to return to headquarters. Even Kisaragi, locked in the middle of his own fierce battle, could sense the alien energy washing over the land. An uneasy silence fell over the entire academy, as apprehension turned to fear. Ichi's expression hardened. We need to prepare to face the enemy, model. Mister? Shinji's hand already hovers over the hilt of his sword. Ready for battle. Meanwhile, back at the CPU headquarters. Inside the chaos of the monitoring room, a woman demands an update. Are we still waiting on visuals from the American fleet? Her subordinate frantically types away. The American fleet. It was completely wiped out. I'm pulling up satellite imagery now. A knot of dread tightens in her stomach. Her raven eyes are useless over the ocean. How were the commissioner and her team holding up just then? A group emerges behind her, calling out her name. Ren.
She whirls around, her voice laced with concern. Shiki? The sight before her is devastating. The entire team is battered and broken.
The white-haired girl speaks urgently through the pain. We need your recovery arts. Now. Ren rushes towards them without a second's hesitation. But as she gets closer, her face drains of all color. Her heart plummets as she sees it. Commissioner Io is gravely wounded and completely unresponsive. Tears stream down Shiki's face. Her condition? It's critical, she chokes out. Looking at Commissioner Io, the grim reality sets in. The very light of life was already fading from her eyes. A memory flashes through Shiki's mind. Commissioner Io's stern voice. Listen to me, Shiki. The success of this mission, our very survival, rests on your shoulders.
After reviewing the strategy one last time, she explained she needed Shiki to immobilize the enemy, while she and Tengen unleashed their ultimate technique, Heavenly Descent.
Shiki bowed deeply, her voice filled with conviction. I would gladly give my life to see it done. Before she could finish, a sharp rap on her head startled her.
Io's eyes flashed with anger. You fool! You've missed the entire point. Your duty is to survive, no matter the cost, and bring everyone else home.
Do you understand, she pressed, her gaze intense? It is absolutely vital that you live, regardless of what happens to me. Unwilling to accept such a fate, the white-haired girl opened her mouth to argue.
But the commissioner shot her a glare so fierce it could freeze hell itself. With tears welling in her eyes, Shiki's voice trembled.
She recalled her childhood, how Commissioner Io had always watched over her and the others like a mother. I don't want to lose you, she whispered. She remembered the commissioner's warm smile then, how she had placed a comforting hand on her head. Everything will be all right. I won't let a single person die. With a confident smile, Io had declared, that is the entire point of this mission. But that calming smile was gone now, replaced by an oxygen mask and devastating injuries. The team scrambled, desperately trying to save her. Shiki cried out, her voice breaking. Commissioner, don't you dare leave us! She begged Ren to do more, but Ren was already giving her all. The artifact that had frozen time for the commissioner was now interfering with her healing abilities. Another healer did what she could, but admitted the most she could do was stabilize her for the moment. But time would only remain frozen for Io inside the CPU. Taking her outside was an option, but in her fragile state, it was a death sentence. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the tense silence. Tanjin, Shiki, and the others froze. Tanjin's eyes shot upwards. They're here! Outside the CPU building, a figure in a turban observed the chaos below. He was flanked by 3 others, and beside them, Leonis Vault wore a terrifying, predatory grin, eyes blazing with pure fury. Shiki screamed, "I'll kill every last one of you bastards!"
Shiki, don't, Ren cried out. But it was too late. The girl had vanished, reappearing in an instant before the enemy forces outside the CPU.
Pure hatred burned in her gaze. She brought her hands together, unleashing her power, Digital Division, the ability of Shiki Kitamore, to instantly link 2 separate points in space, allowing for teleportation with pinpoint accuracy.
However, in a wide-open area like this, the technique becomes wildly unstable, with the potential for catastrophic destruction. Space and time itself began to warp and twist around her. The world dissolved into a confusing blur. Tanjin roared in fury at her recklessness. The commissioner is still in there. Leonis Vault, however, simply watched the newly arrived girl with keen interest.
He then called out a name. Hajime. The man immediately readied his next move. Grasping his blade, he activated his artifact, the Relic of the Abyss. His grip tightened on both the sword and its scabbard. In one fluid motion, he drew his sword, cleaving through space itself. He unleashed the Kulika Strike. A blinding beam of light erupted from his slash, catching Shiki completely off guard as her eyes widened in shock. The battlefield itself fractures like shattered glass, sending crystalline fragments flying through the air. The force of the blow tears into the girl's arm. Yet, the woman in red simply laughs, remarking how relentless Hajime is, making one almost pity the heroes. But Hajime, sword still raised, cuts her off with a sharp warning to stay focused. The swordsman glances over, his eyes filled with suspicion. He realizes the fight isn't over. His eyes desperately search and lock onto Shiki. She's grievously wounded, but her allies have finally arrived. Shinji cradles her, his voice tight with worry, asking if she's all right. But the white-haired warrior ignores her pain, demanding to know the status of the Kanagi unit. Leonis scoffs as more enemies appear, sighing that he's growing tired of swatting these insignificant flies.
Special Agent Ika Hanoi grips her blade, her hand poised, ready to unleash its fury.
Every enemy eye is fixed on her. A powerful energy begins to radiate from her very being. She offers a wry apology, explaining that her captain is quite the sleepyhead. So, until he decides to wake up, she says they'll be more than happy to take their place. The purple-eyed man's face twists in disgust at her words. From above, Leonis Vault observes the hero's defiant movements, finding them peculiar. He could understand Makoto's younger brother fighting him, or even Special Agent Icha Hinoi, but as his gaze sweeps across the battlefield, it lands on Koname and Isuk. Why were they here, fighting so desperately? Midori's memories contained nothing about them. They were non-threats, nobodies. So why would they risk annihilation to save someone so far beyond their own power level? Koname meets his gaze directly and flashes a devilish, knowing smile. An unsettling feeling creeps into Leonis' heart. Then he sees it. The boy's aura flares to life, shining with incredible intensity. The blonde youth steps forward, shielding his comrades. He extends a hand, unleashes his turbulence ability, and in a flash, they vanish. Shiki, still wounded, cries out in alarm. Not only the enemies, but their own teammates had vanished. 2. Was this some kind of teleportation? But who could have done it?
Kanem strikes a triumphant pose, but Isuki reappears, a first aid kit in hand, explaining he sent them all to different locations.
He confirms the teleportation was his own ability. Shiki stares in disbelief, demanding to know how. Immediately, Koname and Isuki start bickering, with Koname insisting he helped too. It was a combination attack. Frustrated, Shiki just wants a straight answer. The technique was a fusion of the My Sweet Home and Extended Self abilities. Koname's power amplifies the range of any ability user he touches.
On his own, Isuzuk's teleportation only works for himself. But with Koname's boost, he could warp everyone in the immediate vicinity.
The purple-haired boy's range might not match Shiki's, but he can teleport any object he desires. The plan unfolds. Hajime materializes right in front of Ika, ready for a duel. Isuk had scattered everyone, creating perfectly balanced one-on-one matchups. The rest of the team prepares for their own battles. The white-haired girl is stunned by their brilliant strategy. Isuk adds with a smirk that he sent number 0 to a very special place, just for him. We cut to the blonde powerhouse, floating adrift in a crimson, liquid dimension, utterly disoriented, with no idea which way is up.
But then, something shifts in the murky depths. A horde of grotesque sea monsters materializes before him.
Vile, shape-shifting sharks, monstrous octopuses, and sinister deep-sea predators close in. They surge toward number 0, a swirling vortex of death. Elsewhere, a uniformed man stares into a lake, his hand on his sword. He surmises that Leonis has been cast into the limestone cavern beneath the CPU facilities. into the 17th rift known as Shimo Ajito. This rift is a gateway to another dimension, a wound in reality that grows 4 inches larger each year. Its expansion is unstoppable. Not even the brilliant Madori could find a way to halt this grim prophecy. Now, they would see how number 0 fares while trapped inside. Meanwhile, atop Mount Nagano, Hajime and Ichika finally stand face to face. The white-haired swordsman gazes around, bewildered. Was I teleported here? Icha can't suppress a laugh as she closes the distance. Looks like our divide and conquer strategy was a success, she chirps. Hajime's voice is cold. What have you done with my master? She answers sweetly. Oh, we just sent him somewhere he can never return from. His hand tightens on his sheathed sword. If that's true, you should have sent all of us there. Icha waves a dismissive hand. Don't be a fool. What if one of you had an escape artifact that would ruin everything? They had to be certain he could never return. The commissioner's safety was the absolute priority. Even their boss might possess such an item. But regardless, she relished the idea of personally dealing with as many of his underlings as she could. Hajime's aura begins to surge. Do you truly believe you are a match for me? A confident smile plays on her lips. This will be like taking candy from a baby. Your boss is the only real threat here. Without their artifacts, the rest of them were nothing. Icha's remark ignites a furious spark in the young man. His brow furrows as he unleashes his Kika strike, tearing through the space between them with lethal beams of light, while some slashes seem to find their mark. Icha's eyes simply flare crimson. An illusion of cherry blossoms blooms within her gaze as she activates the Dawn Solitude ability. A neon glow radiates from the woman's eyes. Dawn Solitude is an innate technique, a power she was born with. On the surface, the ability appears deceptively simple, and was dismissed as useless for years. But its true nature is far more profound. This power can block all internal and external interference, allowing Icha to unlock the absolute potential of her mind and body. She glides forward, her eyes still burning like a vibrant pink beacon. In essence, the ability grants her 100% concentration under any condition, regardless of the battlefield or the foe. The girl can now summon her entire being into a single, fatal blow. She closes the distance, and the world itself plunges into darkness. Only the piercing pink glow from Icha's eyes remains visible. A single, perfect cut slices across Hajime's chest. But that one strike is enough to send him flying backward, completely shattering his balance and stance. Her attack is over. Transcendents who master martial arts spend eons honing their physical forms. They understand better than anyone the terrifying power of a body perfected like hers. With a look of utter superiority, the girl declares he can't even be compared to Makoto. Meanwhile, at the CPU's large-scale training ground, a team of heroes now faces a duo of villains. With a mocking grin, the girl in the red hat, Set, scoffs that a 2-on-2 battle changes nothing. The pair of CPU warriors show no signs of fear. Set turns to Ashera, asking for their next move. A sudden rain begins to fall, drenching the combatants. With his eyes closed in sorrow, the man says he can fight if she can hold them. But a fist is already hurtling toward his face. The punch connects with brutal force, sending Ashera flying from the sheer power of the blow. Midori taunts him, asking if he thought they would just wait to be attacked. Seite watches as the white-haired warrior closes in on her partner. But in that moment of distraction, her opponent's long hair snakes around her like living chains. He is struck by a memory from his childhood, his little red-haired friend touching his hair. Then, with pure hatred in his eyes, he snarls, asking if she's one of the bastards who murdered Makoto. Now almost completely ensnared by the boy's hair, she says she finally understands. And with a chilling smile, she asks if he's still bitter about that. Crimson lightning tears across the sky, turning it a deep, blood red. The two heroes are forced to dodge the furious bolts that seem intent on striking them down. With a crazed look in her widening eyes, Sete erupts into laughter, surrounded by a whirlwind of playing cards. She unleashes her ability, Queen of Hearts, and her cards begin to sprout arms and legs. The long-haired man realizes her ability must be some form of powerful telekinesis. She orders her loyal minions to spread out. A massive army of cards materializes, commanded to find Minato Kanagi for her. But her opponent has no intention of letting her target Minato. He begins to charge his energy. Again, a scarlet thunderbolt tries to strike him, but he evades it with blinding speed. The two CPU combatants stand reunited, side by side once more. Ashara emerges from the mist and smoke, revealing that his ability allows him to physically manifest his emotions. He raises a hand to his face, invoking the mask of 1,000 faces. With a sinister voice and a terrifying aura, he tells them to prepare for their doom. His eyes are now pitch black. His face is completely transformed. This is the face of anger. Dozens of lightning bolts rain down upon the battlefield, creating a deafening symphony of destruction. At the same time, in Tokorozawa, Saitama Prefecture, thunderous impacts can be heard. Kisaragi is using her even menace ability in a desperate fight, Her partner is desperately fleeing from the savage blows of a man with a bandaged head.
With one arm grotesquely larger than the other, he throws a barrage of punches at the blonde man, who struggles to defend himself.
The villain's fists obliterate the mountainside around them, causing immense destruction as he relentlessly pursues his prey. But a familiar voice suddenly cuts through the chaotic chase. It's Shinji, appearing from above with his soaring Tengu ability. A smokescreen erupts, and the enemy begins to carve a path through it with his giant hand, quickly clearing the whirlwind of sand.
3 CPU warriors now stand below, observing their foe. A worried expression crosses Kisaragi's face. She knew this battle would be hard, but the enemy was far stronger than she could have ever imagined. He stares down at them with empty, terrifying eyes.
The bandaged man introduces himself as Dry, one of the 12 disciples of the Apocalypse. He smirks, for them to survive his first strike. They must be powerful warriors. But to a being like him, they are merely an annoyance. He decides to conserve his energy and end this farce quickly. The blonde warrior offers a faint smile. You seem awfully confident for someone who's about to die.
Shinji's aura begins to flare with rage. I'm going to teach this fool a lesson he will never forget. Kurosaki senses the danger. Shinji is losing his cool, and she fears he's about to rush in blindly.
But she understood his rage all too well. The memory of his brother's funeral flashed in her mind. Captain Makoto, another victim of the 12 disciples. Dry's gaze sharpens as he studies the redhead. He recognizes that fire, a connection to that weakling. Makoto Suo. In a voice dripping with venom, he taunts, "Are you his little brother?" Shinji's eyes widen as an icy chill grips his very soul. Dry's grotesque tongue darts out as he sneers. Tell me, what's it like having a pathetic brother who couldn't even defeat a loser like Doze? That single comment shatters the redhead's composure. Consumed by a murderous hatred, he casts aside all reason and charges forward, his sword thirsting for blood. In response, Dry's enormous hand begins to twist and morph into a grotesque cannon of living flesh. He's preparing his La Traviata ability from its horrifying tip. A sphere of violet energy crackles into existence. The 3 heroes are completely caught off guard. They can only stare in shock at the immense power gathering before them. Meanwhile, back at CPU headquarters, the situation is just as tense. The healers pour every ounce of their strength into reviving Madame Io. Suddenly, they feel it. A pulse. Ren takes the lady's hand and feels the faint but steady beat of her heart.
Overwhelming relief washes over her, unable to hold back her emotions. A single tear of joy and hope streams down her face.
Another operative barks into her comms, demanding a status update from the Ushima unit. The reply is swift. The captain's wounds are nearly sealed. This means 4 more elite warriors are ready to reinforce the Kanagi unit.
But a calm voice cuts through the tension. The young man in the cap and sunglasses tells them to hold their position.
We need to deal with a small pest first. As he speaks, magical cards materialize throughout the room, all of them searching for Minato. Tengen gives the order. Take your positions, protect Minato until he awakens, at all costs. So, as one team fights to save Madame Yo, the others prepare for the incoming assault. But the goateed warrior freezes, sensing a colossal energy spike that has just blanketed an entire district. Isak and Kaname feel it too, a violent tremor that shakes the very foundations of the building. But Isak knows this is no mere earthquake. A gigantic purple vortex tears open the sky, distorting the very atmosphere. The guard watching over Number Zero's prison realizes the horrifying truth. He has escaped. That is a true monster, he whispers. Konami panics, screaming, impossible. He was sealed in a dimensional rift for eternity. Isak knows they are out of time. He pleads with the boy. Help me send that bastard to a place even farther away. Kaname hesitates, but the purple-haired boy insists, his voice filled with desperation. We have to save the captain. But before he can say more, something catches his eye. He looks up. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. A pillar of brilliant blue light is erupting from inside the CPU building itself. And at its source, lending his power to the healers, stands Kanagi Manado, channeling his energy into Madame Io. Tears stream down Ren's face, her heart overflowing with emotion as she watches the boy who just awakened. His focus is absolute. His eyes are fixed on Madame Io, filled with a grim determination to pull her back from the edge of death. Manado finally speaks. How long was I unconscious? Ren replies. A few hours. She stares at him, wondering how he could have possibly woken up so soon. As they work, she thinks of Number Zero's escape. She has to ask, are you strong enough to defeat him? The protagonist meets her gaze, his voice steady. Yes, I will defeat him. For you. But first, he says, there is one thing I must do. A powerful aura explodes around him, and his hair transforms, turning a brilliant white as he channels his energy. He looks down at Madame Evio. Forgive me, he whispers. I never meant to keep you waiting for so long. Believing in his newfound strength, he prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, Sacred Medical Tome. An energy so dense it seems almost liquid begins to flow from his body into the wounded woman. The Sacred Medical Tome is an ancient art of Warrantine, the sovereign apothecary. It allows the user to manifest supreme healing abilities from a conceptual tome that exists within the user's mind. The grievous wound that had torn across the woman's chest begins to stitch itself closed. Flesh knits together, skin reforms, and in a flash of light, the injury is completely gone, leaving her perfectly intact. The healers who had fought so desperately just moments before can only stare in silent awe at the miracle they just witnessed. The girl with glasses was utterly stunned. She saw the wound hadn't just closed. It had completely vanished. Even the woman's organs were perfectly restored. She burned to know the secret behind such an ability. Just as the woman slowly fluttered back to consciousness, tears welled up in Ren's eyes once more. She began to cry out the lady's name. Mrs. Ao's gaze shifted towards the protagonist, a clear sign that she was awake and aware. Her vision was a blur, but she could make out Minado's form, smiling down at her. She smiled back, whispering that he finally came, with what little strength she had. The lady raised her arm towards him, but suddenly she no longer saw Manado, but the face of Warren, the one who healed her. The protagonist gently cradled the lady's hand between both of his own. With a calm smile, the boy told her she needed to be more careful. Io replied that she tried her best but was little help and offered an apology, but he insisted she was nothing short of spectacular.
Warren urged her to rest now that her wounds were
completely healed. Once she awoke, they could all share a meal together, just like the old days. Memories of their childhood flooded her mind, of them laughing and eating together. The wave of emotion brought tears to Io's eyes. She tearfully agreed to her old friend's plan. From a monitor, Warren observed the touching scene before addressing the other souls present. It was decided. Everyone was ready to support the protagonist's next move. Meanwhile, within the CPU building, a storm of armed and legged cards descended. One of the young men gripped his sword, activating his skills Metal Reinforcement and Thousandth Blow. With this power, he channeled his body's momentum, swinging his sword like a steel bat, smashing and slicing through the card army. The smaller cards were instantly torn to shreds. The blonde woman unleashed her martial arts, activating her lethal chain blast ability. They joined forces, desperately fighting off the minions. The girl gave it everything she had, but only managed to take down a single card. This was just like their battle against Ava. Every one of these minions was as strong as an En Shikami. In fact, they were far more powerful. She snapped her gaze behind her, bracing for an attack.
A 3 of clubs card landed a brutal kick directly to her face, sending her flying from the sheer force of the impact.
But with sheer perseverance, she twisted in midair, landing on her feet, with fierce determination. Music. She vowed she would not give up without a fight. A tidal wave of cards surged towards her, but the woman had no intention of being overwhelmed. She remembered Captain Macabre, a confident smile on his face, telling her that he was counting on her to save the world. If he was counting on her, then she would fight until her very last breath. As she charged into the fray, she felt a powerful presence beside her. She was not alone. It was Captain Macabre. He was helping her, using his stone punch ability to decimate the card soldiers around them. Unable to believe her eyes, the girl screamed the captain's name, just to be sure it was truly him. He glanced at her with a familiar smile and apologized for returning, saying a true warrior should have died in battle. Suddenly, another warrior, using the golden bat ability, smashed through a huge cluster of cards in a single devastating swing. The boy in the cap could only stare in stunned silence. It was Captain Yorizuya, striking a pompous pose after defeating dozens of cards with his bat. With a serious expression, he demanded everyone's attention. He declared that they needed to wipe out every last one of these cursed cards and demanded their help to finish the job. Seeing their captains back in action, the 2 young warriors felt their fighting spirit and morale soar. But before they could charge, Captain Macabre told them to wait. He spotted Minato, high above near the armored batter. The protagonist stood among a swarm of cards with his sword drawn. Macabre knew he was about to unleash something big. The boy shifted his stance, gripping his sword as the cards finally noticed him and began to close in. He focused, charging the energy in his body, letting it flow into his arms like a single drop of water joining a mighty river. This was the Hananoi style, the ultimate sword technique. And then, he unleashed the shadow vortex with all his might, instantly cutting down every card around him. He spun his sword, creating a true vortex of blades that blotted out the sky, leaving the warriors below absolutely speechless as a shower of paper rained down. The shredded pieces of the cards fell to the ground, finally inanimate and powerless. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, red lightning continued to scorch the earth. Sai suddenly gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Ashara demanded to know what his partner was seeing. She couldn't believe it. There were over 500 cards in total. Yet they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye. With pure, unadulterated hatred in his eyes, the white-haired man asked if this was the work of their main target, Minato Kanagi. He then made a vow. He would kill him. His gaze then sweeps across the chaotic battlefield, locking onto his targets. As the two dodge lightning strikes, he scoffs, declaring he has no time to waste on pathetic worms. He roars at them to stop struggling and just die. Madori lets out a calm sigh, preparing to make his move. Shifting his stance, he begins to channel his next devastating attack. He braces one arm with the other, pointing it directly at the two enemies before him. As a torrent of energy erupts from his limb, he declares that they are the only ones about to die here. Veins bulge on Ashura's face, a mask of pure fury. He glares, demanding to know what Madori thinks he's doing. But before he can act, a strange mark on his arm flares to life. It's the signature ability of the man in sunglasses, the formidable holy seal of exorcism.